Those familiar furs. That familiar appearance. That familiar voice. Those eyes, that gaze. Senior apprentice brother? A very dry, rusted voice emerged from Northson's throat, as though it had been a long time since he had spoken. Junior apprentice brother. Junior apprentice brother. Ning stared at his junior apprentice brother, his eyes moist. What has happened? Northson looked at Ning. Stared at him. His tears suddenly came cascading down. He opened his mouth, wanting to cry, but nothing came out. His body just shuddered, his tears continuing to flow. Ning hurriedly stepped forward, embracing Northson. Cry, cry. Let it out. Don't keep it suppressed in your heart. Let it all come out. Ning's own eyes were red as he spoke softly. He could sense the endless pain suppressed within his junior apprentice brother's heart. He couldn't even imagine, he didn't even want to imagine, what his junior apprentice brother had experienced over these years. What in the world had caused his junior apprentice brother, whose Tao heart had been so strong, to become like this? Ning could sense his junior apprentice brother's body trembling within his arms. Ning felt as though his own heart was trembling as well. What had happened? What had happened? Why had it ended up this way? Why? Let it all come out. Don't keep it suppressed in your heart. Cry it all out. Your senior apprentice brother is here. Now that I'm here, it will all come to an end. It will all end, Ning said, holding his junior apprentice brother's shuddering body in his arms. His junior apprentice brother's tears flowed onto his clothes, even onto his neck. Ning could feel his junior apprentice brother's tears. Ah! An agonized cry finally ripped through the room. Ah, aha! Northson's cries carried a sound of utter desolation and hoarseness. He sobbed furiously, howled agonizingly. Ning tightly held his beloved friend in his arm, listening to his cries. He could sense the bottomless, endless depths of pain, misery, grief, and despair explode forth from the cries. Ning tightly held his dear brother, his own heart shaking. He felt as though his own heart was being stabbed by knives. Pain. Splitting pain. What had happened? That young white-robed youth, the one who could ignore even the threat of death and choose to follow Ning in fleeing across the world, what had changed him so? I swear. No matter who did it. No matter who they are, all of them, each of them, every last one of them, they will all die. All of them will die. Ning held his sobbing junior apprentice brother, his own tears falling down as he swore an oath in his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 1, The Full Story. Chapter 1, The Full Story. The pain and despair that he had suppressed for so many years all came howling out with his cries. Slowly, Mu Northsun regained his faculties and let go of Ji Ning. Senior apprentice brother, I'm fine now. I wasn't able to control myself just now, I made a fool of myself in front of you. We're brothers, why say such things? Ning looked towards Northsun. Junior apprentice brother, tell me, what happened? Nothing. Northsun shook his head. What was to happen already has. Northsun looked at Ning. Senior apprentice brother, how did you get here? This is a forbidden region that is tightly guarded, not even celestial immortals can barge their way inside. Ning looked at his tired, downtrodden junior apprentice brother. He felt pain in his heart. At a time like this, his junior apprentice brother was actually refusing to say anything. Ning immediately said, I know this is a forbidden region. I also know that this is the Flame Door Commandery's Eastwoods mountain range. Given my abilities, if I want to enter this place, no one will be able to find out. Junior apprentice brother, tell me, what has happened? No need to ask. Northsun shook his head. If I was faced with this situation, wouldn't you ask? Ning rebutted. North Sun was startled. It was true. They were like brothers. If Ning was in such a dire situation, North Sun wouldn't be able to ignore it. Tell me, Ning said earnestly. Senior apprentice brother. North Sun looked at Ning. Telling you would be harming you. I've already been damned, I don't want you to be damned as well, but. Ning understood that this must certainly involve an important matter. The number of loose immortals around that castle was enough to tell Ning that the amount of power that had been gathered here in the Eastwoods mountain range alone was on the same level as the power available to the Northmont clan of Stillwater. In fact, it might even be greater. As for the great power behind this place. Junior apprentice brother, don't underestimate me. You know very well that this is a forbidden region which is not easily entered, but I still managed to make it in. I'm no longer the same person I was, Ning said earnestly. After the conclave of immortal destiny, I joined a Deofather's school and became the Deofather's disciple, but the old patriarch had only forbidden Ning from saying that he was his disciple. So long as Ning didn't say the words patriarch Subhuti, he wouldn't be violating his master's orders. What? North Sun was stunned. I've trained for 30+ years and my power has increased greatly. I finally managed to obtain permission from Master to return to the Grand Xia. Ning looked at North Sun. Even if I truly do encounter any danger, my Master will intervene and rescue me. The world of the Grand Xia currently truly is filled with dangerous undercurrents, and there is even a hidden power that is capable of fighting against the Grand Xia Emperor himself. But if my Master was to intervene, he would be able to save my life with utter ease, and thus, there is nothing for you to worry about. North Sun was dazed. You don't believe me? Take a look. Ning waved his hand. Instantly, one top-grade immortal-ranked flying sword after another appeared, clustered together in a tight pile. Because they all had to be kept within this room, they were all piled on top of one another. North Sun could sense the power of these top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords. You should be capable of recognizing these for what they are by now, Ning said. Top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords? North Sun guessed. Yes. Ning nodded. There are 1,000 here. North Sun's throat clenched. Even though he was here in this forbidden region where he had seen a fraction of the true strength of this mysterious power, he was still stunned by Ning. Top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords, every single one of them was extremely valuable. A set of 1,000 was utterly inconceivable. After I left my master's tutelage, my master gifted them to me. Ning looked at North Sun. In addition, I was able to easily enter this forbidden region. Do you believe me now? North Sun was beginning to be moved. Take a look at this. Ning's body flickered. Swish. He transformed into another Mu North Sun, dressed in the same gray robes, with the same exhausted complexion and some white hairs on his head. But, North Sun stared in disbelief at Ning. Even the aura is absolutely identical, even the amount of karmic virtue is the same. This cannot be. Why can't it be? Change again. Ning then transformed into Immortal 5 Craze, then into the fiend god Shangli Feng, then into Young Flame Non, then into Celestial Immortal King Yin. He quickly transformed into more than 10 figures the two both recognized before changing back into his normal appearance. Are you still worried about me? Ning looked at North Sun. I believe you when you say that you took on a Daofather as your master. I've never even heard of a transformation ability like this one. North Sun nodded, then said in a low voice, I know that you, senior apprentice brother, definitely wish to understand everything which happened. Fine, I'll talk. Ning let out a sigh of relief. North Sun sat down. We still have slightly less than an hour, so I'll start from when I met Yu Xia. Years ago, in Stillwater City, I met Yu Xia. She was a disciple of the Thousand Rivers sect, but was filled with curiosity towards the Tao of constructs. But naturally, her ability in the Tao of Constructs was far inferior to mine. After the death of his master, North Sun could be considered the #1 expert in the Tao of Constructs within the Black-White College. This was because there were very few people within the college who trained in this Tao, and also because he truly did have a high amount of talent within this Tao. Yu Xia would often ask me for guidance, and I'd give her advice. A hint of a smile appeared on North Sun's face. After a long time, the two of us ended up together, becoming Tao companions. Those were the happiest days of my life. I felt carefree and without any worries. Alongside my Tao companion, I continued to study the Tao of formations in a content, relaxed manner. Yu Xia and I lived in an out-of-the-way place, atop a wild prairie. We built a house next to a lake, and we lived a peaceful life there. I wish so deeply to have been able to live there forever. North Sun shut his eyes. But then, that day came. A group of black-robed men arrived, all of them loose immortals, and formidable ones at that. Yu Xia was merely a Wansheng adept, while I had just broken through to become a primal Taoist. The two of us were completely unable to fight back. I was captured. Yu Xia was killed. After she died, her soul wasn't permitted to be reborn, rather, it was captured as well. Ning's pupils shrank. Even after Yu Xia died, her soul had still been captured? I was brought here, North Sun said. Brought here, to this forbidden region. The people in this region ordered me to help them build constructs. Build constructs? Ning instantly understood. Those other gray-robed figures, they were also brought here because they were skilled in the Tao of Constructs? Right. There are more than 100 grandmasters of the Tao of Constructs in this area, North Sun said. They've all been brought here. I suspect that the Eastwoods mountain range is a gathering point for the mysterious power behind this place, for more than 100 nearby commanderies. Ning frowned. One of the gathering points? You know of other gathering points? I have some guesses, North Sun said. During these years, I've seen 7 generals come to this place. General is a fairly high rank here, and all of them were at the celestial immortal level. The Eastwoods mountain range has a general who is permanently stationed here, but on multiple occasions there have been other generals who escorted deliveries of treasures to this place. In total, I've seen 12 different generals. Ning was secretly startled. 12 celestial immortals? And this was just the tip of the iceberg. They are asking you to create constructs? Ning asked. What sort of construct? An extremely large one. A look of disbelief was in North Sun's eyes. This power has an extremely deep level of understanding regarding the Tao of Constructs. Their understanding, compared to the secret arts recorded down within our Black-White College regarding the Tao of Constructs, must be billions or even trillions of times greater. Ning was rather stunned upon hearing this. Billions? Trillions? This was too insane. Don't think I'm just talking, North Sun immediately said. I feel that I am an extremely talented person with regards to the Tao of Constructs, but when I first came, they taught me some construct creation methods that they felt were fairly low level. When creating the constructs, I was inspired by the mysteries and profoundness of them, causing my level of insight into the Tao of Constructs to rapidly increase, but as my level of insight increased, they began to let me create increasingly more powerful constructs. They also bestowed liquefied elemental essence upon me, allowing me to reach the void level and become an earth immortal. Now, within this forbidden region, I can be ranked amongst the top 100 grandmasters of the Tao of Constructs, North Sun said. Right now, the other grandmasters and myself are currently working together to forge an incomparably massive construct. It should be the most powerful fiend god golem this forbidden region is producing. Grandmaster of the Tao of Constructs? Ning could hardly believe it. His junior apprentice brother had advanced so quickly? Senior apprentice brother, you have no idea what life here has been like, North Sun said. They squeeze every single drop of usable energy out of you, forcing you to go all out to construct new constructs. But every single powerful construct expands our horizons as well. As for the most powerful fiend god golem we are currently creating, that's even more terrifying. How terrifying? Ning asked. Below the level of true immortals or empyrean gods, it is all but invincible, North Sun said seriously. If a celestial immortal was controlling it, not even 10 or 100 celestial immortals fighting together would be able to stop it. Ning was incomparably shocked. Don't be so shocked. The slightly weaker golems which the other grandmasters and myself have been constructing, when controlled by loose immortals, all have the combat power of celestial immortals. North Sun sighed, you have no idea what a deep level of understanding of the Tao of constructs this organization has. Those construct formation diagrams are incomparably profound. In terms of better understanding the Tao of constructs, every single diagram is like a supreme treasure to us. And here, I've already seen more than 1,000 such construct formation diagrams. Nin nodded gently. So this forbidden region is being used to produce constructs, but can it be that everyone is just willing to work here? How can we be willing? North Sun said with grief, nobody is willing. Creating these top-tier golems is extremely difficult, and it uses up a tremendous amount of our mental energy. And yet, we are still having the life squeezed out of us. The amount of time for rest we have been given is growing less and less. We all hate them for kidnapping us, and in fact many wish to die. I originally wanted to die as well. But, Yuxia's soul is in their hands, North Sun said. If I diligently work to create golems, I can go visit her once a month and speak with her. But if I dare to commit suicide, once I die, they will torment her soul for thousands on thousands of years, never giving her a chance to be reborn. Ning couldn't help but shiver. Never be given the chance to be reborn? I do not dare kill myself. North Sun laughed bitterly. Their general, however, has voluntarily sworn an oath to the Tao of the heavens that if we stay here and peacefully build these constructs, within 1,000 years we will be granted our freedom, and the soul of our loved one will be released as well. Freedom? 1,000 years? Ning understood now. In one hand, a big stick, in the other hand, a carrot. Although the people here were being tormented and exhausted, they still saw hope, and so they were able to endure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 2, The Rescue Plan. Chapter 2, The Rescue Plan. Ning now knew about all the twists and turns that had led to the current situation. He immediately said, Junior apprentice brother, I'll come up with a way to save your Tao companion's soul, then lead you away. Although his heart was filled with a desire for murder, Ning knew very well that the truly important thing was to rescue his junior apprentice brother and the soul of Yuxia. It's useless. Mu North Sun shook his head. There's no way I can leave the forbidden region. Why? Ning hurriedly asked. This mysterious power seems to be worried that we might have a greater teleportation Tao seal hidden within our Zifu region. Without killing us, there's no way they can find out, North Sun said. To prevent us from escaping, when they caught us, they forced us to swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens that unless they voluntarily grant us freedom, if we are to flee this place and go beyond the confines of the Eastwoods mountain range, we shall have our souls shattered. What? Ning was stunned. This was going to be trouble. We only have two paths before us. The first path is the path of death, followed by the souls of our loved ones suffering for countless ages, never to be reborn. The second path is to swear the oath to the Tao of the heavens, then obediently work hard. Those of us who did not commit suicide, we are all hoping for our final freedom, North Sun said. Nin nodded lightly. Aside from the tight watch they maintained, they had also forced North Sun and the others to swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens not to flee. Quite cautious indeed. You said, unless they voluntarily grant you freedom? Ning suddenly asked. Right, North Sun said. After all, the general himself also swore an oath to the Tao of the heavens to free us within 1,000 years. If we are to never be given freedom, many people would likely choose suicide instead. Ning pondered for a moment, then said, "Right, earlier, you said that you and the other Grandmasters are pooling your abilities to create an incomparably terrifying fiend god golem, and that if a celestial immortal was to command it, it could be described as invincible against any foes beneath the true immortal or empyrean god level. Then the creation of this golem must be very hard, right? The materials are quite precious?" There were quite a few celestial immortals who had pure yang treasures. For this fiend god golem to be referred to as invincible against any foes beneath the true immortal or empyrean god level had to mean that it was vastly more valuable than any ordinary pure yang treasure. The creation is indeed quite difficult. North Sun nodded. Although all of us are loose immortals or earth immortals, and have detailed blueprints, the golem formation diagrams within, they are simply unfathomably profound. We Grandmasters are like a horde of ants, diligently working away at the task. We've spent more than 12 years on it, but we've managed to finish more than half of the fiend god golem. I trust that in 2 or 3 more years, we'll have finished it. As for the materials, they are naturally of enormous value. This mighty golem has extremely exacting standards when it comes to its materials. Weaker materials are completely unable to withstand the power that will be circulated through it via the mighty formation diagrams. To put it another way, this fiend god golem is the most important task I have been given since I was brought here. All of the Grandmasters have joined forces to work on it, while the ordinary golem masters are merely working on secondary constructs instead. Nin nodded lightly. All the Grandmasters have joined forces and have spent 12 years on it? Most of you, when first arriving, must have been at a comparatively low level of skill in the Tao of constructs. By working on secondary constructs, your skill began to slowly rise to the level of a Grandmaster, which is to say, the main purpose this forbidden region has had over the past 30 years was to produce this golem. Right. North Sun nodded in agreement. As for the precious materials, they are escorted here by other generals. One time, 7 generals came together in escorting a shipment. Nin nodded. Of course that was how it had to be. A construct meant for a celestial immortal to control, that was invincible against all other celestial immortals. A few dozen or 100 such fiend god golems would probably be enough to completely sweep through the entire world of the Grand Xia. Ning was now a disciple of Patriarch Subhuti and had a certain level of insight into the world, but golems as terrifying as these probably were superior to even top-grade pure yang treasures. They were truly priceless. Since you are here working on this golem, then you definitely will come into contact with it, Ning said. Yes. North Sun nodded. Good. Then I'll make a trip with you, and I'll take away the fiend god golem when the time is right, Ning said confidently. I'll threaten that general and force him to release you and use Xia's soul. How would you enter? What will you transform into? That castle is extremely tightly guarded, no living creatures are allowed in, not even mosquitoes, North Sun said. I'll change into, Ning laughed. A hair on your head. Hair? North Sun was speechless. Ning laughed. Swish. He disappeared into thin air, and then an extra hair appeared on top of North Sun's head. What do you think, junior apprentice brother? Ning's voice echoed out. North Sun, amazed, reached out with his hand to stroke this additional strand of hair that had just appeared. You can do this, . This was indeed a flawless plan. Swish. Ning reappeared. If you transform into my hair, there's no way I could recognize you. But is it possible that someone within the castle might detect you? North Sun asked, worried. Even true immortals and empyrean gods will be unable to detect me, Ning said confidently. The 72 transformations was no ordinary divine ability. Good. North Sun revealed a look of delight. The other Grandmasters and I are working in a region deep within that castle, where we are forging that fiend god golem. That region is primarily meant for us Grandmasters, there are only 2 guards there. No one else will go there to disturb us. Since there's no way for us to escape, they aren't worried about us at all. So long as you go, you'll be able to easily capture that fiend god golem. But senior apprentice brother, North's son said with worry. Once you seize it, everyone in the castle will know right away. In fact, even that general will immediately be aware of it. If you threaten them, they might just kill you, then take the fiend god golem back. Kill me? Ning shook his head. They won't be able to kill me, so they will have to choose to lower their heads. All he had to do was enter his mobile immortal estate for just a brief moment, then immediately use a greater teleportation Dao seal. The enemies would probably truly be forced to lower their heads. North's son began to grow excited as well. His senior apprentice brother's plan was indeed workable. He hurriedly said, "We have to first acquire Yuxia's soul. I'm not afraid of death, but I'm terrified of the thought that Yuxia's soul will be tormented for countless ages." Ning was startled for a moment, then nodded. Right. He could threaten them and force them to submit, but they might just pull out Yuxia's soul to counter-threaten him. His junior apprentice brother would rather die than cause Yuxia to be eternally unable to be reborn. Are you able to acquire Yuxia's soul? Ning asked. It's been a month since I've seen Yuxia, North's son said hurriedly. After I enter the castle, I can request to see Yuxia. Each month, we can see our loved one a single time. They won't refuse, they'll take me there, then I'll see Yuxia. You, senior apprentice brother, will immediately strike and seize her soul. However, seizing Yuxia's soul, or seizing the fiend god golem? We have to choose between the two. North's son began to frown. Ning laughed. That's simple. I'll first go with you on a trip to the fiend god golem, and then I'll go to Yuxia's place. I'll acquire her soul, then immediately use a greater teleportation Dao seal to immediately head to the fiend god golem and seize it as well. A greater teleportation Dao seal? North's son said, worried, but once you move to flee the Eastwoods mountain range, will you have another method of escape? I have a few of these seals, Ning said with a laugh. He did indeed. He had acquired one from the underwater estate, a second from killing young Flame Known, then more than 10 from killing the Monster Kings and the Vile Patriarch on the Crescent World. Every one of the Monster Kings had at least one greater teleportation Dao seal on them. Given their statuses, acquiring one wasn't too hard. And now, given the number of treasures Ning had in his connection with Patriarch Skyfox of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, it wouldn't be too hard for him to buy 8 or 10 greater teleportation Dao seals. First seize Yuxia's soul, then greater teleport to seize the fiend god golem. North's son asked, the seizing of the soul will cause alarms to go off within the castle. I imagine that seizing the fiend god golem will prove troublesome. Don't worry. As long as we are fast enough, and as long as we immediately greater teleport upon acquiring the soul, there will be no one who can stop us, Ning said. The only person in the entire Eastwoods mountain range who can threaten me is that general you spoke of. By the time he hears of the soul being stolen, I'll have already taken the fiend god golem as well. The plan had more or less been set. The two of them discussed some of the finer details, then North's son began to give an introduction to the layout of the castle. Just as the two grew more and more animated in their discussions, North's son's face suddenly turned ashen. Senior apprentice brother. North's son looked towards Ning with worry. If you steal Yuxia's soul, then threaten them to force them to release me, they'll definitely suspect there is a connection between us. Given that you'll have to fight when moving to steal the fiend god golem, you'll probably have to use your skills as a sword immortal, at which point they'll know it is a sword immortal they are facing. They would be able to guess right away that the person who rescued me was most likely you, senior apprentice brother. They'll be able to tell it from your swords. North's son stared at Ning. Ning sighed mentally to himself. His junior apprentice brother had discovered the flaw. Right. He had already been trapped within this Eastwoods mountain range once. Given the power of that mysterious organization, they probably suspected that he had trained in the 8-9 arcane art. Given that he was then able to enter stealthily, then steal the fiend god golem despite the tight defenses and guard, it would probably grow even more certain that he had used the 72 transformations. After all, other methods of entry, such as a greater teleportation, would cause spatial ripples and be discovered. The chances of him being exposed would be very high. He absolutely could not underestimate this foe. They were far too powerful. Ning knew this all along. "Junior apprentice brother," Ning said. "Don't worry. Even if I am exposed in the end, all I'm doing is rescuing you." To this mysterious power, a single Grandmaster of Constructs isn't that important. You are nothing more than one amongst many such Grandmasters. It is the Fiend God Golem which truly matters. So long as they let you free, I'll return that to them. They won't have lost much. They won't go so far as to make an enemy out of a Deofather's disciple over this matter. North Sun shook his head. "Senior apprentice brother, your words are reasonable, but I can sense how savage and arrogant that organization is, and they truly are powerful. I don't want them to act against you. I'd rather stay here and endure the 1,000 years. Will you be able to endure it?" Ning snapped frantically, "Look at yourself right now. You'll probably die halfway through it." "Enough," Ning said seriously. "If you disagree, then I'll do it myself, without your help." Senior apprentice brother, North Sun couldn't believe it. "Decide," Ning said. "Am I going to do this myself, or are we going to do it together? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 3, Class, Winged Immortal. Chapter 3, Class, Winged Immortal. Mu North Sun stared at Ji Ning. Finally, he nodded. "Fine. We two brothers shall do it together." "Ha, that's more like it." Ning laughed, then slapped him on the shoulder. North Sun looked at Ning, then smiled as well. Deep in his heart, however, he firmly engraved the memory of this kindness into his soul. The 2 hours of rest time had concluded. The gray-robed figures all returned from their various residences. North Sun returned as well, his hair still disordered. "Hurry up. All of you, hurry up." The black-robed figures were already snapping at them to move faster, but the Grandmasters remained calm and silent. They completely ignored the black-robed figures. They were Grandmasters of the Tao of Constructs, after all. If they didn't work hard, they might suffer some consequences or punishments, but taking their 2-hour rest was ordinary. The black-robed figures have very low statuses in this mysterious organization. Those Wanxiang and primal-level black-robed figures are merely fiend slaves, while the loose immortal and earth immortal black-robed figures are fiend serfs. Ning had already learned a bit regarding this mysterious organization thanks to North Sun's explanations. Rumble. A blurry light flowed across the castle. The gray-robed figures passed through it to enter the castle, and North Sun entered as well. Ning's field of vision changed. Within the castle gateway, he saw a bronze-armored man whose aura was clearly much more powerful than the individuals he had seen earlier. Bronze-armored guards? Fiend guards? I wonder how many fiend guards this location has, Ning mused to himself. Fiend slaves were at the Wanxiang and primal level. Fiend serfs were at the loose immortal or earth immortal level. Fiend guards were extremely powerful loose immortals. As Ning saw it, most likely each of them was roughly at the power of that vile patriarch he had killed. Above them were the Fiend Lords. The Fiend Lords were the generals, all of them at the celestial immortal level. The corridors within the castle were deep and gloomy. The surrounding area was divided up into numerous large regions, each of which had Grandmasters of the Tao of Constructs. North Sun, however, continued to walk deeper into the castle. Here we are. At the end of the tunnel, a bronze-armored fiend guard said with a laugh, "Open up." Yes. The nearby black-robed fiend serf quickly pushed the door open. It rumbled open, then the gray-robed figures entered. As for Ning, in the shape of a strand of hair, he followed North Sun in as well. Phew! North Sun let out a sigh of relief. Senior Apprentice Brother's transformation abilities truly are formidable. The castle is protected by layers of formations, but it still wasn't able to detect him. After entering through the gate, they were now in an incomparably enormous standalone region. This region was 30,000 meters in circumference, and the gray-robed figures were all standing atop clouds, walking around an enormous golem. The area around the golem was filled with many materials, and all of the grandmasters immediately began their fabrication efforts. That's huge! The Herning stared at the enormous golem. Although I heard Junior Apprentice Brother speak of it, this golem is truly stunning to behold. So when a celestial immortal controls it, it is virtually invincible to anyone below the true immortal or empyrean god level. Per what his Junior Apprentice Brother had said, the most important golem within this forbidden region was referred to as the Fiend God Golem. It was of the Fiend God class. Its body was more than 3,000 meters tall. It was pitch black and appeared similar to a crab in appearance. It had 8 slender, sharp claws, as well as 2 enormous pincers. Its torso was filled with countless runes that joined together into a formation diagram that caused Ning to feel dizzy just looking at it. It was simply too complicated. How savage! Just by looking at it, I can tell that it was meant for war. The aura alone which emanated from this massive, black, half-finished, crab-shaped fiend god golem was already superior to that of an ordinary celestial immortals. This place has experts in the Tao of constructs from more than 100 commanderies, Ning mused to himself. And this is just a single gathering point, yet it's already able to create such terrifying golems. Based on what Junior Apprentice Brother said, they are able to produce one in roughly 10 to 20 years. Then, across the 3,600 commanderies and 4 seas of the Grand Xia dynasty, how many gathering points are there? How many of these golems are they able to produce every century? Ning understood, naturally, that things couldn't be calculated in this manner. After all, the materials required to produce these golems were all extremely expensive. Many grandmasters in the Tao of constructs alone wouldn't suffice, materials would also be needed. This has merely been 30 years. But in the many years before they even came to the world of the Grand Xia, Ning couldn't help but feel shock in his heart. This power was simply unfathomable. No wonder even Patriarch Subhuti, he who possessed the dream of the 3 realms, felt so worried. Swoosh! Suddenly, North Sun halted his forging, flying towards one of the entrances to this region. There were 2 black-robed figures standing at the entrance. What are you doing? Why aren't you forging? One of them barked. I wish to see my Tao companion, North Sun said. See your Tao companion? The black-robed man frowned. I haven't seen her this month, North Sun said. I can see her once a month. Fine, fine. What a pain in the ass. Wait a moment, I'll go inform his lordship, the black-robed figure said. North Sun just stood there obediently. Within another region inside the castle, there were a group of gray-robed figures here as well, surrounding an enormous golem. They couldn't help but stroke the enormous golem in a sad, longing manner. This golem had cost them their blood, sweat, and tears, but now it had been completed, and it was going to be taken away. Although they wore gray robes, their statuses were lower than that of North Sun and his fellows. They were also more numerous, they were comparatively less skilled in the Tao of constructs. Milord, this winged immortal class golem has been finished. There was a red-robed elder standing nearby. One of the black-robed figures made this report respectfully to him. The red-robed elder revealed a smile. The forging speed is rather slow. These young fellows from the world of the Grand Xia truly are weak in the Tao of constructs. It took so many of them so long just to complete a single golem of the winged immortal class. The nearby black-robed figure was secretly speechless. Slow? You old bastard, you don't even know how to forge constructs, and you have a low status within the sect as well. The only thing you can do is flatter the general, which is why you were given the job of overseeing the construction of these golems. If any of the formal disciples of the sect who actually trained in the Tao of constructs was to appear, you'd probably immediately kneel down and lick their toes, you old bastard. Out of the way. The red-robed elder walked forward while shouting loudly, and the gray-robed figures quickly retreated. Smiling merrily, the red-robed elder waved his hand. Instantly, the enormous winged golem, the winged immortal class golem, was stored into his storage bracelet. We've finished yet another winged immortal class. Ha ha ha, within the sect, my branch in the Forbidden region should be ranked amongst the top 10 in producing winged immortals. Once the Fiend God class is completed, we'll most likely all be awarded many gifts. Milord, milord. Suddenly, a voice disturbed the red-robed elder's ruminations. The red-robed elder glanced sideways irritably. Seeing the lowly black-robed figure running towards him, he snapped coldly, "You useless piece of trash, can't you see I'm busy? What's this about, with all the screaming and shouting?" Mu North Sun wishes to see his Tao companion, the black-robed figure said hurriedly. In his heart, however, he was cursing at the old bastard. Fiend slaves, fiend serfs, fiend guards. They were ranked according to power. Strictly speaking, this red-robed elder was merely a fiend serf. However, he was awarded the red robes as a gift and sent to oversee the creation of constructs in this part of the Forbidden region. But in truth, as far as strength went, he was merely on par with the other black-robed figures. Seeing how arrogantly the red-robed elder acted, the black-robed figures naturally felt resentment. All of them hoped for the day when the red-robed elder fell. Mu North Sun? The red-robed elder pursed his lips. What a pain in the ass. Fine, fine, fine. Let's go see him. There were only so many grandmasters within the castle. He naturally memorized the names of every single grandmaster clearly. Soon, the red-robed elder saw North Sun. The Ning saw the red-robed elder as well. North Sun had told him long ago that this red-robed elder was a fairly important figure in the Forbidden region. His name was Chu Huan, and he was in charge of overseeing those who were fabricating the golems. As far as the souls went, it was this red-robed elder who was in charge of hiding them somewhere within the castle. North Sun immediately said, "I wish to see my Tao companion." "Let's go," the red-robed elder said irritably. "You all have a chance to see your family once a month, we'll definitely make it happen. But you have to work hard in your fabrications. If you don't work hard, then, you should know what will happen." North Sun nodded. I know. The red-robed elder walked in front, passing through a wide hall, then entering a slender passageway. Soon, they arrived within a private room. "Wait here. I'll be back shortly," the red-robed elder said. "All right." North Sun sat in the lotus position on a prayer mat. This room was very quiet. The only person present was a black-robed guard who was keeping watch on him from the door. A short while later, the red-robed elder appeared once more. He walked into the room, then also sat down in the lozet position. Snorting coldly, he said, "You only have as much time as needed for a stick of incense to burn down." He waved his hand, and a glittering jade sphere flew out. There was a woman's figure within the jade sphere, her form lithe and slender, carrying a hint of sadness within. "Little Xia," North Sun immediately said excitedly. The woman within the jade globe looked towards him, then immediately said with excitement, "North Sun." The voice of the soul, after exiting the jade sphere, actually reverberated within the room, causing the people present to be able to hear it with their ears. The Ning clucked to himself in surprise. Generally speaking, souls were unable to speak verbally. It seems that it was the jade sphere that allowed this one to speak, but in turn, Yuxia's soul was trapped within it. It seems as though Yuxia and junior apprentice brother truly do have deep love for each other, the Ning observed. "North Sun, I know you are very tired. The woman floated within the jade sphere, saying with worry, "Every time I see you, I feel as though you are even older and more tired than the last time. If you really can't take it anymore, then just stop worrying about me." Humph! The nearby red-robed elder snorted coldly. "The two of you really are quite close to each other." North Sun just looked at the woman in the jade sphere. He said hurriedly, "Little Xia, one day, I will bring you out of here." "Definitely." "Right. Work hard in the service of the general. Within 1,000 years, you shall definitely be set free," the red-robed elder said. North Sun's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at the woman within the jade sphere. Suddenly, he used his elemental key to send a mental message to Ning, "Senior apprentice brother, kill this Chu Huan and grab the soul." "Fine." A single hair from North Sun's tousled hair suddenly vanished. Immediately afterwards, a white-robed man appeared out of nowhere. When the white-robed man appeared, his enormous palm struck out with the full power of the star-seizing hand, slamming down on the body of the surprised and terrified red-robed elder. Boom! Instantly, the red-robed elder was instantly transformed into dust. The white-robed figure waved his hand, collecting the jade sphere, the storage bracelet, and magic treasures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 4, Those Who Bar Me, Die. Chapter 4, Those Who Bar Me, Die. The red-robed elder, Chu Huan, had been instantly slain. The black-robed guard standing at the entrance couldn't help but feel shocked, but in the next instant, a streak of swordlight instantly slashed past him. No, the black-robed figure felt despair. He didn't even have a chance to let out a single cry before the swordlight transformed him into dust. "Let's go." Ning pulled Mu North Sun into his mobile immortal estate, then immediately used a greater teleportation Dao seal. Rumble. Ning disappeared into thin air. What just happened? Why was there such a powerful ripple? The black-robed figures all noticed it. Although Ning had tried to control his power as best he couldn't completely block it from leaking out. After all, the entire castle was filled with guards who had very acute senses. And right at this moment, a spatial ripple appeared. Teleportation. A greater spatial teleportation. The black-robed figures and bronze-armored fiend guards all had changed looks on their faces. Although the defenses here in their castle were extremely tight, there was no way they could block out a greater spatial teleportation. However, outsiders knew nothing of the layout within the castle, and so even if they were to use a greater teleportation, it would be hard for them to teleport into the castle. Deep within the castle, within that giant, stand-alone region, the many gray-robed figures here were like ants that were crawling throughout the areas close to the enormous fiend god golem, constantly forging new parts to further perfect it. Rumble. Ripples of a spatial teleportation. All of the gray-robed grandmasters present were completely absorbed with their forging. The many years they had spent on this task had rendered them numb. They weren't on their guard at all. "Who are you?" A gray-robed person noticed the white-robed Ning suddenly appear out of nowhere. An invader. An outsider. The two black-robed figures that were responsible for overseeing this stand-alone region were all shocked. They let out cries of rage, then charged straight towards Ning. Oomph! Ning let out a cold snort. Waving his hand, he caused the enormous, 3,000-meter-tall fiend god golem to suddenly vanish into thin air. No! The faces of the two attacking black-robed figures completely changed. The invader had actually come for their fiend god-class golem. This was the most important golem in the entire castle. If it truly was to be lost, then the outcome would be disastrous for these two black-robed fiend serfs who were responsible for guarding this place. Streaks of snowy white swordlight came sweeping towards them, causing the world to instantly be frozen. The two black-robed figures were also completely frozen, then shattered into dust. The gray-robed figures in the region all stared in astonishment. Still, all of them were quite uncaring, and so they simply stood there and watched. They were filled with hatred towards the power that controlled this forbidden region. As far as they were concerned, the more black-robed figures died, the better. The white-robed figure is quite formidable. He actually launched an attack within the forbidden region, and by the looks of it, he even knows about the fiend god golem. He took it away right away. He is pretty powerful. The black-robed figures are all at the loose immortal level, but they were eradicated with one blow. It'd be nice if all of the black-robed men and the bronze-armored fiend guards were to die. The gray-robed figures just watched and chatted to the side. The bronze-armored fiend guard outside the entrance to this region noticed the spatial disturbance inside. He came charging inside, but could only watch as the two black-robed figures were instantly killed. There was no chance to save them at all. Do you know where you are? Do you really think this is a place you can just break into? The fiend guard let out an angry howl, then produced a long spear in his hands. He threw it viciously towards Ning. Swoosh! The long spear flashed with golden light, carrying an aura of tremendous power as it stabbed towards Ning. A void-level fiend god? Ning laughed coldly. The bronze-armored fiend guards all at least had the power of loose immortals who had lived for 1,000,000 years. This particular bronze-armored fiend guard was one of the most powerful fiend guards in this area. He was an ancient void-level fiend god. This was why he had been assigned the duty of watching this region. Die! Ning swept out with his palm. His palm instantly transformed, becoming more than 300 meters long. After using the star-seizing hand, Ning's palm carried an unearthly level of power. He slapped downwards, swatting the golden long spear aside. Although Ning's star-seizing hand had merely reached the third cycle, it already had the power of a pure yang treasure. The reason why Ning rarely used his hands to attack, preferring to use his immortal swords, was simply because he was afraid that others would find out about him possessing the star-seizing hand. However, Ning now trained in the 8-9 arcane art, causing his entire body to become powerful. Thus, he could use his hands to attack without fear of the star-seizing hand being exposed. Sword immortals didn't necessarily have to use swords all the time. To a true sword immortal, a blade of grass, a stick, a long staff, a spear, a palm, a leg, all of these could be used to execute swordplay. Ning's enormous, massive palm glowed with a blurry golden light, as though it were a giant golden sword. How can this be? The void-level fiend guard was shocked. Letting out a growling roar, he used one hand to grab his long spear while using the other to block towards Ning. Bang! The enormous palm struck him directly on his body. The powerful void-level fiend guard only had enough time to let out an agonized roar before his body was blasted apart. Just as his shattered body began to attempt to heal, a second, similarly enormous palm came slamming towards him. The two palms merged into a single palm which once more splattered the body of the fiend guard. Bang! 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 The two giant palms struck out repeatedly at a lightning-fast speed, each time shattering the body of the fiend guard into ever smaller pieces. More and more of the fiend guard's divine power was used up, and after just a few more strikes, all of the divine power within his body had been depleted. In just the blink of an eye, the void-level fiend guard had been killed. Such power. But, he's too incredible. The watching gray-robed figures were all stupefied by what they saw. They knew exactly how powerful that bronze-armored fiend guard had been. A void-level fiend god. And yet, he had been killed, just like that? This is the true, star-seizing hand. This was the first time Ning had truly unleashed the power of the star-seizing hand, as much as he pleased. After I train in the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand, my hands alone will be comparable to supreme pure yang treasures, close to middle-grade protocosmic treasures. By then, the power of my star-seizing hand shall undoubtedly be even greater. The fifth cycle would make his hands comparable to supreme protocosmic treasures. The sixth cycle was the level which Daoist Three Lives had reached. At this level, he would be able to effortlessly shatter an entire major world with his hands. Boom! Ning collected the treasures left behind by the fiend guard, then charged out of the region like a primordial fiend god in full flight. Stop him. Kill him. All the black-robed men and bronze-armored fiend guards within the castle were quickly gathering together. Within the Eastwoods sect of the Eastwoods mountain range, a silver-armored youth was fishing in a leisurely manner. Suddenly, a spatial ripple. It was like a stone had fallen into a lake, causing a ripple to spread in every direction. When it reached the silver-armored youth, his face instantly changed as he turned to look towards the forbidden region. A greater spatial teleportation? Not good. Bang! The silver-armored youth instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the forbidden region. He moved lightning fast. Although the forbidden region was protected by layers of mighty formations, the formations were all under his control. He was able to easily bypass all of them, and he quickly arrived within that massive gorge. He immediately saw that castle up ahead. Sounds of explosions could be heard from within the castle. Everything was in a state of the utmost chaos. "Those who bar me, die." An icy voice roared out from within the castle. The faces of the black-robed figures outside the castle were all ashen, and terror could be seen in their eyes. "It's only been a few moments, but 3 of my bronze-armored fiend guards have died already? Even Boja died?" When the silver-armored youth sensed what had happened, his face grew even uglier. The fiend guards were the most powerful warriors under his command. He knew all of them intimately. As he sensed one mighty aura after another be wiped out, he couldn't help but feel shocked and realize how terrifying this foe was. It had taken him very little time to return to the forbidden region, but 3 bronze-armored fiend guards had already perished, to say nothing of the black-robed figures. "Someone dares attack on my territory." The next feeling this silver-robed youth had was a feeling of anger and humiliation that he had never felt before. This was a proud man. Die! The silver-robed youth could sense that the powerful figure within the castle had already charged out to the castle gates. The restrictions within the castle were also under the control of the general, and so he could clearly sense everything going on within it, as well as the fact that the fiend god golem had already vanished. A fiery godbow suddenly appeared in the silver-armored youth's hands, and a similarly fiery arrow appeared as well. He pulled the bow. He fired the arrow. Bang! The arrow shot out, instantly transforming into an enormous, divine flaming dragon that surged straight towards the castle gates. A terrifying swordlight flew out from the castle gates, transforming into a divine black dragon. The divine black dragon and the divine flaming dragon collided against each other in midair, and in that instant, a white-robed youth walked out from the castle gates. The white-robed youth was surrounded with a teeming mass of immortal swords, each one possessing an unearthly amount of power. They spread out in every direction, as though escorting their emperor forward. The white-robed youth raised his head, looking upwards. He saw the distant silver-armored youth in the distant skies. The silver-armored youth lowered his head, looking at the white-robed youth. Their gazes met in midair, colliding as though they had mass to them. Nearly 200 immortal swords? And all of them seemed to be top-grade immortal ranked. A bow? Can it be that he, too, is a master archer? Each had their own thoughts. Rumble! The terrifying arrow and the light of the greater thousand swords formation collided head-on. The entire world seemed to go dark for a moment. And then, with a rumbling sound, rippling shockwaves spread out in every direction, with the ripples containing hints of sharp light. When the ripples struck some of the nearby black-robed figures, they were instantly turned into dust. Block! Block it! More than 10 loose immortals perished before the rest of the black-robed figures were able to escape from that ripple. Fiend serfs, all of you, step back, the silver-armored youth barked coldly. In a fight on this level, these black-robed loose immortals would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Yes. Instantly, all of the black-robed figures hurriedly fled. They normally like to flaunt their power, and they could kill Wansheng adepts and primal adepts as easily as killing chickens, but upon encountering this terrifying figure, it was their turn to become the chickens. Fleeing? I have not permitted it. The distant white-robed Ning let out an angry roar. Instantly, 100 of the top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords around him shot out in every direction, striking towards the fleeing black-robed loose immortals. Ning had sworn long ago that he wouldn't spare a single one of these figures who had harmed his junior apprentice brother. You are courting death. The silver-armored youth was enraged. He waved his hand, and instantly a black cloud that covered the skies appeared, spraying in every direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 5, Who Will Give Me My Freedom? Chapter 5, Who Will Give Me My Freedom? The black cloud was filled with a resilient power that covered the entire region below. The 100 top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords were unable to penetrate the black cloud, but Ning's attack was simply too fast. Prior to the black cloud appearing, he had killed more than 20 of the black-robed loose immortals. The silver-armored youth's face grew even grimmer. Break! Ning took back his immortal swords, then began to condense a streak of swordlight generated from the second stage of the Greater Thousand Swords formation. This blindingly bright swordlight transformed into a divine black dragon which ripped apart the black clouds, soaring forward with arrogant abandon. The silver-armored youth waved his hand, summoning the black cloud back. He glanced downwards, seeing that the black-robed figures had already fled by now. Swoosh! 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 One bronze-armored fiend guard after another began to arrive, coming to gather in the air behind the bronze-armored youth. Fiend guards, join into formation and launch a combined attack. The silver-armored youth pointed downwards, then shouted, "You are not to attack separately." Yes. Instantly, the fiend guards began to organize into squads of 9, joining into formations that transformed into god beasts that were 300 meters long. This type of god beast appeared to be a tiger, but had even sharper claws and even longer fangs, while its fur was shaggier. Their eyes were filled a cold azure light. A Bayan god beast tiger? Ning was startled. Last time, I encountered Bloodcloud Hall's Serpent formation. I didn't expect to encounter a Bayan formation this time. This organization really is quite formidable. 1. Countless ages ago, the ancestor dragon was born from the primordial chaos. It was the most ancient of divine dragons, the first to be born from the chaos. It was even older than the torch dragon. As the first dragon, it became known as the ancestor dragon. The ancestor dragon had 9 sons. 2. Every single one of the 9 sons of the dragon possessed tremendous power, and the Bayan tiger was one of them. Kill! Kill him! The 3 Bayan god beast tigers charged downwards from midair. Ning raised his head, staring up at those 3 Bayan god beasts. He suddenly sensed the castle behind him beginning to shake. Turning his head, he glanced backwards, only to see another Bayan god beast charging from him from the castle gates as well. There had also been some bronze-armored fiend guards within the castle. Because Ning had attacked so unexpectedly, they hadn't had the chance to join together into a formation yet. This white-robed man's immortal swords are quite formidable. He should be a powerful sword immortal who is a key refiner. Although key refining sword immortals are formidable, they hate close combat. If we attack en masse, and if one of our claws land on him, he's dead. Kill him. Otherwise, both the general and us shall be doomed. They all harbored murderous thoughts in their mind. None of them wanted to let Ning leave alive. This was because the fact that the Eastwoods mountain range was being used to manufacture golems was a matter of the utmost secrecy. Once this location was exposed, the Grand Xia dynasty would probably begin a frantic investigation. Now that they had a specific target, they'd probably be able to uncover even more gathering spots. It must be understood that up till now, not a single one of the gathering points had been exposed yet. Although the Grand Xia dynasty had discovered that a few places were rather strange, they weren't sure what the places were doing, and so the dynasty hadn't made any rash decisions yet. The Eastwoods mountain range gathering point was damnably unlucky. After all, the only person in the entire world of the Grand Xia who trained in the 72 transformations was Ning. Only he had the ability to stealthily infiltrate this place. Anyone else would have been completely unable to enter the area and discover the secrets within. We can't let him escape. The silver-armored youth's eyes flashed with cold light as he stared down from the skies towards Ning. If he flees, we'll be in big trouble. The master will definitely blame me for this. The 4 Bayan God Beast Tigers all possessed auras of tremendous power and majesty. Every single one of them was comparable to the boss serpent of Bloodcloud Hall which had attempted to assassinate Ning, but this Ning was no longer the Ning of the past. After reaching the 16th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens, his power had skyrocketed once more. F***ck off. An enormous palm, also 300 meters long, swatted down towards one of the Bayan tigers. The Bayan God Beast howled and swept out with its sharp paws, making full use of its extremely long and knife-sharp claws. Bang! The giant palm, covered with golden light, completely knocked this Bayan God Beast flying. The other 3 Bayan tigers attacked wildly en masse, but Ning began to brandish his other palm as well. As he did so, this palm also instantly increased to a size of 300 meters, and it too swatted a Bayan God Beast away. 3 heads, 6 arms. Ning transformed into his 3-headed, 6-armed form. Now, 6 utterly enormous palms were slapping and swatting in every direction. His palm strikes all possessed the power of a pure yang treasure. They were far superior to immortal swords. In addition, using immortal swords required the use of elemental ki, whereas his star-seizing hand, enhanced hands had been transformed into magic treasures long ago. Just like the 8-9 arcane art, his palms didn't need to use any divine power at all. However, actively using the star-seizing hand to unleash tremendous strength did require the use of divine power. Boom! 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 6 giant palms, each flashing with a sharp golden light, struck out like a series of sharp swords, either chopping or thrusting or swatting. The 4 Bayan God Beast Tigers had intended on launching a group assault, but they were instead knocked flying backwards, one after the other. General, General, this man is a fiend god. And his divine body is extremely powerful. His body seems to be as unbreakable as a Vajra. He's actually able to block our attacks just using his hands. The bronze-armored fiend guards all sent hurried mental messages to the silver-armored youth. The silver-armored youth, upon seeing this happen from his position in midair, had an unsightly look on his face. I didn't expect that his close combat abilities would be even more formidable than his sword formation abilities. In truth, if Ning had to use immortal swords, his close combat abilities truly would be a bit weaker, but by relying on the power of his palms, he was actually slightly more powerful than the second stage of the Greater Thousand Swords formation. Ahaha! General, do you wish to keep fighting? You aren't able to do anything to me, while I can leave whenever I want. Ning's laughter rang out from below. Halt! The silver-armored youth barked. Instantly, all 4 of the Bayan God Beast Tigers hurriedly retreated, coming to hover in the air to each side of the silver-armored youth. They stared at the distant, white-robed Ning. All of them were rather shocked. The 36 of them, all fiend guards, were actually unable to do anything to this person, even when fighting together. No wonder he had been able to so effortlessly slaughter them in the castle earlier. Given your power, you should have been able to use a greater teleportation Dao seal to leave long ago, when you were still inside the castle, the silver-armored man said coldly. But you didn't. This was for the sake of Mu North Sun, right? Ning was startled. He had used the 72 transformations to completely change his aura. Why was it that this general immediately mentioned Mu North Sun? Ning. The silver-armored youth looked downwards. He said coldly, "Did you think I wouldn't be able to guess that it was you? In the entire world of the Grand Xia, the only ability that could allow someone to so stealthily infiltrate this castle is probably you, after using your 72 transformations. When I also noticed that the only Grandmaster within the castle who vanished was Mu Northsun, the only person I could think of who would come to save him would be you, Ning. Previously, I wasn't completely certain that you trained in the 8-9 arcane art, but now, I am." The silver-armored man let out a cold laugh. The white-robed youth below let out a loud laugh as well. His body flickered, then transformed into that of the fur-clad Ning. "Correct. It is indeed me. I knew that I wouldn't be able to hide the fact that I trained in the 8-9 arcane art for too much longer. After all, last time, I ended up trapped in your Eastwoods mountain range for quite some time. I didn't expect you to be able to guess it right away this time," Ning said. "I know that this fiend god golem of yours is quite important. I can give it back to you, but you have to release my junior apprentice brother, Mu Northsun, and give him back his freedom. I trust that reobtaining a golem like this, comparable to a top-grade pure yang treasure, in exchange for just giving me my junior apprentice brother is actually quite a decent bargain," Ning said. "A decent bargain? No. This is nothing more than a half-finished golem, it's not even finished." "It isn't actually worth that much," the silver-armored youth said. "Perhaps not to outsiders, but to you, it is extremely valuable. You can work on it and complete it." Ning raised his head to stare at the silver-armored youth. "I have only one request. Give my junior apprentice brother his freedom back. Ha ha ha, freedom?" The silver-armored youth was so enraged, he began to laugh. "If I give Mu Northsun his freedom, who will give me my freedom?" Ning was startled. "Who would give him his freedom? You've discovered this forbidden region, which means its secret has been revealed. If I don't kill you, how can I escape punishment?" A savage look was on the silver-armored man's face. "Both you and your junior apprentice brother can die." Ning instantly understood. Given that the mysterious power divided up its forces into fiend slaves, fiend serfs, fiend guards, and fiend lords, they undoubtedly held their fiend lords to very high standards. Ning had barged into this location. Once he exposed its secrets, the mysterious power would be put on a very bad position. "Wait a moment," Ning said hurriedly. "I'm willing to swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens that I will not reveal what is happening here within the Eastwoods mountain range to anyone, and I will also return your fiend god golem to you. You, in exchange, will release my junior apprentice brother. Even if you swear an oath to the Tao of the Heavens, I will still be punished. Thus, only if you die will I be safe." The silver-armored youth let out a low growl. "Do you think that just because you've trained in the 8-9 arcane art, that I am unable to do anything to you? Humph, humph. Many celestial immortals have perished before me, much less you, a mere void level." As his words came out, an azure serpent that was more than 10 kilometers long suddenly appeared in midair. This azure serpent was extremely slender, and it came coiling towards Ning. "A rope?" Ning was startled. The 8-9 arcane art, divine ability feared restrictive magic treasures the most. For example, if he ended up being bound by this rope, there would be no way he could use any Tao seals or enter his immortal estate. That would be very bad indeed. Thus, he absolutely could not let himself be bound. "All I'm asking is that you let my junior apprentice brother go free." Immortal swords clustered around Ning as a sharp golden swordlight began to form in front of him. "Only if I kill you will I be able to live comfortably," the silver-armored youth bellowed back. The golden swordlight collided against the enormous azure serpent in midair. The power of that rope, in the shape of the azure serpent, was truly tremendous. A single collision with it was enough to completely blast apart the divine black dragon which Ning's golden swordlight had transformed into. "If you don't agree, then I'll beat you until you do." Ning had grown angry now as well. A black-robed Ning suddenly appeared out of nowhere next to him. The two Nings stood there, shoulder to shoulder. A total of 324 top-grade immortal ranked magic treasures appeared in midair. His true body and his primal twin each controlled 162 of these immortal swords. It must be understood that the memories and minds of the two bodies were completely linked and synced, and both of them trained in the Dark North Sutra as key refiners, and in fact, both were the late void level. The power of the Dark North Sutra filled every single one of the top-grade immortal ranked flying swords. Although his true body and his primal twin controlled the swords separately, it was as though a single person was controlling them. And thus, a total of more than 300 top-grade immortal ranked flying swords were able to completely join together in formation. Re20-Vol11. A golden immortal sword, carrying a terrifying aura of majesty, manifested before Ning's true body and primal twin. Greater Thousand Swords Formation, Stage 4. This was Ning's true maximum combat power as a key refiner. Power that was even greater than his true body's close combat abilities. The fur-clad Ning and the black-robed Ning simultaneously let out an enraged roar. Kill. 1. Note, back in Book 2, Chapter 10, Ning encountered and killed a Bayan tiger, but that was a normal one that was not a god beast. It was called an beast, whereas this one is called a Bayan god beast. 2. This is based on real Chinese mythology, the 9 Sons of the Dragon, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/9_sons_of_the_dragon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 6, Soul Tamer Jade. Chapter 6, Soul Tamer Jade. Many combination formations, such as the Ba Serpent formation or the Bayan formation, relied on different people occupying different parts of the formation. Upon coming together, their strength would increase explosively. What Ning was currently using with his primal twin was something similar, something which mimicked a combination formation. Although this wasn't intentional, it was even more meticulous and intricate than many true combination formations. Roar. The golden immortal sword before them transformed into an incomparably massive divine black dragon that was coiled. The divine black dragon let out a draconic roar, and the sound of this roar completely shook the world around them. This was a majesty that came from more than 300 top-grade immortal ranked flying swords, after their power had been merged together through the Greater Thousand Swords formation. This power was so great, it eclipsed that of most divine abilities that fiend god body refiners trained in. What? The silver-armored youth's face changed slightly as he stared down from midair. Block. Hisses. The azure serpent-formed rope in midair let out a hissing sound. The enormous azure serpent slithered forth, moving to collide head-on against the divine black dragon. The divine dragon soared into the skies. The azure serpent came slithering forth. Boom! The world itself shook tremendously, and then a blast of wild power exploded out in an omnidirectional ripple. When it struck the bodies of those 4 Bayan god beasts, a series of crackling sounds could be heard, but of course, they were able to withstand this level of energy. As for those weaker black-robed loose immortals, they had fled far away long ago. The gorge around them, however, was in for some pain. It rumbled as the ground began to crack apart, and many nearby boulders were transformed into dust. The cliffs on each side of the gorge began to break apart on a large scale. Faced with that blast of wild power, the surface of the castle began to flicker with a dark light. It managed to withstand the collisive force. Not good. The silver-armored man's face changed dramatically. The azure serpent in the air had been completely destroyed, transforming back into its original form of a rope. The divine black dragon, however, was still filled with enormous power. It continued to roar with abandon, wanting to continue to strike against the azure serpent. This Ning is actually so powerful. He's not even a celestial immortal yet, but the power of his immortal swords is already so great. You want to capture me? General, you aren't strong enough yet. The fur-clad Ning and the black-robed Ning both let out furious roars. Roar. Dot. The divine black dragon in the skies let out a draconic roar as well, then continued its upwards charge. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I have to capture him. The silver-armored youth gritted his teeth. He didn't want to fail, he wasn't willing to accept the repercussions of failure. His hands joined together to form a seal as he shouted loudly, Azura. A powerful immortal power rapidly began to summon the majestic power of the heavens and the earth, forming a tall, skinny, hideous, and completely black warrior. This hideous warrior hefted a double-edged blade with 3 tips and pointed it straight towards Ning, letting out a bellow, little thief, die. And then, the hideous warrior charged straight forward. Celestial Guardian Dragon. The silver-armored youth's hand seals changed once again. Yet another creature appeared in midair, a coiling divine dragon which was golden in color. The divine golden dragon let out a draconic roar of its own, then charged downwards as well. Bind! The enormous rope in midair once more transformed into that queer azure serpent. This time, the azure serpent's tail had a snakehead at the end, it now had a head on each end, and it howled through the air as it charged towards Ning. Controlling 2 secret arts and this magic treasure was actually extremely tiring for the silver-armored general as well. Break! 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 The fur-clad Ning and the black-robed Ning simultaneously controlled the Greater Thousand Swords formation, using the more than 300 top-grade immortal-ranked magic swords to once more generate that incomparably sharp golden flying sword. The golden flying sword howled through the air, transforming into that divine black dragon. Now, there were 2 of the divine black dragons in the air. Simultaneously maintaining 2 of the 4th stage, Greater Thousand Swords formation, swordlights was a tremendous burden on Ning as well. Bind him. I have to bind him. A look of savagery was on the face of the silver-armored youth. I was only able to escape after enduring for countless years. I don't want to be punished again. Absolutely not. Dot. From high up in the skies, the hideous Azura warrior, the celestial guardian dragon, and the 2-headed azure serpent launched simultaneous attacks downwards. 2 divine black dragons flew upwards, greeting the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions could be heard from within the skies, and the surrounding area was filled with clashing blasts and ripples of power. Ha ha, General, this bit of ability isn't enough, Ning laughed loudly. The 4th stage, Greater Thousand Swords formation, swordlight, in the shape of the 2 divine dragons, was actually able to blast apart the Azura warrior and the celestial guardian dragon before vanishing. Suppression! The silver-armored youth suddenly waved his hand, and 1 giant seal after another began to appear in the skies. A total of 7 grand seals appeared, each glowing with blurry light. The grand seals were covered with some characters, and they hovered there in the skies like giant mountains. Light flowed from one seal to another, merging them into a single whole. Crush him! The silver-armored youth pointed furiously towards Ning. The 7 grand seals descended in awe-inspiring fashion en masse, rapidly joining together as they descended. They actually transformed into a true, enormous mountain as they smashed towards Ning. Break! Ning pointed upwards as well. The swordlight of the Greater Thousand Swords formation, in the form of 2 divine black dragons, soared straight into the heavens like fish that were swimming against the flow. Boom! The enormous mountain came crashing down. Both of the divine black dragons were actually blasted apart, causing Ning's pupils to contract. He immediately executed his divine ability, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed giant that was 300 meters tall. Ning simultaneously struck out with 6 mighty palms from his true body, slapping them against the descending mountain. Rumble! The world itself seemed to shake. Ning's true body was actually pushed all the way into the ground, which completely caved in and shattered in every direction. Ning's true body was pressed chest-deep into the ground, but with a flicker he once more re-emerged. Ha ha, General, what a fine ability! Ning laughed as he looked at the silver-armored youth. The silver-armored youth had a gloomy look on his face. Damn! Damn! The silver-armored youth's heart was filled with resentment. He now knew exactly how strong Ning was. He had to admit, this foe's sword formation was incredibly powerful, but in terms of raw strength, Ning was definitely far inferior to him. He was a supreme figure even amongst celestial immortals, after all. But this wasn't a competition to see who was better, it was a fight where he had to capture his foe using his rope. If they were simply competing to see who was better, he could wantonly use his 7 low-grade pure yang treasures, those 7 mighty seals, to unleash his most powerful attacks. But what he was trying to do was to trap his foe, thus, he had to divert some of his attention to controlling his rope, and also use quite a great deal of his energy to strengthen the rope. It was no easy feat to capture or trap a fiend god who trained in the 8-9 arcane art. Since he had to split his attention up between his rope and the seals, he was naturally unable to use the seals to the full extent of their power. You win! The silver-armored youth gave Ning a dark look. I can neither kill you nor capture you. He was clearly significantly stronger than Ning, but he was simply unable to capture him. This was what made the 8-9 arcane art so formidable. There had to be an utterly enormous difference in power, allowing him to first break apart Ning's defense before capturing him. Clearly, the difference in power between the general and Ning, while significant, wasn't ridiculously huge. The entire gorge had been transformed into rubble. In the air above the rubble, the only figures that could be seen were the silver-armored general, a group of bronze-armored fiend guards, as well as Ning and Mu Northsun. The silver-armored general had finally bowed his head. He was unable to kill Ning, and would be unable to avoid punishment. All he could do now was try his best to lessen the amount of damage caused and lower the amount of punishment he would receive. Good. Ning smiled and nodded. That's wise. The nearby Northsun immediately had a look of relief appear within his eyes. Right then and there, Ning, Mu Northsun, and the silver-armored general all swore oaths to the Tao of the Heavens. Ning's promise was that if Mu Northsun was given freedom, he absolutely would not reveal the secret of the castle to others. Northsun swore the same, that he absolutely wouldn't reveal this secret to anyone else. The silver-armored general naturally gave Northsun his freedom back after this. General, please open your formation and let us leave. Ning stood there in midair, Northsun by his side with a relieved look on his face. He seemed to have suddenly become filled with vitality, as well as hope for the future. Not so fast. The silver-armored general let out a sigh. Before you leave, I will tell you a bit of bad news. Ning and Northsun's faces instantly changed. Bad news? This was a disastrous defeat for me. The silver-armored general sighed. The Forbidden Region was under very tight guard, and even the formations experts which I captured were all forced to swear oaths to the Tao of the Heavens not to flee. If they do, they die. Thus, I never thought that someone would be able to sneak in. I suppose I'm just damned unlucky to encounter someone who trains in the 8-9 arcane art. Enough with the crap. What do you want to say? Ning barked with a frown. After the silver-armored general let out another series of sighs, he looked towards Ning and Northsun, then said with a cold laugh, the person in charge of matters within the castle, Chu Huan, is already dead. If my guess is correct, this Mu Northsun has already taken his loved one's soul back. Northsun barked, so what if I did? Have you heard of Soul Tamer Jade? The silver-armored general chortled as he spoke. He felt delighted in being able to irritate these two figures. Soul Tamer Jade? Northsun and Ning's faces instantly changed. Ning had learned about quite a few bits of common knowledge regarding the three realms while at Mount Innerheart. Naturally, he knew of Soul Tamer Jade. As for Northsun, given he had analyzed the Tao of constructs quite extensively, he naturally had heard of Soul Tamer Jade, one of the legendary materials for the Tao of constructs. Soul Tamer Jade, once a soul was placed into the Soul Tamer Jade, it would become one with the Jade. There would be no chance of escape. However, the soul would be nourished by the Soul Tamer Jade, so long as it didn't suffer any attacks and wasn't destroyed, the soul inside could live forever. Generally speaking, golem experts would place soul tamer jade into their golems, allowing the soul within the soul tamer jade to control the golem, making it sentient. Can it be that you can't tell? The silver-armored general smiled. That crystalline globe used to store her soul as soul tamer jade, but... What? North Sun was shocked and angry. It's finished. Ning looked towards his nearby junior apprentice brother. Now that Yu Xia's soul had been placed within that soul tamer jade globe, she would never be able to emerge from within it. She would forever have to live within that tiny little space. This was actually quite a painful thing, and she would have forever lost her chance to be reincarnated. But perhaps this is a good thing, Ning mused. There were two sides to every coin. Yu Xia's soul had been merged into the soul tamer jade, and she would never be able to leave or be reborn. This was indeed quite a painful thing. And yet, this meant that she would still be able to accompany North Sun. Mu North Sun, the distant silver-armored general said with a cold laugh, your loved one's soul shall accompany you for eternity. You are quite blessed. But, don't forget that she'll be forever trapped within that tiny space. How agonizing must that be? This sort of agony will accompany her for countless ages, until the day comes that she is attacked and her body is destroyed. In that moment, her soul shall shatter. North Sun gritted his teeth. Little Xia. He felt guilt. Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. The distant silver-armored general, however, just laughed loudly. See how nice I am? I even told you this bit of information. Alright, you can scram now. Let's go. Ning gave the distant silver-armored general a cold glare, then took North Sun into his mobile immortal estate. He then flew into the skies, the formations not blocking him at all. Ning quickly flew away, then once more used a spatial teleportation technique. He disappeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 7, The Cave Master. Chapter 7, The Cave Master. The silver-armored youth raised his head, staring at the sky. It was dusk. He let out a sigh. My happy days are coming to an end. General. The bronze-armored fiend guards all nervously stared at the silver-armored youth. After sighing, the silver-armored youth turned and quickly moved through the many layers of restrictive formations around the forbidden region. Outside were gathered many of the black-robed figures, as well as the members of the Eastwood sect. The enormous disturbance and the spatial teleportations had attracted attention from many outsiders. General. The Eastwood sect leader hurriedly went forward to greet him. What has happened? Is there anything you need our Eastwood sect to do? What happened? The silver-armored general murmured these words, then waved his hand. Instantly, the illusion of an enormous mountain appeared out of nowhere. It smashed straight down on the body of the Eastwood sect leader. Boom! The Eastwood sect leader was completely smashed into pulp, then the remnants were transformed into dust that flew away. The surrounding loose Immortals, Earth Immortals, Primal Taoists, Wanxiang Adepts, and other disciples of the Eastwood sect were all in disbelief. Some of them, however, revealed looks of joy. It's good that he died. The Eastwood sect leader had been a classic case of a spineless figure who had quickly capitulated. This caused some of the disciples who had been unhappy with the current state of affairs to feel disdain for him. The silver-armored general instructed calmly, all disciples of the Eastwood sect, hear me, if you are willing to be loyal to me and serve me, if you are willing to become slaves under my command, go down on your knees immediately. But his voice was actually quite soft, but it echoed within the minds of each member of the Eastwood sect. Everyone in the sect, whether roaming around, patrolling the mountain, training, or resting in seclusion, was completely stunned. You have to a count of 10 to decide, the silver-armored general said calmly. Willing. I'm willing. Instantly, some disciples capitulated and knelt down. However, quite a few disciples revealed looks of disbelief. Loyalty? Submission? This was simple. But willingly become slaves? This was too ridiculous. They were immortal cultivators, and many of them had felt unhappy for quite some time now. At first, the silver-armored general had been fairly amiable towards them, but now he actually spoke of them being his slaves? Slaves, that meant giving their lives to him and completely obeying his orders. 10. 9. 8. 7. The silver-armored general counted slowly. 6. 5. After counting to 5, he suddenly stopped counting. The silver-armored general let out a laugh. With a single step, he moved to stand high up in the air. The world itself began to shudder, and one massive mountain after another began to lift up and hover in the air. This was the divine venom flame of the 9 heavens cauldron which he had previously used against Ning. The Eastwood sect has more than 39,000 disciples. The silver-armored general's voice reverberated in the air. More than 20,000 have knelt, including 21 loose immortals and earth immortals and 301 primal Taoists. These 322 are permitted to remain alive, the rest shall all perish. His voice reverberated throughout the entire Eastwood's mountain range. And then, flames began to erupt throughout the area, moving to fill every single part of the Eastwood's mountain range. General, you haven't finished counting to 10 yet. General! The hesitating loose immortals and earth immortals, upon seeing this, instantly began to call out frantically. Some of the primal Taoists, earth immortals, and loose immortals actually fell to their knees right away. Too late, the silver-armored general laughed. Streaks of flame were filling the entire region. Those hidden away in secret rooms, those roving the mountains, those fleeing, all of them were turned to ash as soon as they were touched by the flames. The divine venom flame of the 9 heavens was very dangerous for celestial immortals. How could these ordinary disciples of the Eastwood sect possibly withstand it? No! I submitted. General, I'm willing to be your slave. A youth cried out miserably, right before he was burnt to ash by the flames. A puny Zifu disciple, just what am I supposed to do with you? The silver-armored general sneered. Despair filled every part of the Eastwood's mountain range. The only ones to survive were the primal Taoists and void-level immortals who had knelt by the count of 5. The others' disciples perished to the man. Some of them chose to self-detonate, but their souls were still trapped by the grand formation protecting the Eastwood's mountain range. Their souls were annihilated, none were spared at all. Moments later, things turned completely silent. Come in. The silver-armored general waved his hand, and an enormous sack suddenly appeared. The mouth of the sack opened, instantly drawing in the primal Taoists, loose immortals, and earth immortals below him. He made one more trip to the forbidden region, collecting all of the grandmasters of the Tao of constructs, the castle, and the other things within. Time to go. The silver-armored general led his bronze-armored fiend guards to the entrance to that black, fog-shrouded cave, then stepped straight into it. Moments later, the cave entrance itself disappeared. The entire Eastwood's mountain range had become completely silent. All living creatures, including the animals that had lived here, had been completely wiped out. Even all the formations present, such as the divine venom flame of the 9 heavens cauldron, had been broken. The Eastwood sect, starting from today, it truly no longer existed. This was an extremely large world. The commandery city in the center of this world was an incomparably massive fortress. The fortress was so large that even celestial immortals would be unable to see it in its entirety. We're back. We've finally returned to the 5th world. A black foggy cave entrance appeared in the skies, and the silver-armored youth and his bronze-armored fiend guards appeared from within it. Rumble, an invisible surge of power swept across the squad. General. The bronze-armored fiend guards looked towards the silver-armored youth. Go to the headquarters and await further orders, the silver-armored general said with a sigh. This time, I shall most probably be sent into exile, and you'll probably have to suffer with me. It's not your fault, General. If we have to blame someone, we have to blame that Ning. Right. That Ning actually knew the 8-9 arcane art. You can't be blamed at all, General. The crowd of bronze-armored fiend guards hurriedly said. The silver-armored general chuckled. All right. I need to go see the cave master. Go ahead and wait for me in the headquarters. Yes, the bronze-armored fiend guard said. The silver-armored youth transformed into a streak of light, soaring down from the skies and into that castle below. A corridor automatically opened, granting him entrance. As for the bronze-armored fiend guards, they all had to land and walk in through the gates to the city. The general was a celestial immortal, after all, his status was much higher than theirs. Within a massive palace, a man dressed in fiery red robes was seated up high on a royal throne, staring downwards. His terrifying aura was absolutely no weaker than that of the Grand Xia emperors. The silver-armored youth moved into the palace, then respectfully bowed from the waist. Greetings, Cave Master. Buchasi. The fire-robed man glanced downwards, then frowned slightly. Aren't you supposed to be in Flame Door Commandery of the world of the Grand Xia? Your assignment is to watch over the construction of the constructs there, you can't let anything go wrong. Why have you left the world of the Grand Xia and returned here without being summoned? Your subordinate's base in the Eastwoods mountain range of Flame Door Commandery was infiltrated. The silver-armored youth honestly told the complete story of what had happened, because he knew exactly how powerful this organization was. Even if he didn't tell the truth, within a single day, the organization would learn of everything which had happened in the Eastwoods mountain range. The 8-9 arcane art? Ning? The fire-robed man frowned. The silver-armored youth was so nervous, sweat emerged from his forehead. You truly have disappointed me. The fire-robed man shook his head and sighed. Cave Master, the silver-armored youth felt some unwillingness to accept this. He truly could not be held to blame for what had happened. Any base would have found it difficult to deal with the 8-9 arcane art. Successes are to be rewarded. Mistakes are to be punished, the Cave Master said coldly. Buchasi, because of you, our invasion of the world of the Grand Xia will become even more difficult. I punish you thusly. Take your subordinates and go to the Mount Steel Major world. Establish a new base there and continue to manufacture constructs. In addition, within 100 years, you must slay 5 celestial immortals. The silver-armored youth's heart shook. The Mount Steel Major world? That world was completely different from the world of the Grand Xia. The Grand Xia world was a unified world, whereas the Mount Steel Major world was in a state of tremendous chaos. Thus, battles had swept the world long ago. To go to the world of the Grand Xia was to enjoy life, but to go to the world of Mount Steel was to be forced to prepare for battles at all times, and he also had to kill 5 celestial immortals. No celestial immortal was easy to deal with. They had all lived for countless ages, and no one knew exactly what tricks each had up their sleeves. Perhaps one might have an advantage, but then the enemy's friends or master would suddenly arrive. Thus, killing celestial immortals was an extremely dangerous task. Yes, he had killed more than 10 celestial immortals, but this was a body count that had been accumulated over countless ages, and after experiencing countless dangers. He had finally been given a chance to enjoy life after being sent to the world of the Grand Xia to manufacture golems. In that place, he hadn't had any dangerous assignments at all. And now, the good life had to come to an end. A much harder life was to begin, and he might just die there, within the world of Mount Steel. And this wasn't as bad as it could have been. If Ning hadn't needed something for him and had thus sworn an oath to the Tao of the Heavens not to reveal the secret, his punishment probably would have been even heavier. Yes, the silver-armored youth said respectfully. You head out immediately. Go. The cave master waved a hand. The silver-armored youth immediately retreated, departing from the palace. The palace became completely quiet. Whoosh! An alluring, white-robed woman suddenly appeared behind the cave master. She was utterly ravishing, and her slender waist could just barely be seen under her semi-translucent white clothes. She laughed softly. "Master, Wuchashi is one of your most formidable warriors, and hasn't that Ning sworn an oath to the Tao of the Heavens already? What do you know?" The cave master said calmly, "Ning has sworn an oath to the Tao of the Heavens not to reveal the fact that the castle was making constructs, true, but Ning is very close to the Xia Emperor. He can absolutely come up with a way to warn him, and once that happens, our invasion of the world of the Grand Xia shall become even more difficult. Why are so you cautious in dealing with this world, a single major world?" The alluring woman mumbled. "The world of the Grand Xia is different from ordinary major worlds," the cave master said. "The Xia Emperor is of the imperial bloodline of Panga's world. How deep a foundation do you think he has? No one knows what someone like him, a descendant of the primordial imperial clan, has up his sleeve. In addition, the Xia Emperor and Tao Father Raindragon are extremely good friends. When invading the world of the Grand Xia, we have to beware Tao Father Raindragon as well. How can I possibly not be cautious?" The alluring woman said with surprise. "Tao Father Raindragon? Master, you've never spoken of this before." "There was no need to. You aren't even a celestial immortal," the cave master said with resignation. "Is the Xia Emperor really such close friends with Tao Father Raindragon?" The alluring woman was truly curious about this. "This is a secret for you, but all the experts of the three realms know about this." The cave master shook his head. "In fact, the Xia Emperor has done his best to spread the news far and wide. He even made it so that in his major world, Raindragon Mountain was even taller than his own Skylight Palace. Skylight Palace is his imperial palace. It represents himself, the Xia Emperor. For Raindragon Mountain to be slightly taller than it, what did you think it represented? It naturally represented someone even more powerful than him. In the three realms, the only person who has a connection to Raindragon Mountain is Tao Father Raindragon." The alluring woman now understood. "I've always wondered about that. Master, all of you are true immortals or empyrean gods, but none of you have ever fought each other. Don't underestimate the Xia Emperor. Even if Tao Father Raindragon doesn't intervene, invading the world of the Grand Xia will be no easy task. The primordial imperial clan? That's not just a meaningless phrase. Even though he's merely of one of the side branches of that lineage, he won't be easy to deal with," the cave master said. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 8, A Sense of Danger. Chapter 8, A Sense of Danger. The alluring woman nodded. "Understood. I always thought that the world of the Grand Xia wasn't that powerful. The world of Mount Steel, for example, has three true immortals or empyrean gods. The world of the Grand Xia is blessed by tremendous luck. In all of the three realms, it ranks at the very top. Given that such a major world has been completely unified, how could it be weaker than the likes of the Mount Steel world?" The cave master shook his head. "You have to understand that in order to unify a major world, the unifier has to have either tremendous personal power or an extremely significant background." "Oh. Then, Master, that Ning, what should we do to him?" the alluring woman asked. "He trained in the 8-9 arcane art, which means that his master is one of the most supreme of Tao Fathers." The cave master laughed. "However, it doesn't matter who his master is, because he definitely isn't on our side. If Ning is allowed to develop within the world of the Grand Xia, he'll just end up being a source of serious trouble to us. Ideally, we should kill him right away. Even the Tao Father behind him would probably have to seriously consider whether or not it is worth it for him to get involved for the sake of a single disciple." "How should we kill him?" the alluring woman asked. "Our myriad demon's cave is responsible for manufacturing golems. Fighting and killing isn't our field of responsibility. Killing enemies will be rewarded. If we don't fight, that's fine as well. The cave master laughed. Since even Buchasi was unable to do anything to Ning, he's definitely going to be a tough nut to crack. Leave it to the seamless gate. Disciple, make a trip on my behalf to speak with the gate master of the seamless gate. Have them kill Ning, this unexpected variable, as soon as possible. Yes. The alluring woman respectfully assented to the order, and then she left the palace. This commandery city was enormous, and it was divided into many regions. The insides of the city were tightly guarded. This alluring woman was a beloved disciple of the cave master of the myriad demons cave, and her status was comparable to an ordinary celestial immortals. Thus, she was able to quickly arrive at the closest local headquarters of the Seamless Gate. The Grand Xia dynasty had been searching for the headquarters of the Seamless Gate this entire time to no avail. This was because the Seamless Gate's headquarters was located within this world, the fifth world. This fifth world was so powerful that even celestial immortals who dared to barge in would be instantly slain. If a true immortal or Empyrean god entered, then immediately moved to flee, they might be able to escape, but if they tried to fight head-on, they would probably perish as well. Figures could often be seen flying about in the air above the commandery city. Anyone who dared fly within a commandery city of the fifth world had to be at least at the celestial immortal level. There were so many celestial immortals here that one could usually see at least 10,000 figures flying about in the skies. The total number of celestial immortals present was truly astonishing. In truth, the cave master of the myriad demons cave and the gate master of the seamless gate were all just a very small part of the full power of the fifth world. Silkworm greets you, gate master, the alluring woman said respectfully. What is it? An azure-robed woman with long, unbound hair was seated in the lotus position, her eyes shut. She was the gate master of the seamless gate. By her side were two standing maidservants. The alluring woman said respectfully, this matter involves someone named Ning. She told the entire tale from start to finish with great detail. Your master's assignment is the same as mine. We have been assigned the worlds of the Grand Xia, Mount Steel, and Dreamsong. The azure-robed woman opened her eyes, then said calmly, the toughest world to invade is the world of the Grand Xia, but your myriad demons cave has actually made committed an error like this, making this assignment even harder to complete. And now, you want my seamless gate to wipe your ass for you and clean this up? Still, since your master has made the request, I'll accept. Go back and say this, say old crow, if you can't even accomplish a task like forging golems, I think you should let someone else take over your job. The alluring woman's face changed, but she didn't dare argue back. She said respectfully, yes. Go, the azure-robed woman said calmly. The alluring woman immediately departed. The azure-robed woman called out, Violet Grass. Gate Master. One of the two nearby maidens, the one whose face was covered with a violet flowery tattoo, hurriedly called out with respect. You heard it all. I'm leaving this matter regarding Ning for you to handle. How to deal with him, what arrangements to make, it is all completely up to you. You've followed me for many years, and you are quite familiar with our affairs in the Grand Xia. Although this is a somewhat troublesome assignment, I trust that you will be able to complete it well. The azure-robed woman's voice and tone was much kinder than before. Clearly, she doted on this servant of hers very much. Don't worry, master. I know Ning quite well, I have plenty of ways to deal with him, Violet Grass said respectfully. Good. Go make your preparations, then head to the major world of the Grand Xia, the violet-robed woman instructed. That very day. The maiden, dressed in a golden robe that was embroidered with images of violet grass and flowers, led 9 celestial immortals to quietly depart from the fifth world and go to the world of the Grand Xia. Stillwater Commandery. A desolate area that was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Stillwater City. There was a beautiful lake here, with a wooden house next to it. It was already dusk. 2 figures appeared in the air here, then landed on the ground. Little Xia, we're back. Mu North Sun cupped that soul tamer jade globe in his hands as he spoke out softly. The grass here had been completely destroyed, but it's all grown back now. A woman's voice came out from the jade globe. She was very happy right now. Fortunately, that battle didn't end up damaging our house. North Sun looked towards the wooden house as well. He had personally chopped the wood and built that house, using some of his skill in the Tao of constructs as he did so. Thus, despite the passage of 20 years, the wooden house remained in perfect condition. In fact, weaker individuals wouldn't even be able to go inside it. It wasn't damaged, but that was because we were too weak back them. Thus, we were captured effortlessly by those black-robed figures. North Sun laughed. We're finally free. We've finally escaped. North Sun, we won't have to be so unhappy in the future, the woman in the jade globe said, her voice filled with joy. Ning just watched quietly from the side. In his heart, he sighed to himself. His original plan was to allow the soul of Xia to go and be reborn into his G-clan. He would help North Sun take care of the reincarnated Xia and come up with a way for her to recover her memories. This was something which he was capable of doing. After all, after the 6 paths of reincarnation were destroyed, all the major powers had begun to set up new paths of reincarnation for their territories. Every single one of them was like a miniature cycle of reincarnation. The Crescent World, for example, had a miniature cycle of reincarnation within it as well. Alas, Ning mused to himself, there's no way to change things now. She'll forever be trapped within that soul tamer jade sphere. Most likely, the only thing sustaining her right now is the love between her and North Sun, as well as some things that she still cares for in the mortal world. Senior apprentice brother. North Sun came walking over. Junior apprentice brother. Ning looked at North Sun. He could sense that although his junior apprentice brother felt some regret and pain in his heart, he was clearly once more filled with vigor and energy. He didn't look as tired and dispirited as he had in the past. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have died in that place, North Sun said. Senior apprentice brother, no need to worry about me, you can go back now. In the future, if there's anything you need, you can find me here. The current world of the Grand Xia is filled with dangerous undercurrents, while you are a grandmaster of the Tao of constructs. How am I supposed to rest my mind, knowing you are here? Ning said hurriedly. There really is no need for you to stay. I'm a void-level Earth Immortal now, after all, if I'm careful, I'll be fine, North Sun said. Ning frowned. Then, with a wave of his hand, he produced a storage magic treasure. One enormous construct after another instantly appeared next to them, such as a turtle snake, a winged birdman, or an 8-clawed serpent. In total, there were 6 golems. These are the golems I acquired after I killed the bronze-armored fiend guard called Chu Huan. They feel fairly powerful to me, Ning said. Find one that is suited to you and which will allow you to increase your power the most. North Sun glanced at them, his gaze settling down upon that of the winged golem. He called out in surprise, a winged immortal golem? How can you have one of them? Generally speaking, bronze-armored fiend guards aren't qualified to possess golems of the winged immortal class. Winged immortal class? Ning was curious as well. This is the second-ranked golem within the Forbidden Region, North Sun said. Look at its wings. Its wings can unleash the 7 ruinous thunderwinds, and its speed is extremely fast as well. Even a mere loose immortal or earth immortal who is in control of a winged immortal golem will instantly have the combat power of a celestial immortal. However, its main purpose is to unleash the 7 ruinous thunderwinds, then immediately flee. In battle, it should be extremely valuable. North Sun knew how to make these things, but he didn't know exactly how much they were worth. Ning, however, did. Upon hearing his junior apprentice brother say these things, he could guess that this golem was probably comparable in value to a middle-grade pure young treasure. The others are a bit weaker, perhaps all 5 of them added together would be comparable to a single winged immortal class, North Sun said. Ning thus immediately came to the conclusion that the other four were probably comparable to a low-grade pure yang treasure. They really do spare no expense, thanks to their wealth. Every single bronze-armored fiend guard had at least one such golem. This is probably the same amount of wealth as most celestial immortals possess, Ning mused to himself. But here, Ning was wrong. He valued them as a low-grade pure yang treasure, but that was the list price here in the three realms for someone seeking to purchase them. In truth, to the mysterious power, these items were nothing more than a collection of precious ingredients, and the value of those ingredients was perhaps a tenth of the value of the complete item. For a truly supreme golem, the formation diagram within it was actually of the greatest value. Without a detailed formation diagram, no matter how good your ingredients were, you wouldn't be able to complete the forging. Junior apprentice brother, take this winged immortal class, Ning said. North Sun was greatly shocked. He hurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother, this winged immortal class will be of great use to you. Ning, you saved my life. I, Mu North Sun, already feel tremendous gratitude to you for his. How can I accept this? Junior apprentice brother, I was able to enter and leave that forbidden region as I pleased. Not even that general was able to do anything to me. This winged immortal golem might be important to others, but it really isn't that useful for me. All I would do would be to sell it off. Ning shook his head and laughed. This was nothing more than the truth, after all. The 8-9 arcane art was much better at protecting him than the golem would be. But if you don't accept it, how could I rest my mind? Enough, stop wasting words, I'm going to leave now. Ning waved his arm and collected the other golems, then disappeared without another word. North Sun held the soul tamer jade in his arms. He murmured softly, Senior apprentice brother. North Sun, your senior apprentice brother has helped us so much. Never forget it, the woman within the jade globe said. Right. North Sun nodded. Ning secretly watched as North Sun bound the winged immortal golem, then took the jade globe to go and sit down at the entrance to the wooden house, where he simply stared at the lake. Every so often, he would say a few things to the jade globe. This sight caused Ning to feel quite heartsick. After watching a time, he finally, truly left. It is time to go to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. This time, I rescued my junior apprentice brother, but I offended that mysterious power. I need to acquire 5 elements essence as soon as possible to train my star-seizing hand to the 4th cycle. Ning had a premonition of incoming danger. This sense of danger was compelling him to increase his own power as soon as he could. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 9, A Talk at Night. Chapter 9, A Talk at Night. It was late at night. Ning used a void blink to arrive within the centermost city of the entire world of the Grand Xia. Within the heavenly treasures mountain of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Within a residence. Ning was drinking wine by himself, facing the bright moon. Ning's ears twitched, he glanced sideways. A white-robed, silver-haired man had just come walking in through the door. Senior Skyfox, Ning laughed, then rose to his feet. Since you've hurried here so late at night, I'm sure you must have an urgent matter to deal with. The silver-haired man smiled as he spoke. Ning, if there's anything you need, just tell me. His Imperial Majesty has ordered this long ago, I naturally won't be the slightest bit negligent. Ning nodded. I need to buy some precious items. Precious? How precious? The silver-haired man asked. I need 15,000 kilograms of gold gems from the Heaven Realm, 30,000 kilograms of Azure Spirit Jade Bamboo, 45,000 kilograms of Arcane Elementaline Water from the Milky Way, 1,500 kilograms of Dragonfish Spirit Lava, and 600 kilograms of Chaos Spirit Earth, Ning said. Hearing this, the face of the silver-haired man changed. That much? At least that much. Ning nodded. There were other alternatives, of course, But the items which Ning had reported were already the cheapest items with 5 elements essence that could be used to train in the 4th cycle of the 6 cycles of the Star Sizer. If he had the chance, he would naturally be willing to choose the more expensive items, for example, 5 elements peacock plumes from a peacock god beast that was at the Empyrean god level would be more than enough. In fact, there would be a great deal left over. However, the lineage of a god beast at the Empyrean god level would be incomparably pure. Such an item would be far too precious, more valuable than even an ordinary top-grade pure yang treasure. And, more importantly, such things were incredibly rare. Since the founding of the universe by Pangu, the total number of peacock god beasts that had reached the Empyrean god level and which had access to all 5 of the 5 elements could be counted on one hand. Only 2 of them had perished, and the 5 elements peacock plumes they had left behind had long ago been acquired by various major powers in order to create even more valuable items. How could Ning possibly buy them somewhere? And even if he could find them, how could he afford it? Your request is too great. These are all precious items of the 3 realms, they represent the essence of the 5 elements. There are many uses for such items, from forging artifacts to refining pills. I'll help you ask His Imperial Majesty, the silver-haired man said. Ning laughed, then nodded. The silver-haired man sat down, then poured himself some wine. He said with a laugh, "Let's drink some wine first. His Imperial Majesty will give his answer shortly." All right. Ning knew that this person was the Xia Emperor's spirit beast. They could communicate spiritually to each other. Ning, what do you want these things for? Refining pills? Forging magic treasures? Creating golems? The silver-haired man asked. You've trained for less than 100 years. Regardless of what you need it for, the art of refining pills and forging magic treasures is one that takes an enormous amount of time to study. The experts in these fields within the 3 realms are all at last at the celestial immortal level. Because they have limitless lifespans, they can slowly spend their time in analyzing these fields. Ning laughed as well. Indeed, the spirit of the underwater estate, for example, had used an utterly terrifying amount of time to upgrade the Thousand-Bull sword. From a certain perspective, it could be said that the spirit of the underwater estate was actually fairly weak in this field, otherwise, he wouldn't have had to spend such an enormous amount of time. I have my uses for it, Ning said. The star-seizing hand was simply too famous, but no one knew exactly how one trained in it. He didn't have to worry at all about his star-seizing hand being revealed thanks to him purchasing 5 elements items. Ha! The silver-haired man laughed, not pursuing this line of questioning. A short while later, his eyes lit up. Ning, His Imperial Majesty has informed me that he can provide you with enough gold gems from the Heaven Realm and arcane elementaline water from the Milky Way, but he's not able to come up with enough of the other 3 items. Then let me change them to some different items. Ning suggested 3 different alternatives. Don't have it. Not enough. Ning, these treasures that you are requesting are all 5 elements treasures that are on the same level. The silver-haired man shook his head. His Imperial Majesty says that he is not an expert in forging items or refining pills, and so he hasn't kept a large amount of these items in his stockpile. If you wish, he can go and find some of his friends and trade treasures with them to come up with enough for you. Ning immediately said with gratitude, I would be utterly grateful if he did. Ning, you should know by now that the more valuable a treasure is, the harder it is to purchase. Generally, you have to trade using items of similar value. The silver-haired man looked towards Ning. If you want these items, you need to bring out enough treasures to trade for them. Do you have enough? What sort of treasures do I need to bring out for them? Ning asked. 1 normal high-grade pure yang treasure is enough, the silver-haired man said with a laugh. 20 of those arrows you brought last time is enough. Ning sighed in his heart. 5 elements ingredients and treasures were actually this expensive? But there was nothing for it. The star-seizing hand required increasingly extravagant amounts of ingredients for the later stages. Fortunately, all he had to train was his pair of hands. If he had to train his entire body, like with the 8-9 arcane art, then the price would be even more ridiculous. Right now, he had reached the 16th stage of the Crimson Bright diagram of the 9 heavens. He could train his star-seizing hand to the 4th cycle now, and train all the way to the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. However, the resources needed for the art was 1,000 times greater than the previous price he had paid. Most likely, he would need at least 10 top-grade pure yang treasures. This caused Ning to feel truly resigned. Top-grade pure yang treasures had power comparable to middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. Many pure yang true immortals and empyrean gods used treasures on this level. For even one of them to produce 10 such items would prove a serious burden. This was why even Ning's senior apprentice brother, empyrean god Silvermoon, had only trained to the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. For now, I can forget about training further in the 8-9 arcane art. That's too distant a goal. First, the star-seizing hand. Ning, are you able to produce enough treasures? The silver-haired man looked at Ning, a smile on his face. Please ask His Imperial Majesty to prepare enough of the 5 elements items, Ning said. Once His Imperial Majesty has prepared them, I'll naturally bring out enough treasures to trade for them. All right. The silver-haired man said, His Imperial Majesty will personally act to gather these treasures for you. Once he has, I'll immediately notify you. Ning waved his hand, producing a jade talisman. This is my message talisman. Once you shatter it, I'll sense it and will hurry back here to the Imperial capital. It was extremely easy to manufacture jade seals of this nature. Ning had actually prepared a large pile of them, handing them out to the G-Clan, Autumn Leaf, his master Immortal Diensai, and others. All right. The silver-haired man rose to his feet. Then wait for my news. Might I ask how long it will take? Ning asked. He could subconsciously sense danger coming, forcing him to train in the 4th cycle as quickly as he could. Upon succeeding, his hands would become comparable to supreme top-grade pure yang treasures, equivalent to middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. They would be even more powerful than ordinary top-grade pure yang treasures, allowing his own strength to once more rapidly skyrocket to a new level. In addition, by relying on his 3 heads, 6 arms, divine ability, he would have 6 mighty palms, each of which was comparable to a supreme top-grade pure yang treasure. It won't take too long. This is just a trade of treasures. A month should suffice. The silver-haired man intentionally added a bit of extra padding. In truth, just 2 or 3 days could be enough, or perhaps 10 days at the most. All right. Ning immediately rose to his feet. That very night, Ning went to King Yan's estate. He was going to live there temporarily, so that he could spend some time with his cousin. Within an ancient tower, 5 figures were seated in the lotus position, each occupying a different part. Patriarch Arcanum opened his eyes, glancing at the area. The furrow in his brows grew deeper. Ever since his plan of asking Bloodcloud Hall to assassinate Ning had failed, the young Flame Clan had grown ever more convinced that Ning was a true danger to them. However, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find an opportunity to act against him. If this continues, Ning will continue to grow in strength. Once he explodes forth against us, our young Flame Clan will be in a disastrous situation. Patriarch Arcanum was beginning to worry. And according to what our intelligence reports have discovered, Ning is someone who cares deeply about filial piety. There's no way he'll forget about the grudge his mother bore for us. In fact, he was even able to endure the fact that we attempted to kill him in the imperial capital of the Grand Xiahdut. This means he is very capable of suppressing himself and biding his time. The reason he has done so is most likely because he feels he is not strong enough yet. Once he feels he is strong enough, our young Flame Clan will probably be in true danger. Patriarch Arcanum's heart was filled with worry. Originally, all he wanted to do was give vent to his anger. But now, he was beginning to truly worry for his clan. It must be understood that supreme clans and major powers rarely got into true, life-and-death fights against each other. This was because supreme powers generally had celestial immortals protecting them. Celestial immortals possess truly infinite lifespans, even if one annihilated the enemy's clan. If the enemy celestial immortal was to survive, then what, in a million years or 10 million years, the enemy celestial immortal was to launch a sudden sneak attack. After the sneak attack, the celestial immortal could vanish for a long time, then launch another one. If a celestial immortal with an infinite lifespan was to devote that entire life to harm a clan, that would be a truly terrifying thing. Thus, the more powerful an organization, the more rare it was for them to fight head-on against another such organization. Each would generally prefer to find a path to compromise. But once they truly were to fight head-on, then they would use their full power to annihilate the enemy completely, or at least wipe out all of the enemy's top-tier fighters. To the Young Flame clan, Ning now posed a major threat. He was a monster who even Blood Cloud Hall had failed to assassinate successfully. Suddenly, all 5 of the celestial immortals present opened their eyes. They all pulled out a similar bronze talisman. "It's the Seamless Gate," the white-haired, wizened elder said in a low voice. "The Seamless Gate wishes to meet with our Young Flame clan?" The handsome youth frowned. "What are they going to do? When they previously tried to pull us into their orbit, we refused them. We aren't willing to become enemies with the Seamless Gate, but even less are we willing to betray the Xia Emperor. Everyone, I'll make the trip." Patriarch Arcanum rose to his feet. "I'm going to go see what this Seamless Gate wants, exactly." "Fine. We'll leave it in your hands, Arcanum. Just delay for now. The Seamless Gate is very powerful, we aren't capable of resisting them." "Right." Patriarch Arcanum exited from Othet Ancient Tower, traveling alone. Late night. A bright moon was hanging in the skies, bathing the world below with its glow. A maiden was quietly waiting atop a solitary mountain peak, staring at the bright moon. Behind her were a total of 9 golden-robed celestial immortals. "Brother Arcanum, the exalted envoy is right there." A cloud flew towards them, with 2 figures atop it. One of them was a tall, skinny, narrow-eyed elder. This was Patriarch Arcanum. The other was a golden-robed and seemingly quite amiable elder. Patriarch Arcanum stared into the distance, then his pupils contracted. That maiden actually had a total of 9 celestial immortals with her? The Seamless Gate is unreasonably powerful. A single envoy is actually leading a squad of so many celestial immortals. I'm afraid that this squad alone is enough to annihilate most supreme clans. Patriarch Arcanum couldn't help but feel a surge of cold fear. Although he was quite arrogant and brash in front of others, in front of the Seamless Gate, he still felt nervous. Patriarch Arcanum landed on the mountain peak, then immediately said, "Arcanum greets you, envoy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 15, Chapter 10, Lying in Wait. Chapter 10, Lying in Wait. Violet Grass nodded lightly. Patriarch Arcanum secretly inspected her. This young female envoy before him wore golden clothes that were embroidered with eye-catching violet flowers. Clearly, she was an extraordinary figure. The celestial immortals behind here were all dressed in more ordinary golden clothes. This clearly reflected their lower status. "Celestial Immortal Arcanum of the Young Flame clan, do you know why I have come looking for you?" Violet Grass said with a laugh. "Arcanum is unable to guess at your motives, envoy." Patriarch Arcanum's attitude was quite humble. Violet Grass laughed. In recent years, our Seamless Gate has helped your Young Flame clan out quite a few times. I trust that by now, you can sense our sincerity. As for our power, although we've only revealed a hint of it, you should have sensed how powerful we are. Our Seamless Gate goes where we please and does as we please within the world of the Grand Xia, and what does the Imperial Shaman clan do about it? Just stare at us and watch. Indeed, Patriarch Arcanum said. Given how powerful the Seamless Gate was, they definitely knew how mighty the Imperial Shaman clan was, but they still dared to act with such abandon. Without confidence in themselves, would they dare to act this way? None of the celestial immortals under their command were fools. The response, or lack thereof, from the Imperial Xia clan reflected how powerful the Seamless Gate truly was. I can tell you this. In the world of the Grand Xia, many powers have already thrown their support to our Seamless Gate, Violet Grass said with a sigh. Their tribes have only grown more powerful after doing so. I can promise you that so long as your young Flame Clan is willing to throw your support to us as well, your power will instantly increase many times over. Patriarch Arcanum simply continued to smile. What a joke! The only ones throwing their support were lesser powers like the Eastwood sect or the Blood God Church. Most likely, very, very few Marquises had turned traitor. After all, upon doing so, that meant one would become true enemies with the Imperial Xia clan. Behind the Imperial Xia clan was Daofather Raindragon and Daofather Crimsonbright. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them. The two Daofathers could probably wipe them out with a wave of the hand. I trust that you can tell how sincere our Seamless Gate is, given that I've come in person, Violet Grass said, looking at Arcanum. Arcanum is indeed grateful that you have come in person, Envoy. However, this is a matter that could involve the annihilation of my clan. Arcanum does not dare to make this decision without consulting others. Upon my return, I shall definitely inform my other clansmen, and we shall discuss this in detail, Patriarch Arcanum said. Violet Grass shook her head. To show our sincerity, I'll tell you something else. Pray tell. Patriarch Arcanum's eyes lit up. The Seamless Gate had indeed helped out the Young Flame clan several times recently. I heard that your Young Flame clan has a major headache named Ning, Violet Grass said. Yes. Patriarch Arcanum admitted it right away. His eyes lit up. Can it be that you, Envoy, are willing to get rid of Ning for our Young Flame clan? If you get rid of him, we will be endlessly grateful to you. Get rid of Ning? That's not impossible. If your Young Flame clan is willing to subordinate yourselves to our Seamless Gate, then within a single day, the Seamless Gate will take his life, regardless of who his backer is. Violet Grass was filled with complete self-confidence. And then, with a half-smile on her face, she said, if your Young Flame clan isn't willing to support us, then our Seamless Gate can't possibly act on your behalf. Patriarch Arcanum was laughing coldly in his heart. Support them? Ning was a disaster, true. But supporting the Seamless Gate would run the risk of true annihilation for the entire clan. This Ning has several important friends and family members, Violet Grass said calmly. If you want to act against him, all you need to do is keep an eye on them. You'll be able to find him eventually, but his master, Immortal Diensai, is already a celestial immortal. Patriarch Arcanum frowned. In addition, he's at Stillwater City. As for the important clansmen of the G clan, they are few in number and are all in Swallow Mountain. Our Young Flame clan has no chance at all. No. He has a junior apprentice brother named Mu North Sun, Violet Grass said. The two of them are lifelong friends who went through life and death together. But Mu North Sun has been missing for 20+ years. Patriarch Arcanum shook his head. Violet Grass smiled. Ning's already rescued him. Patriarch Arcanum was startled. The Young Flame clan had already investigated Ning in detail. They had even investigated the likes of Mu North Sun and Immortal Diensai in detail. They knew long ago about Immortal Diensai becoming a celestial immortal, but they hadn't found any information regarding Northsun's return. From this, one could see that the Seamless Gate's intelligence network was much superior to theirs. In addition, Mu North Sun isn't at Swallow Mountain. Nor is he in Stillwater City. Violet Grass waved her hand, and a leather scroll appeared. She tossed it to Patriarch Arcanum, who hurriedly accepted it. Mu North Sun's exact location is here on this map, Violet Grass said. As long as you keep an eye on him, within a short period of time you shall probably see Ning going to visit him. In fact, if you are in a hurry, you can even kidnap Mu North Sun and force Ning to show himself. It's entirely up to you how your Young Flame clan wishes to proceed. Thank you, Envoy. Patriarch Arcanum was overjoyed as he stared at this leather-bound scroll. Our seamless gate has helped your Young Flame clan once again, Violetgrass said calmly. Although our seamless gate is patient, our patience has a limit. If you continue to refuse to support us, then we will be forced to view you as loyal to the death to the Imperial Xia clan. In the future, when we act against the Imperial Xia clan, we might very well strike first against your Young Flame clan. Patriarch Arcanum's face changed. He said hurriedly, "Don't worry, Envoy. I can sense how sincere the seamless gate is. There is a good deal of debate within our Young Flame clan about what to do, but of one thing you can be assured, we are definitely not loyal to the death to the Imperial Xia clan." Definitely now. What wonderful words. Violetgrass waved her hand. Go. Only now did Patriarch Arcanum depart. Soon, the only figures left on that solitary, icy mountain peak were Violetgrass and the 10 celestial immortals. "Milord, to have the Young Flame clan deal with Ning, are they strong enough?" "He's trained in the 8-9 arcane art," a golden-robed celestial immortal whispered. "Don't underestimate the Young Flame clan." Violetgrass shook her head. The Young Flame clan has existed since the era of Pangu's world, eventually migrating here to the world of the Grand Xia. Ancient clan like this all have extremely formidable tools at their disposal. Consider this: in the past, the Kind Water clan fought with the Shaman clan over the emperorship of the Grand Xia. The Kind Water clan is a branch of a major clan of Pangu's world which had a group of true immortals and Empyrean gods backing them. And yet, although the Kind Water clan and the Young Flame clan have been struggling against each other for so many years, the Young Flame clan has never been wiped out, even though they've suffered a bit. In fact, on the whole, the Young Flame clan has been full of vigor. How can you underestimate the Young Flame clan? The many celestial immortals all nodded. Watch and see, Violetgrass said calmly. We'll let the Young Flame clan use their resources to fight first, while we'll keep watch from the shadows, learning more about Ning's powers and tools. If the Young Flame clan truly is unable to wipe out this Ning, then by then we will still have a high level of information regarding him. Naturally, at that point, we can lay a trap for him, then wipe him out with a single lightning-fast strike. If my belief is correct, given that the Young Flame clan is willing to fight against the Kind Water clan to such a degree, they must have an astonishingly formidable background. So long as the Tao Father behind Ning doesn't interfere, it shouldn't be hard for them to kill him, Violetgrass said with a laugh. The Young Flame clan began to deliberate in secret, coming up with numerous scenarios for killing Ning, in accordance with the intelligence reports they had received. This time, let the four of us join forces. Arcanum, Deadwood, Goldclock, and myself, Infatuation, shall fight together. The ancient elder swept the others with his gaze. The three of you shall be under my command. All right. Patriarch Arcanum nodded. Infatuation, we trust you, the man who held a large clock in his hand agreed. Right. The white-haired Patriarch Deadwood nodded as well. Patriarch Infatuation was an ancient man who had a look of hidden grief within his eyes, but his power was truly enormous. Celestial Immortal Infatuation was fairly famous within the three realms, and was one of the truly top-tier celestial immortals. Sunfish, I'll leave you to protect this tower, Patriarch Infatuation instructed. Fine. Patriarch Sunfish nodded. Let's go, Patriarch Infatuation said. Instantly, Patriarchs Arcanum, Deadwood, and Goldclock followed him in departing. It was nighttime. These four celestial immortals stealthily made their way to Stillwater Commandery. All four of them were extremely powerful, with Patriarch Infatuation being the strongest. Patriarch Deadwood possessed powerful spells, while Patriarch Goldclock had a powerful magical item. The two were roughly on par with each other. Patriarch Arcanum was actually ranked as the weakest, but he was still quite an excellent celestial immortal. Within Stillwater Commandery, a wild region, 4 figures stealthily appeared in the air above a lake. Look! Over there! Patriarch Arcanum pointed towards the distance, where a wooden house could be seen next to a lake. Outside the wooden house, a white-robed youth with some white hair was seated on the stairs, head raised as he stared at the bright moon. He was holding a jade globe in his hands. Little Xia, today is the 16th, right? The moon is actually even rounder than it was yesterday. It really is round. According to the legends, the fairy of the Moon Palace, China, lives upon the lunar star which is located outside of the 3 realms. The maiden in the jade globe spoke with some envy. 1. Right. In the future, when I grow powerful, I'll take you, little Xia, to pay a visit to the lunar star. We'll see for ourselves if there really is a moon palace, and if there really is a China, the white-robed youth said, nodding his head. The 4 distant celestial immortals had hidden themselves long ago. It really is Moon North Sun. The seamless gates information is accurate. Prepare the formations now. After preparing everything, leave the formations unactivated. After Ning arrives, we'll activate them, Patriarch Infatuation immediately ordered. Actually, why do we even need formations? Once this great clock of mine is unleashed, he will perish, the man holding the great clock said confidently. Although this golden clock of yours was transported to this world of the Grand Xiao long ago by our young flame clan from Pango's world, and although it is extremely powerful and a top-grade pure young treasure, this Ning was able to escape from even Blood Cloud Hall's assassination attempt. We absolutely must not be careless. We have to prepare everything perfectly, Patriarch Infatuation instructed. And so, the 4 celestial immortals began to prepare their ambush by this lake. Given their abilities, North Sun was completely unable to detect them. Celestial immortals possessed infinite lifespans, and so they possessed exceptional patience. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia, King Yan's estate. The second day after Ning took up residence within King Yan's estate, he was accompanying his cousin, Yuchi Xie, in strolling about the streets of the estate. Leaving? So soon? Yuchi Xie was rather reluctant to let him go. Didn't you say that Swallow Mountain is protected by layers of formations, and that it is like an impregnable fortress? Isn't it very safe? I'm going to go see my junior apprentice brother. I feel uneasy, Ning said. What do you feel uneasy about? A voice suddenly rang out. From around the corner of the stone path, a tall, muscular figure appeared, dressed in loose robes. Respectful greetings to you, King Yan, Ning said hurriedly. You came to my place, but you plan to leave without even coming to see me? King Yan said with a laugh. Come, let's take a walk and have a talk. Ning and Xie both moved to accompany King Yan on the walk, chatting about various important current affairs regarding the Grand Xia as they did. Ning suddenly said, Senior King Yan, I heard that Taofather Crimsonbright has set up a miniature cycle of reincarnation for his major worlds. Do you know of this matter, Senior? Ning had been wanting to learn more about his parents this entire time. King Yan was of the Imperial clan. He naturally should know about the miniature cycle of reincarnation. Of course I do. King Yan nodded, then suddenly said with a chortle, could it be that you have forgotten my nickname? Nickname? Ning was startled. King Yan's nickname was Yamaking. 2. After the Taofather rebuilt the cycle of reincarnation, he set it to encompass tens of major worlds and countless minor worlds, King Yan said with a laugh. His cycle also has 10 Yamakings, and I am one of them, the 10 Yamakings of Hell. 1. Shang-O was the wife of the legendary archer, Hui. Their story is a famous myth in China, with her in most stories, accidentally, betraying her husband by eating/overdosing on the pill of immortality and thus floating away to the moon, leaving her husband behind. 2. As explained in Book 11, Chapter 22, in Chinese myth, the 10 Yama Hell Kings ruled over the netherworld and judged the dead, sending them on their way in the cycle of reincarnation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 11, The Young Flame Clan Strikes. Chapter 11, The Young Flame Clan Strikes. Ning revealed a look of joy. Grandpa, you are one of the 10 Yama Kings of Hell? The nearby Yuchi Siye was startled as well. King Yen laughed loudly. Merely one of the 10 that are assigned to this minor cycle of reincarnation. We're only in charge of this region controlled by Taofather Crimsonbright. There are currently many Yama Kings in the world, there's nearly 1,000 of us. They are not, however, the 10 original ones that governed the Netherworld Kingdom. Those 10 were all at the true Immortal or Empyrean God level. Grandpa, how did you end up as one of the 10 Yama Kings of Hell? Yuchi Siye asked curiously. When the Taofather first re-established the cycle of reincarnation, he needed candidates for the 10 Yama Kings and for the first Judge of the Dead, and so the various worlds began to propose people. The Grand Xia had to propose a person as well. Because I am of the Imperial clan and just became a celestial immortal, His Imperial Majesty had me take up the position of Yama King, King Yin explained. Ning understood. Given that he was of the Imperial clan and that he had just become a celestial immortal, it made sense that he had been chosen to become one of the 10 Yama Kings of Hell. Positions such as this, within a minor cycle of reincarnation, actually weren't that exalted in status. But of course, back in the Netherworld Kingdom, the original 10 Yama Kings of Hell were in control of all living creatures within the entire 3 realms. Their power was truly enormous. Ning, why are you asking about the minor cycle of reincarnation? Is there something you need? King Yan looked at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded. Senior King Yen, this junior has a matter that I would beseech your assistance with. Speak, King Yen said. The Imperial clan had always been quite close-knit. Given that the world of the Grand Xia now had several powerful organizations hidden within it, the Imperial clan had only become even more close-knit due to the pressure. Since the Xia Emperor had designated Ning as someone that could only be befriended, not be made an enemy, and since he felt very certain that Ning was most likely the disciple of a Taofather, he had naturally spread the word to all the celestial immortals within the Imperial clan. King Yan's attitude towards Ning was now much different compared to the past, prior to the conclave of immortal destiny. Back then, he treated Ning as he would any other junior, but now he treated Ning as someone on the same level as him. I trust you know, Senior King Yen, that my father Ji Ichuan and my mother Yuchi Snow have already passed away many years ago, Ning said. I dearly desire to learn about how my mother and father are currently doing. What's the point of investigating this? King Yan looked towards Ning. After being reborn, they won't have any memories of their past life. If they are living good, happy lives after their rebirth, I won't disturb them, Ning said. I just want to see for myself, to see if they are doing well and to see if there's anything I can do for them. King Yan nodded. Fine. Leave this to me. I expect that in a few months, I'll have an answer for you. A few months? Ning was startled. Do you feel that is a long time? King Yan laughed. Ning nodded. King Yan asked him, do you know how many living creatures die every day across these dozens of major worlds and countless minor worlds? But I heard that in the Netherworld Kingdom, such investigations are very fast, Ning said. That's because that place is the Netherworld Kingdom. It was built by Maiden Nuwa herself, and it also holds the treasured Book of Life and Death, which is one with the Tao of the Heavens, King Yen said. The Book of Life and Death can duplicate itself into trillions of copies, and so it controlled the reincarnation, karmic merit, history, and life of all living things. But what we have here is merely a minor cycle of reincarnation established by Taofather Crimsonbright. We don't have a Book of Life and Death. Thus, our minor cycle of reincarnation is actually even busier than the old one. The process of simply recording the countless deaths and rebirths of the world, as well as karmic virtues and demerits, requires enormous amounts of information to be recorded every single day on magic books, King Yin said. And we only have roughly 100 years of information, anything beyond that is completely lost. Completely lost? Ning was stunned. Right. There's no way for us to investigate the records that existed before the 6 paths of reincarnation were destroyed. Although we can go to the Netherworld Kingdom to seek out the first judge of the dead, Judge Chui, in order to investigate the history of a soul across 1,000 lifetimes, the amount of information and history regarding every single person is simply enormous. There's simply no way for us to record all the history regarding the countless living creatures that exist across countless millions of worlds. And so, we don't even bother with it, King Yin explained. In fact, nowadays the judges for the various minor cycles of reincarnation don't even bother with wasting time on examining the past lives of the souls of the dead. They just look at karma, then based on positive karma or negative sin, decide if a person will be reincarnated as an animal or as a person, and if the person will be reincarnated with wealth or into poverty. Ning was speechless. When he had met Judge Chui had instantly known everything that had happened to him during his previous life. But the judges of this minor cycle of reincarnation only looked at karma and sin, they didn't even look at a person's life history. Still, this did speed things up considerably. I'll send someone to help investigate on your behalf. Still, to search through the sea-like mass of records to find the specific history tablets pertaining to your parents will indeed take some time, King Yin said. Thank you, Senior, Ning said hurriedly with gratitude. Only now did he understand the magnitude of his request to search for someone who had been reincarnated. Several months? So be it. Senior, where can one find the first judge of the dead of the Netherworld Kingdom, Judge Chui? Ning asked. You want to find Judge Chui? He might be in the Heaven Realm, or he might be in the Netherworld Kingdom, or he might be somewhere else. King Yin shook his head. Ever since the 6 paths of reincarnation were destroyed, Judge Chui no longer had any tasks shackling him to a specific place. Given that the Book of Life and Death protects him, he can go wherever he pleases. If you want to investigate his whereabouts, you'll need to ask the Immortals of the Heaven Realm or the Netherworld, I imagine. It was a dark, gloomy day today. Ning departed from the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, returning to Stillwater Commandery. In a few more months, I'll be able to know what happened to mother and father after they were reborn. Ning's heart was filled with hope. I wonder if they are doing well. Are they immortal cultivators in this life as well? Which world are they living in this new life? Is it still the Grand Xia? The skies were desolate and bleak. Ning flew towards a distant lake. From afar, he could see the wooden house that was located next to it, the residence of his junior apprentice brother, Mu North Sun. Alas! Ning sighed to himself. His junior apprentice brother had no family to begin with, and now, his one and only Dao companion had been trapped within that jade globe. Every day, North Sun hugged that jade globe and talked to it. Ning was very worried for his junior apprentice brother's Dao heart. If this were to continue long-term, eventually, his Dao heart might crumble, at which point he might go crazy and be unable to control his elemental ki, possibly resulting in self-detonation and death. He's coming. Within the wild grasses next to the lake, the 4 celestial immortal patriarchs that were seated in the lotus position all opened their eyes to stare at that figure that had appeared in the distant horizons. It was a youth who was riding the winds, Ning, the source of trouble which their young flame clan had come for. He came so quickly. It seems this Ning has a very deep relationship with Mu North Sun, Patriarch Arcanum sneered. I had thought we'd have to wait for a year or two. The heavens truly are helping our young flame clan. The heavens are supporting us in eradicating this danger, Patriarch Deadwood growled as well. Our chance has come. The man holding the great clock cracked his lips in a grin as well. As for Patriarch Infatuation, a flash of cold light crossed his eyes. This was their best-case scenario. After all, immortal cultivators could go into closed-door meditation sessions and stay in them for extremely long periods of time. They had no idea how long it would be before Ning would come to visit Mu North Sun again. If they truly did have to wait for several years or a decade, they would probably end up choosing to capture North Sun instead. They'd use him as a hostage, forcing Ning to show himself, but in doing so, Ning would be forewarned and might even bring his friends, such as his fellow disciples from that mysterious school he was from, or the likes of Immortal Diensai. That would render it very difficult for them to kill him. He's completely unprepared right now. A cold look was in Patriarch Infatuation's eyes. This is our best chance. Right. The other three patriarchs nodded as well. Act according to our plans. Patriarch Arcanum stared towards the distant Ning as he flew towards the wooden house. This is the time. Attack! Ning was in midair. Through the open wooden door and open windows, he could see North Sun within the wooden house. North Sun had placed the jade globe on the table in front of him, and was chatting with it while drinking. He's still chatting with Yuxia's soul? Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but feel even more pain and worry. If this continues, how can he possibly prevent his Dao heart from collapsing? Mortals were allowed to grow dispirited and depressed, but when immortal cultivators did so, it would be extremely dangerous. It was one thing for fiend god body refiners. After all, even if their elemental key exploded, their bodies would be able to withstand the damage. But his junior apprentice brother North Sun was merely a key refiner. An explosion of elemental key could be more than enough to cause him to perish. Junior apprentice brother. Ning called out loudly. North Sun, within the wooden home, picked up the jade globe. He walked to the doorway, raised his head, then smiled and called out, Senior apprentice brother. Right at this moment. Re20-Vol11. A powerful yet mysterious ripple instantly spread out from nearby. Like the rays of the sun, the strange ripple instantly encompassed the entire area, including North Sun, the jade globe, and Ning. Ning felt as though his soul had suffered a powerful blow, but his Dao heart was incomparably resilient. In addition, his fiend god body had become completely fused with his soul, rendering it even more stable. He was naturally able to withstand this collision. Not good. My junior apprentice brother. Ning was shocked. He had been able to withstand the blow, yes, but would North Sun be able to withstand it? North Sun had only recently reached the void level and become an earth immortal. He could only be considered an extremely ordinary loose immortal. Would he be able to hold? As Ning turned his gaze towards his junior apprentice brother, he also saw that far away, in the desolate plains, 4 figures had suddenly appeared. Given that he had read an intelligence report regarding the Young Flame clan long ago, Ning was shocked. Celestial Immortals Infatuation, Arcanum, Gold Clock, and Deadwood? 4 Celestial Immortals? This core sense attack had been personally executed by Patriarch Infatuation. In the face of this terrifying core sense attack, the female soul within the jade globe was completely unable to resist. Her soul was, after all, merely the soul of a Wanshang adept. It was far too weak. Like snow melting away under the rays of the sun, she evaporated away into nothingness. In the instant that she evaporated away, she stared at Mu North Sun. Simply stared at him. As North Sun suffered the core sense attack, he almost automatically summoned his own power to resist, but before his very eyes, the jade-trapped soul that he loved melted away into nothingness before him. No! North Sun's eyes instantly turned red. Blood vessels could be seen within them, and 2 bloody tears came falling out. He let out an utterly agonized and inhuman scream, a howl that was akin to the roar of a dying beast. Faced with the core sense attack of Patriarch Arcanum, Ning was able to withstand it. Yuxia's soul was melted away, and North Sun was sent into madness. North Sun raised his head, staring at the 4 incomparably powerful celestial immortals in the distance, his eyes filled with madness. It was you. All of you will die. Bang! An enormous winged immortal golem suddenly appeared behind him. North Sun instantly merged into the body of the winged immortal golem, and its aura instantly exploded with power. As a grandmaster of constructs and one who had even personally made this sort of winged immortal golem before. Under the maddened control of a grandmaster, the winged immortal golem became activated. Instantly, a series of wild gusts of wind appeared in the surrounding area. The gale smashed apart everything before it, and within the gale could be seen multiple spots of black light. Just looking at those spots was enough to cause a man to sink into oblivion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 12, For Mighty Celestial Immortals. Chapter 12, For Mighty Celestial Immortals. Arise! The tall, skinny Patriarch Arcanum let out a cold shout. Instantly, clouds began to gather from thousands of kilometers around. The world turned dark, the five elements were thrown into a state of chaos, and space became locked. No matter how violent the battle in the area became, it would be difficult for any spatial ripples to leak out. 7 ruinous thunder winds? A puny void-level Earth Immortal actually has a precious golem like this? What a waste! Patriarch Arcanum let out a cold laugh. Instantly, a series of starlight began to appear, along with multiple meteors that flew out. A total of 360 meteorites instantly flew high into the air. These 360 meteorites made up Patriarch Arcanum's true power. For the sake of killing Ning, he had brought them out right away. In midair, the illusion of 360 flowing stars could be seen. For countless ages now, the movement of stars in the night sky had been fixed and eternal. When this grand formation appeared, instantly, a layer of thick starlight appeared, completely blocking the wild electric wind. All of you, die, die, die. The winged immortal golem was in an absolutely berserk state as it released the 7 ruinous thunder winds repeatedly. The 7 ruinous thunder winds were exceedingly powerful. Even using all of his power, Patriarch Arcanum was only able to just barely block them. 7 ruinous thunder winds of such purity, this golem is allowing a mere void-level Earth Immortal to block me. For such a precious golem to be in the hands of this North Sun is truly a waste. If I had it, my power would increase dramatically. The power of a golem was directly related to the power of its user. There naturally would be a difference in power in the 7 ruinous winds as activated by void-level elemental key or celestial immortal level elemental key. By relying on the winged immortal golem, North Sun could reach a celestial immortal's level of power, but in the hands of a true celestial immortal, the power would increase by at least 2 levels. As Patriarch Arcanum struck out, one of the other patriarchs struck out as well. It was the elderly, white-haired Patriarch Deadwood. The elderly patriarch's hands formed together into a seal, and a series of powerful ripples seemed to merge with the earth itself, becoming one with the nearby grass and trees. In truth, Patriarch Deadwood was an oddity even amongst celestial immortals, because the vast majority of them needed to use magic treasures. Patriarch Deadwood, in his youth, was looked down upon due to his lack of talent, and the clan gave him very few resources. In fact, he couldn't even procure any decent magic treasures. He was the stubborn sort, and he decided to focus all of his attention on magic spells. No one would have imagined that he would manage to complete a Tao that was different from all others, one which only grew stronger as he moved further along it. All of the various geniuses of his era failed and perished, while he actually overcome his tribulation to become a celestial immortal, and an extraordinary one at that. In the Young Flame clan, even Patriarch Goldclock, who had acquired their most precious treasure, was nearly on par with him. Attack! A single word came forth from Patriarch Deadwood's lips. Boom! 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 Instantly, the colors of the world seemed to change. The nearby lake shook, and the wild plains trembled. Enormous, thick, wood-green tendrils erupted forth from the surface of the lake and from the wild plains. A total of 9 tendrils erupted forth, each of which was covered with flowing golden light and with ancient runes. The 9 tendrils soared into the heavens, each of them fathomless in length. They simultaneously struck towards the winged immortal golem and towards Ning. This took time to describe, but in reality, Northsun's unleashing of the 7 ruinous thunderwinds, Patriarch Arcanum's usage of the Starlight Revolution formation to block, and Patriarch Deadwood's unleashing of his 9 tendrils happened almost simultaneously. Whoosh! The winged immortal golem continued to release the 7 ruinous thunderwinds while it flew through the air at high speed, avoiding the striking tendrils. Every single tendril was like one of the pillars of heaven. They were incomparably thick and massive, and they also moved at incomparable speed. The winged immortal golem was dodging at high speed. Just as it had clearly dodged a blow, the incomparably massive tendril suddenly sprouted many branches that were much thinner but extremely numerous. The tight cluster of tendrils erupted forth from the main tendril like a series of serpents, instantly entangling and catching the winged immortal golem. F***ck off, F***ck off. The winged immortal struggled to resist, continuously releasing the 7 ruinous thunderwinds, but starlight descended, blocking a good part of it. Even though some of the smaller branches were destroyed by the 7 ruinous thunderwinds, new ones quickly sprouted out. The winged immortal golem sank into a prison of tendrils, and no matter how it struggled, it was unable to escape. A total of 9 tendrils were used to attack. Just a single one of them was used to trap the winged immortal golem, the rest were acting against Ning. Ning was currently filled with both guilt and rage. Junior apprentice brother. Ning's heart was filled with the utmost regret. As soon as he had seen the 4 mighty celestial immortals appear, he had understood everything. The 4 of them had been lying in wait here the entire time, but had only acted after Ning had appeared. Given that they were all of the Young Flame clan, without question, they were here for him. His junior apprentice brother was simply caught in the crossfire. His junior apprentice brother had cared deeply about his Tao companion's soul. Ning knew this very well. Upon seeing tears of blood streak down his junior apprentice brother's face, Ning's own heart clenched with pain. Next came rage. Incomparable rage. Young Flame clan. When Ning saw Patriarch Arcanum and Patriarch Deadwood unleash their abilities, he similarly unleashed his own as well. Whoosh! A black-robed Ning appeared by his side. His true body and his primal twin now stood shoulder to shoulder in midair. Simultaneously, they manifested more than 300 top-grade immortal-ranked flying swords to appear around them. The guilt-racked and infuriated Ning instantly unleashed his most powerful killing attack. Greater Thousand Swords Formation, Stage 4. A large amount of sword ki coalesced in front of Ning's chest, transforming into a golden flying sword. Kill! His true body and his primal twin let out simultaneous, enraged roars. Roar. A divine black dragon appeared, raising its head out and unleashing an angry roar. It was the golden flying sword in draconic form. The divine black dragon, carrying a terrifyingly sharp aura, swept forward, and meeting it was an incomparably thick tendril, which slapped down with power that seemed great enough to shake the heavens and the earth. Even though the divine black dragon was incomparably agile as it moved to try and dodge past so as to help Northsun, the tendril was also extremely agile, and it gave birth to many smaller branches that moved to impede the divine black dragon. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A large amount of smaller branches were chopped apart, and a scar appeared on the body of the thick main tendril as well. And then, crack! It completely snapped apart. Ning and his primal twin manifested a second streak of swordlight. A second divine black dragon flew out. Simultaneously controlling 2 streaks of swordlight generated from the 4th stage of the Greater Thousand Swords Formation, this was Ning's current maximum. Roar! The 2 divine black dragons moved as fast as lightning, slamming against the many tendrils. Thanks to the resistance from the tendrils, one of the divine black dragons was consumed and shattered, but the other one managed to slaughter a path to the winged immortal golem, tearing the tendrils apart and saving the golem. What? The 4 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan, upon seeing this, narrowed their eyes. This Ning is actually as powerful as this? He would be considered an excellent fighter amongst celestial immortals. Fortunately, thanks to Blood Cloud Hall's failed assassination attempt, we've known this entire time that he is extremely powerful, and so we came prepared. Still, the 4 celestial immortals didn't panic in the slightest. Forest. Patriarch Deadwood's eyelids twitched slightly, and a golden light began to flow within his eyes as he once more called out a word. Whoosh! 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 From the lake and from the wild plains, a large number of tendrils began to appear. These tendrils were far thinner than the 9 great tendrils that had appeared earlier. They were roughly just 1% of the originals in size. However, they were extremely numerous, and each was still at least 100 kilometers long. The world had suddenly been transformed into a forest of tendrils. The countless tendrils began to frantically wrap themselves around the 9 main tendrils. Ning's 2 divine black dragons, formed through using the 4th stage of the Greater Thousand Swords formation, were only able to strike around the margins. They were blocked repeatedly, and they only had enough strength to fight back, not to advance any further. Whoosh! By Ning's side, North Sun repeatedly unleashed the 7 ruinous thunder winds, but Patriarch Arcanum's grand formation of starlight suppressed the wind time and time again. A single person, Patriarch Deadwood, was able to suppress both Ning and North Sun. This was the power of a truly formidable celestial immortal. The general who had commanded the Eastwood's mountain range was even more formidable than Patriarch Deadwood. He was capable of completely suppressing and even defeating Ning. However, because he was unable to bind Ning, he was forced to negotiate with him. Although Patriarch Deadwood was comparatively weaker, he was still able to suppress the 2 of them. With Patriarch Arcanum supporting him, the 2 made it impossible for Ning to even have a chance to use a greater teleportation Dao seal. Bang! A talisman suddenly appeared before Ning. A divine black dragon howled past it, and a thick streak of swordlight instantly shattered it. Stillwater City. It was in the afternoon, but the skies were rather dark and dreary. Not good. It's Ning. 2 figures simultaneously appeared in the skies above Stillwater City. The first was a hunchbacked, staff-wielding elder, celestial immortal Hunchmont. The other was the black-haired, black-robed immortal Diensai. Both had shocked looks on their faces. It must be understood that when immortal Diensai and Ning agreed to ally with the Northmont clan of Stillwater, they had naturally prepared methods of helping each other out as needed. Everyone had a talisman for everyone else. Upon shattering it, the others would be able to sense it right away. Ning's power is formidable. What sort of situation could force him to request help? Immortal Diensai was greatly shocked. It's within Stillwater Commandery, roughly a few 100,000 kilometers away, celestial immortal Hunchmont sent mentally. Let's hurry over there. Immortal Diensai had a solemn look on his face. Right. The 2 didn't hesitate at all. They immediately used void blink techniques to hurry over. Although the most powerful member of the Northmont clan of Stillwater was actually that ancient elder, his existence was a tightly kept secret. Unless something truly critical happened, he wouldn't reveal himself. Only if even immortal Hunchmont and immortal Diensai were unable to rescue Ning would he intervene. The world of the Grand Xia. Upon an island in the western seas. This was a seemingly barren, unpopulated island. In truth, it was surrounded by layers of formations, causing outsiders to be unable to see the truth of what was within. Within a mountain on the island. Inside a palace. A maiden was seated on a royal throne here. In the center of the palace was an enormous mirror, a pure young treasure known as the Divine Earth Piercer Mirror. This enormous mirror was currently displaying the battle that was happening far away, next to the lake. The young Flame Clan has made their move. The maiden revealed a smile. And even celestial immortal infatuation has gone, and they brought a top-grade pure young divine great clock. There were more than 10 gold-robed celestial immortals within the palace who were also staring at that giant mirror as they watched the battle within it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 13, Suppressing the 8-9 Arcane Art. Chapter 13, Suppressing the 8-9 Arcane Art. As soon as Ning exchanged blows with them, he had a bad feeling. Patriarch Deadwood and Patriarch Arcanum alone were able to completely suppress him and his junior apprentice brother. Not even the fourth stage of the Greater Thousand Swords formation is able to overcome them. If I was also a Celestial Immortal and was able to use Celestial Immortal level elemental key in activating the fourth stage of the Greater Thousand Swords formation, things would probably be different. It's simply too taxing for Void-level Earth Immortals to battle Celestial Immortals. And so, not hesitating at all, Ning shattered the talisman, requesting aid from his master Immortal Diensai and Celestial Immortal Hunchmont. A message talisman. Ning is asking for aid. Quick! All four of the Celestial Immortals of the Young Flame Clan were watching this battle. They naturally noticed how the Divine Black Dragon of Swordlight had suddenly shattered a talisman. Let me handle it! The man holding the great clock in his hand let out an angry roar, then waved the clock-wielding hand. The great clock instantly soared high into the skies. The many tendrils that were blocking out the sun opened a path for it, and so the great clock transformed into a rainbow that instantly flew to a location a few kilometers away from Ning. It hovered there in the air, its surface radiating a blurry golden light. The man controlling the golden great clock instantly used his own power to activate this top-grade pure yang artifact. This was an artifact which the Young Flame Clan had come into possession of back during the era of Panga's world. It had been passed down for countless years, and was one of the artifacts that was meant to safeguard the entire clan. Cla-ong. The golden clock suddenly emitted a ringing sound. The sound of the clock spread out in a slow manner. The base of the golden great clock was aimed straight towards Ning, and as the clock rang out, circles of golden ripples that were visible to the naked eye appeared around it. The circles radiated downwards, while the nearby tendrils quickly retreated, beating out a path for it, with the slower-moving tendrils instantly transformed into dust. The golden ripples of light moved at an extremely fast speed. By the time Ning saw them, they had already nearly reached him. Careful! Ning called out in shock, quickly willing the nearby black-robed Ning to disappear into thin air. Play-a-ang! The golden ripples of light shattered apart one of the divine black dragons, then struck towards Ning's body, at which point it once more let out a slow, gonging sound. Ning felt as though countless heavy hammers were smashing against his body. The nearby Mu North Sun, who was in control of the winged immortal golem, was partially hit by the attack as well. The winged immortal golem was instantly knocked flying, spinning out of his control. Right at this moment, two of the 9 incomparably massive main tendrils came snaking towards the winged immortal golem. Junior apprentice brother. Ning immediately stretched his hand out, his palm increasing to a size of 300 meters as he grabbed the somersaulting winged immortal golem. Don't resist. He immediately brought the winged immortal golem back into his own mobile immortal estate. The appearance of the golden clock forced the primal twin to retreat, while the winged immortal golem had already been finding it hard enough to deal with the Starlight Revolution. There was no way it could fight back at all now. Ning's only choice was to have both his primal twin and his junior apprentice brother retreat for now, leaving his true body to stand there by itself. Ha ha! The man controlling the golden great clock roared with laughter. With my divine clock having emerged, death is the only outcome for you. What terrifying power! Ning's heart was filled with shock. Patriarch Deadwood and Patriarch Goldclock were polar opposites. Patriarch Deadwood focused on control, suppression, and binding, whereas Patriarch Goldclock focused on raw power and straightforward crushing. In truth, as far as Ning was concerned, Patriarch Deadwood was actually a greater threat to him. This was because, once he became bound and restricted by those tendrils, he'd find it very difficult to escape, even though he trained in the 8-9 arcane art. Dawn! 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 The golden great clock rang out in the skies, and the golden ripples of power struck towards Ning repeatedly. By now, Ning had completely withdrawn all of his 300-plus immortal swords. He had executed his divine ability, 3 heads, 6 arms, and was relying on his 6 mighty palms to block. The golden ripple of light struck out, but Ning was completely unharmed. Patriarch Arcanum controlled the starlight revolution to attack, but Ning completely ignored it, allowing it to fall against his body as it pleased. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An enormous number of tendrils came crashing over. Only now did Ning begin to take things seriously. He executed his divine ability, obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, seeming to have transformed into a gust of wind. He was occasionally drifting and gentle, but occasionally savage and vicious in his movements. He shuttled through the tendrils in an unpredictable manner, while his 6 arms all used the star-seizing hand. With unearthly power in his hands, comparable to that of pure young treasures, he chopped with his palms in every direction. Bang! 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 The weaker tendrils and vines were blasted apart into dust, only the thicker tendrils were able to resist. And thanks to his obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, Ning remained extremely agile and dodged about easily. How can this be? Impossible. Patriarch Arcanum and Patriarch Goldclock were both shocked. Their attacks were actually very weak against Ning? Patriarch Goldclock was especially shocked. His power was on the same level as Patriarch Deadwood's, but Ning was able to completely resist the power of his attacks head-on, and was even able to borrow from the momentum of the clock strikes to increase his speed. This golden great clock of mine is a top-grade pure yang treasure with extraordinary power. Not even celestial immortals would dare to take it on head-on. Even if a void-level fiend god were to encounter it, the only outcome would be death. Patriarch Goldclock couldn't believe it. He must have some protective treasure? Patriarch Arcanum said. Even if he did, once it suffered an attack from my golden clock, it would instantly have its power used up. Patriarch Goldclock truly couldn't believe it. After Patriarch Goldclock struck, the last of the 4 mighty celestial immortals, Patriarch Infatuation, began to launch a full-strength attack as well. Cold spheres of light began to manifest in the area around Patriarch Infatuation. These cold spheres of light numbered in the thousands as they hung around him, with flowing runes appearing on their surface. The flowing runes joined together, forming into an incomparably profound formation. Rumble. The area within 3,000 meters of Patriarch Infatuation had been completely transformed into a world of frozen ice. There was frozen ice everywhere. Patriarch Infatuation stood at the very peak of a tower made of frozen ice, like the only sovereign of this miniature world of ice. Chop! Patriarch Infatuation looked at the distant Ning, who was fleeing from the strikes of the golden great clock and the giant tendrils. He pointed at him. Instantly, more than half of the ice within this miniature frozen world began to gather in one location, forming into an enormous chopping sword of frozen ice. This was like the blade of an executioner, but it only had a blade, without a handle. This enormous executioner's blade of frozen ice instantly slashed through the skies, chopping straight towards Ning. Ning, currently using the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, raised his head and saw the enormous executioner's blade of ice crashing down upon him. Cold! He felt a heart-piercing cold. Even before the executioner's blade had fallen upon him, Ning felt a cold pain, misery, and fear fill his heart as he stared at it. This was a sort of fear and pain that one would naturally feel upon seeing that executioner's blade. What a bizarre blade! Ning felt that something was off. He immediately let out an angry roar, F***CKOFF. 2 of Ning's massive hands punched straight upwards, looking like Pango pushing up the heavens. 1. The enormous freezing executioner's blade came crashing down. Bang! The executioner's blade collided head-on with Ning's twin hands. Ning was blasted downwards by the power of the blow, like a meteor sinking into the ground. Ning had never before suffered an attack of such terrifying power. Even back in the Eastwoods mountain range, he had never received such a disastrously mighty chop. What? He didn't die? Patriarch Infatuation could hardly believe it. This technique of his, which he had used to roam and dominate the 3 realms, had been unable to kill Ning? This blow was so powerful that even some heaven-ranked magic treasures would be instantly blown apart. There's no way a protective item could last for so long. Could it be that he's using his body to block? That 8-9 arcane art. Patriarch Infatuation was suddenly shocked as he thought of this possibility. Moments later, he became certain that this was correct. There was a very high chance that Ning had trained in the 8-9 arcane art. This was because after Ning had suffered the first assassination attempt from Bloodcloud Hall had actually dared to increase the price to an exponential level. This indicated that Ning probably wasn't just relying on a protective treasure. Only the 8-9 arcane art made sense. So what if he has the 8-9 arcane art? He's still only at the void level. He won't be able to escape from the combined attacks of us 4 celestial immortals. Patriarch Infatuation instantly sent mentally to the other 3. It is very likely that this Ning has trained in the 8-9 arcane art. Deadwood, focus on binding him. Gold Clock, draw him into your golden great clock and keep him suppressed within it. Alright. Ning was sent slamming downwards from the force of that frozen executioner's blade. Rustle, instantly, the enormous rattan vines came twirling towards him. Not good. The power of that chop had been simply too great. He was about to be trapped and entangled by those thick rattan vines. Ning gritted his teeth. Boom! As Ning landed, his body suddenly separated into 2 as it was instantly torn apart, diving into 2 separate bodies. The 2 Nings slammed their palms into each other, and with a massive boom, borrowed from the momentum of the blow to send each other flying away at high speed, avoiding the many tendrils that were coiling towards them from below. He split his body? He's looking to die. Patriarch Deadwood let out a cold laugh. Although this instantaneous creation of a clone had seemingly allowed him to dodge that trap, both of the clone bodies would now be much weaker. After all, each of the 2 bodies would only possess half of the soul that had been infused into every cell of the original body, and so the power of any sword arts would also be dramatically lowered. Even the intricacy and effect of the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens would be lowered. These were all weaknesses. And once one of the clones was destroyed, the divine power within that particular clone would be completely used up. Boom! One of the Nings suddenly blew up. The power of the other fleeing Ning instantly skyrocketed. A large amount of divine power was returning to him, and his divine soul was rapidly healing as well. Fiend God body refiners, so long as their divine power was not used up, they could regenerate from as little as a single drop of blood. Quite decisive. Patriarch Infatuation, standing atop his tower of frozen ice within his miniature ice realm, let out a cold laugh. Let's see how many times you can self-detonate. He pointed once more. Instantly, that enormous frozen executioner's blade once more swung over, quickly arriving in the air above Ning. Ning gritted his teeth. What was he to do? Earlier, he had instantly split his body into 2 clones, then self-detonated one to recover part of his divine power, but this still used up a lot of divine power. That single self-detonation had already consumed 20 or 30% of Ning's total power. This was a far faster rate of depletion than when he had been fighting. After 3 or 4 more self-detonations, he would be finished. What should I do? Ning began to grow nervous. Hide within his mobile immortal estate and use a greater teleportation Dowseal to escape? This was a seemingly good solution, but it was dangerous as well. Would his mobile immortal estate be able to withstand the attacks of celestial immortal infatuation and the other 3? Although his mobile immortal estates was described as an immortal estates, it wasn't actually an immortal ranked magic treasure. If it had been, Ning wouldn't have been able to bind it in the past. Treasures of this sort were mobile but did not possess significant defensive power. This one was roughly on par with heaven-ranked magic treasures. Against Bloodcloud Hall's Boss Serpent, Ning had felt that it should be able to resist for a short period of time. But in the face of the far more powerful celestial immortal infatuation, who was being aided by 3 more celestial immortals, it might instantly be blasted apart. 1. According to Chinese mythology, heaven and earth used to be an indivisible whole in the cosmic egg. In Pangu's creation of the universe, he literally lifted up the heavens away from the earth, forming the universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 14, A feud is fathomless as a sea of blood. Chapter 14, A feud is fathomless as a sea of blood. A spatial ripple suddenly appeared in the skies above the desolate plains. Two figures emerged from the spatial ripple, a staff-wielding celestial immortal Hunchmont, and a black-robed, black-haired immortal Diensai. It's up ahead. But there's a formation covering that area. Celestial immortal Hunchmont and immortal Diensai immediately released their core sense, using it to cover an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. They were naturally able to discover that large formation. The formations which the four celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan had set up here weren't meant to be used to guard their headquarters. Naturally, they wouldn't pay too high of a price for them. These formations were merely meant for trapping enemies by mystifying them, barring spatial ripples, and causing enemies to be unable to use void blink techniques to escape. They were unable to completely block out the core sense of a determined celestial immortal. Ning. Both were shocked by what their core sense found. They saw Ning, with 3 heads and 6 arms, suffering repeated attacks from 4 mighty celestial immortals within that grand formation. Patriarch Arcanum used the Starlight Revolution to negatively impact Ning's movements time and time again. Patriarch Goldclock was using his top-grade Pure Yang Great Clock in an attempt to trap and suppress Ning within it. Patriarch Infatuation was continuing to unleash the full power of his miniature frozen world with every blow, beating Ning senseless and giving him no chance to fight back at all. He was a truly supreme celestial immortal. Patriarch Deadwood was controlling countless tendrils and vines in an attempt to bind and constrict Ning. Although he had the 8-9 arcane art, Ning was being forced to rely on body separation, followed by self-detonation, something which he wouldn't be able to sustain for very long. Hurry up and break the formation. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont was shocked and worried. Diensai, this great formation is mainly focused inwards and doesn't have much resistance to outside attacks. If the two of us join together, we can break it open through raw force. All right. Immortal Diensai was frantic as well. Let's go. Immortal Diensai pointed from far away. Instantly, 5 immortal swords appeared out of nowhere, instantly piercing through the skies, transforming into 5 dazzling rainbows of light. Every single sword manifested the illusion of a giant mountain, and moments later, the 5 illusory mountains actually joined together, transforming into a single enormous mountain with 5 peaks. These 5 peaks were like 5 fingers of different colors that carried the intent of utter extermination. 5 elements sword, minor 5 elements extermination. Mountain shift. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont released a low growl as well. A total of 9 massive seals appeared out of nowhere, each of which flew out at high speed and transformed into a massive mountain. These 9 massive mountains were different in appearance, with some being towering, some being squat, and some being sharp. They were completely different from Immortal Diensai's swords, as they were not illusory, rather, they were 9 true mountain peaks. In addition, around the 9 true mountains, a host of illusory mountains could be seen as well. A total of 81 such illusory mountain peaks appeared. It was like an entire mountain range was crashing down. The reason why Celestial Immortal Hunchmont's nickname was Hunchmont was precisely because he relied on this supreme ability of his, the Mountain Bringer technique. The illusory 5-peaked mountain of swordlight radiated an aura of extermination, while the 9 true mountain peaks carried 81 illusory mountain peaks with them as they came crashing down with raw force. The two joined together, and the formation flags which the Celestial Immortals had spread throughout the region were instantly shattered apart. Even the desolate plains themselves had massive, jagged scars blasted into them. Both figures were extraordinary in their power. Immortal Diensai had become a celestial immortal after undergoing 6-9 sets of thunder tribulation. His sword art, the minor 5 elements extermination, was on a level that was even higher than Ning's own sword arts. In addition, he was using 5 top-grade Immortal ranked flying swords to execute his technique. Ning's 4th stage of his Greater Thousand Swords formation was probably roughly on par with his master's techniques in terms of sword arts, but Immortal Diensai was now a celestial immortal. Naturally, his power was much greater, due to the fact that he was using celestial immortal level power. As for celestial immortal Hunchmont, he was also on the same level as Patriarch Deadwood and Patriarch Goldclock. He, too, was more powerful than Ning. And the two of them had just joined forces. Naturally, they were able to completely smash apart that grand formation. Not good. Our formation's been destroyed. The newcomers are Hunchmont of the Northmont clan and Immortal Diensai of the Black-White College. Patriarch Arcanum sent frantically. Infatuation, what should we do now? Patriarch Goldclock sent a frantic mental message as well. Damn! Patriarch Infatuation had an ugly look on his face. He stared at the distant Ji Ning, who was frantically dodging past the many tendrils in an attempt to buy as much time as possible. What he saw made him feel all the more unwilling to give up. Although Ji Ning had trained in the 8-9 arcane art, his foundation was far too weak. Patriarch Infatuation was now certain that if the 4 of them were given just a bit more time, they would be able to suppress and trap Ji Ning within the Divine Great Clock. Once trapped and suppressed within that top-grade pure Yang treasure, even true immortals or Empyrean gods would be unable to escape, to say nothing of Ji Ning. But of course, a true immortal or Empyrean god wouldn't be so stupid as to let themselves be trapped within. Rumble. The 5-peaked mountain of Swordlight carried an incomparably fierce aura. The 9 true mountains carried a host of illusory mountains as they came crashing forward. There was nothing to stop them. Damn, damn, damn. Patriarch Infatuation was both frantic and enraged. They were so very close to victory. However, he knew that the appearance of celestial immortal Hunchmont and Immortal Diensai meant that they were now unable to suppress Ji Ning. After all, Ji Ning had trained in the 8-9 arcane art. They were unable to kill him, and would only be able to suppress and trap him. They no longer had the time necessary to do that. Leave. Patriarch Infatuation sent with an angry roar. Let's leave. Damn it. Patriarch Goldclock and Patriarch Deadwood felt similarly unwilling to just give up like this. If we had just a few extra moments, Ji Ning would have been finished. Patriarch Arcanum was unbelievably frustrated as well. Celestial Immortal Infatuation, this is my territory, Stillwater Commandery. By doing this, your Young Flame clan is truly showing no regard for our Northmont clan. A sonorous voice, backed by celestial immortal level power, instantly shook every single inch of the surrounding area. The elderly staff-wielding hunchback and the black-robed, black-haired man had already begun moving towards them, side by side. Poof! The 4 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan couldn't even be bothered to talk to them. They each retreated at high speed, disappearing into the distant horizons. They made quite a clean getaway. Ji Ning. Celestial Immortal Hunchmont and Immortal Diensai flew over to him. Senior Hunchmont. Master. Ning went over to welcome them. What happened? 4 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan joined forces to attack you? Immortal Diensai was incomparably worried, while the nearby celestial immortal Hunchmont was secretly shocked as well. All 4 of the celestial immortals were exceedingly powerful. Logically speaking, a slightly weaker celestial immortal should have been instantly killed. Ji Ning, however, had been able to hold on until their arrival. They have been looking to get rid of me for some time now. This time, they set up a trap here at my junior apprentice brother Mu Northson's place, waiting for me. Ning's heart was filled with guilt. Junior apprentice brother. The thing most important to his junior apprentice brother, the soul of his Tao companion, had been destroyed. Ning didn't know what his junior apprentice brother was currently thinking right now. His junior apprentice brother had completely been collateral damage in this attempt to kill Ning. If I had known this would happen, when he refused, I would have forcibly abducted him to Swallow Mountain. Ning was filled with endless regret. Because his junior apprentice brother was filled with longing and love for this place, he was unwilling to listen to Ning's suggestions, no matter what Ning said. In addition, since Ning felt that nobody would know that Northsun had returned to this place, and given that Northsun also had the winged immortal golem, he didn't force his junior apprentice brother to go back with him. My junior apprentice brother literally just returned. How did the Young Flame clan find out? Ning mused to himself. Gee Ning, you spoke of a junior apprentice brother? Immortal Diantsai hurriedly asked. Yes. Mu Northsun. Ning nodded. You found him? Immortal Diantsai was shocked. I found him. Let's go back first, let's not stay here. Ning glanced at the surrounding area. Even the wooden house which his junior apprentice brother had built had been utterly annihilated by this battle. That earlier battle had simply been too frenzied. Ning, Immortal Diantsai, and Celestial Immortal Hunchmont first returned to Stillwater City. After discussing a few affairs in detail, even Immortal Diantsai agreed, based on what you said, Blood Cloud Hall's attempted assassination of you was very likely done at the request of the Young Flame clan. Now that they have personally attempted to remove you, they probably won't let matters rest like this. Agreed. Ji Ning, given your current level of power, you aren't able to withstand the Young Flame clan yet. You have to keep waiting and enduring it. After you become a Celestial Immortal, your chances will be much greater, Celestial Immortal Hunchmont urged as well. Ning was filled with regret and hate. Wait and endure? For how much longer was he supposed to wait and endure? In the past, his mother had carried the burden of knowing who their mortal enemy was by herself. She had been unwilling to tell him that their enemy was the Young Flame clan, precisely because in her eyes, her son was more important than vengeance. In addition, she was afraid the Young Flame clan was truly far too powerful. She didn't even dare imagine her son fighting against an ancient clan like this, one of the top 10 clans of the entire world of the Grand Xia. When the Young Flame clan had been frantically searching for him, and even trapping the Ji clan within Swallow Mountain, Ning had been forced to endure and bide his time. When they had attempted to assassinate him within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, Ning had still waited and endured. He had never taken any reprisal actions against them. In fact, even upon his return from Mount Innerheart, Ning had continued to wait and bide his time, because he didn't feel any confidence at all in his ability to deal with the Young Flame clan. The Northmont clan of Stillwater was already so incredibly powerful, what then of the Young Flame clan? The 4 celestial immortals that had appeared today were already incredibly terrifying, and this was probably not the full power the Young Flame clan could bring to bear. Swallow Mountain. Only after returning to Swallow Mountain did Ning release his junior apprentice brother. Young Flame clan, Young Flame clan, Young Flame clan. Within a house, a series of agonized, maddened growls could be heard. The nearby servants and maids who heard the voice felt their hearts shudder. A grand formation had long ago been set up around this house, causing Northsun to be completely unable to escape. Ning stood there on the hallway, listening to the heart-rending growls. He walked through the grand formation. He walked to the room. He pushed the door open. He entered. Within the room, Mu Northsun was sitting on his knees like a madman, his hair tousled and even whiter than before. He raised his head to look towards Ning. Senior apprentice brother. Northsun's face was twisted with agony. His eyes were blood red, and he said in hoarsely, I will take revenge. I will take revenge. I will kill the Young Flame clan. Kill them. Kill them all. They took everything from me. I'm going to take everything from them. Annihilate them. Senior apprentice brother, let me out. This was all my fault. Ning walked to his junior apprentice brother's side, then knelt down as well, taking his junior apprentice brother's hand into his own. His junior apprentice brother's hand was trembling non-stop. Ning was filled with tremendous guilt. This was all purely because of the feud between him and the Young Flame clan. His junior apprentice brother had ended up being dragged into it. It isn't your fault, senior apprentice brother. It was the young flame clan, Northsun said hoarsely. I will take revenge. Kill them. The more I kill, the better. Senior apprentice brother, why don't you let me out? Why? Wait. Wait a few more days, Ning said in a low voice. I need to keep waiting? Northsun's eyes were filled with madness. Junior apprentice brother, do you think I don't want to wipe out the young flame clan? Ning's entire body began to tremble slightly as well. I've been biding my time for so many years. I want to take revenge very badly, and not just for myself. This is for my mother, my uncle, my cousin, this is for all of them. I tell you this, wait a few more days. Once my preparations are complete, I will definitely assault the Young Flame Clan's headquarters. Wait how long? Northsun stared at Ning. Soon. Very soon, Ning said consolingly. Suddenly, Ning rose to his feet. Turning his head, he stared towards the south. His gaze seemed to pass through the walls of space and penetrate to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. In this moment, within the imperial palace of the imperial capital, the silver-haired Skyfox had just shattered the talisman which Ning had given him. Northsun, noticing that Ning had suddenly risen to his feet, couldn't help but turn his head to look at him. Our chance just arrived, Ning said softly. I'll go on a trip to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia first. After that, it will be time for the Young Flame Clan to pay their blood debt to us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 15, Exalted Immortal Black Heaven. Chapter 15, Exalted Immortal Black Heaven. Pay their blood debt to us? Mu Northsun was startled, but then he frantically rose to his feet. Senior apprentice brother, this is my personal feud, even if I die, it doesn't matter. But you. No need to say another word. Ning shook his head, his gaze distant. I've been wanting to fight with the Young Flame Clan for quite some time now, but I've been biding my time and just enduring it for many years. It's time to resolve this matter. Senior apprentice brother, Northsun was both frantic and worried. Although his heart was now filled with boundless hatred, he knew exactly how powerful the Young Flame Clan was. From their battle against those four celestial immortals, Northsun learned that there was still a significant difference in power between his senior apprentice brother and the Young Flame Clan. Thus, he didn't wish for Ning to put himself in mortal danger. Wait here for me. Turning his head, Ning strode out from the room. Ning's figure quickly disappeared outside the formation. No matter how frantic Northsun was, there was nothing he could do. Uncle White. Ning walked to one of the beaches of Brightheart Island, where he saw a whitewater hound lying on the ground, staring at the lake. Ning, son. The whitewater hound rose to its feet. The treasures have arrived? Yes, Ning said softly. It's time to go to the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. A hint of a desire to kill appeared in the whitewater hound's eyes as well, a killing intent aimed towards the Young Flame Clan. In his heart, he viewed Ji Ning as his nephew. He knew that the Young Flame Clan had tried repeatedly to kill Ning. How could he not be angered by this? Let's go. Swoosh. Swoosh. Ning and the whitewater hound soared into the heavens. Moments later, they used a void blink to quickly depart from Swallow Mountain, the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Ning and the whitewater hound descended straight downwards from the skies. Ji Ning. A voice echoed in their eyes. Ning turned to look towards a particular residence within the main Heavenly Treasures Mountain, where he saw a silver-haired man. Ning and Uncle White immediately flew towards that residence. Senior Skyfox. Ning walked over. Sit, Skyfox said with a laugh. Ning immediately sat down, while the whitewater hound lay down next to a flower basin within the courtyard. Ji Ning, you came quite fast, Skyfox said with a laugh. The treasures are important, Ning said. Skyfox said with a loud laugh, don't worry, all of the 5 elements treasures that you wanted have been assembled. Might I ask if you have prepared a high-grade pure yang treasure or an equivalent amount of other treasures? As he spoke, Skyfox waved his hand. Instantly, a large number of enormous golden rocks appeared out of thin air, each of which was incomparably slick and glistening and radiated powerful auras of water. They were also slips of bamboo that were completely formed from jade, fist-sized drops of water, fiery flows of lava, and giant black chunks of a mysterious earthen material. Ning was instantly overjoyed upon seeing these things. The Xia Emperor truly is a trustworthy man. Ning waved his hand. Instantly, immortal swords radiating freezing auras or scorching auras suddenly appeared. These were the Sulky Frost swords and the Qiangang Inferno swords. Skyfox's eyes lit up when he saw them. There are a total of 49 Sulky Frost swords and 49 Qiangang Inferno swords, Ning said. They should be comparable to one high-grade pure yang treasure, yes? Yes. Skyfox laughed, then let out a sigh of praise. Gee Ning, you truly do engage in business with style. These 98 immortal swords are indeed sufficient. Based on how treasures were valued, a single top-grade pure yang treasure was comparable to 1,000 top-grade immortal ranked treasures. This was a rough equivalency, not an absolute one. After all, there were differences amongst top-grade pure yang treasures as well. As for high-grade pure yang treasures, they were generally comparable to 100 or 200 top-grade immortal ranked treasures. The 49 Sulky Frost swords and 49 Qiangang Inferno swords which Ning had brought out were a set that came from the same source. They were thus more valuable than a miscellaneous collection of top-grade immortal ranked flying swords, and so a total of 98 of them was indeed enough. As far as Ning was concerned, he had 1,000 of these immortal swords, while he could only use 729 of them at most. The other 200 plus were extras. Go ahead and inspect them. Ning waved his hand, and the flying swords all moved towards Skyfox. Skyfox immediately used his celestial immortal power to investigate them. Yes, they are all excellent top-grade immortal ranked flying swords. Gee Ning, these 5 elements treasures are yours. The many 5 elements treasures in midair all flew towards Ning, and Ning accepted with a wave of his hand. Their trade had been completed. Gee Ning, if there is anything else you need, feel free to come find me. Skyfox was in an extremely good mood. It must be understood that the Grand Xiao's control over this world wasn't very stable right now. While those 5 elements treasures would need time to be refined into magic treasures, it was a fine trade for him to immediately acquire such excellent magic treasures for them. In the next 2 days, I think I will make some more requests of you, Senior Skyfox, Ning said. However, this isn't the time just yet. Skyfox was intrigued. He nodded lightly. He then departed from the residence, but also instructed his attendant to wait here and obey Ning's orders. The black-robed Ning and a white-robed, white-haired man were seated facing each other. Let's drink some wine, the black-robed Ning said with a smile. All right. Uncle White was puzzled. Why had Ning suddenly released his primal twin? What was his true body doing? The distant western seas, atop the secret island where the Seamless Gates forces had been stationed. How useless. Violet Grass was seated atop her royal throne, a hint of anger gathering in her brows. The exalted young Flame Clan was unable to kill a puny Gee Ning, even when he was completely unprepared. They truly have disappointed me. It seems our Seamless Gate will have to handle this ourselves. Milord, let us attack Gee Ning, he'll definitely perish. At most, we'll have to spend a bit of effort on it. Milord, no need to be angry. The golden-robed celestial immortals before the throne were all eating, drinking, and laughing. The maiden frowned. It will indeed require a bit of effort. We'll have to ask that old geezer to help out, but Gee Ning had the 8-9 arcane art, protecting his body. Her subordinates alone might be able to kill him, but it would still involve an element of risk. For example, the 4 mighty celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan hadn't been able to kill him within an extremely short amount of time, resulting in his helpers arriving to rescue him. By this same principle, although her subordinate celestial immortals were definitely strong enough to completely dominate Ning, they wouldn't be able to break through the protection of the 8-9 arcane art. Exalted Immortal Black Heaven is arriving. Suddenly, a figure appeared within the palace. It was a black-robed servant, who hurriedly said with respect, "Exalted Immortal Black Heaven has already left the Mount Steel Major world and has gone to the 5th world. He'll arrive shortly." "That old geezer is arriving?" The maiden frowned. All of the 10+ golden-robed celestial immortals below her, however, all hurriedly rose to their feet. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven's fame was widespread. Although they were all celestial immortals, in the face of Celestial Immortal Black Heaven, they still felt a hint of nervousness. This was because Celestial Immortal Black Heaven was an old freak that had power that was almost comparable to that of a pure Yang true immortal. He was one of the absolute most supreme of celestial immortals. "Ahaha, little baby girl Violet Grass." After a spatial ripple, a loud laugh could be heard that echoed throughout the palace. "Old bastard." The maiden pursed her lips. A figure walked into the palace. He looked like a middle-aged man with long, unbound hair. He walked in barefoot, looking rather unkempt and dissolute. "Exalted Immortal Black Heaven." "Lord Black Heaven." "Milord." The other golden-robed celestial immortals all hurriedly called out to him. Exalted Immortal Black Heaven was someone which even the gatemaster of the Seamless Gate had to give some face to. He was quite famous within the 3 realms. In terms of raw power and a frontal assault, he wasn't that formidable. At most, he was on the level of celestial immortal infatuation. But he simply was a master of far too many strange, unorthodox techniques. Fleeing techniques? Trapping techniques? Poison techniques? He had far too many techniques at his disposal. Even true immortals or Empyrean gods would be miserable facing him. He was considered something of a legend in the 3 realms. "Little baby girl Violet Grass, I didn't expect that you would end up begging for my help." Exalted Immortal Black Heaven said smugly, "When I first saw you, you were a little baby girl, and now, you have made something of yourself. You owe me, you old bastard." The maiden frowned. Yes, in the past, I did indeed promise to fulfill 3 requests of yours. You've used up one of them, this will be the second one." Celestial Immortal Black Heaven laughed. "Speak. What do you want me to do?" The maiden waved her hand, and a book appeared within it. She tossed it straight to the distant Celestial Immortal Black Heaven, who accepted it, read it, then frowned. "Ning? Within this book are all the intelligence reports we have gathered regarding this Ning. Without question, he is not on our side. If he's given time to grow and develop, he'll probably end up being trouble for us. Thus, it's best to get rid of him early on. The Gatemaster has instructed me to handle it, but I want to ensure that things will go exactly as planned, which is why I've asked you to help," the maiden said. "The 8-9 arcane art?" After reading through the intelligence reports, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven's eyes bulged out a bit. He then raised his head and said unhappily, "Little baby girl Violet Grass, this is a practitioner of the 8-9 arcane art. The only powers in the 3 realms who can teach and transmit the 8-9 arcane art are those Taofathers. Those who have this art can be counted on 2 hands, and each of them are utterly terrifying. This Ning's master is most likely one of them, and could crush me with a single finger. What are you afraid of? You think his master would dare intervene?" Violet Grass was disdainful. "Maybe," Celestial Immortal Black Heaven shook his head. "Too dangerous. This is too dangerous. You old bastard," the maiden said angrily. She knew this Celestial Immortal Black Heaven quite well. After all, she had followed the Gatemaster in Celestial Immortal Black Heaven when she was very young. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven was legendary for his cowardice and caution, as well as being skilled in unorthodox abilities. Fine. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said resignedly, perhaps the chances of his master intervening are indeed remote. Since it is for you, I'll let one of my clones go deal with Ning. A clone? The maiden stared. Don't worry. I'll let my clone carry my Polaris God-locking circlet. Once it emerges, he will definitely be locked in place by it, without any chance to resist. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven chortled, in the blink of an eye, I'll have captured him. I'll take him away and let you decide how to handle him. The maiden said, puzzled, Polaris God-locking circlet? What type of a treasure is that? Why haven't I heard of it? I have rarely fought others, from the primordial era to the present era. How much do you think you know? If it wasn't for the fact that the three realms are about to be swept into a storm, I wouldn't be willing to use any of these treasures of mine. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said loudly, alright, tell me, where is this Ning? Tell me, and I'll go collect him. The maiden, upon hearing this, laughed. Our most recent intelligence places him at the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia? Celestial Immortal Black Heaven frowned. That's not a place I can go to. The Xia Emperor isn't easy to deal with. After he leaves the imperial capital, I'll make my move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 16, The Fourth Cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand. Chapter 16, The Fourth Cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand. Fine. As soon as Ning leaves the imperial capital of the Grand Xia, I will immediately notify you. The maiden nodded. Celestial Immortal Black Heavens chortled merrily and nodded. Then before I deal with Ning, come. Let's have a nice chat and catch up with each other. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. The black-robed Ning was seated face to face with Uncle White, while his true body had entered the underwater estate. The underwater estate. Within the still room, Ning's true body was seated atop the bed of netherwater jade. Surrounding him were a large amount of 5 elements treasures, ranging from 1,000 kilograms to tens of thousands of kilograms in weight. All of them were circling around Ning. Time flowed on. Some of the ripples coming from the 5 elements treasures were growing progressively weaker as they quickly began to transform from spirit items to useless items. One could watch as the pieces of gold gems from the heaven realm began to visibly decay, becoming worthless rocks that were a dull white color. The flows of liquid lava, formingly agile and graceful, swirled in the air, but were quickly being transformed into acidic water. Ning's twin hands were glowing with 5 colors of light. They were skyrocketing in power as they ravenously consumed the 5 elements essence from those spirit treasures. This continued for 12 full hours. The surrounding area was now littered with floating bits of shatter rocks, rock-like strips of bamboo, ordinary and rather disgusting acidic water, as well as a large amount of random dirt. Phew! Ning exhaled, lowering his head to look at his 2 hands. His hands were glowing with a dull light, and the power within them was truly shocking. Success! The fourth cycle of my star-seizing hand. Ning's eyes were blazing. However, he could sense that his current hands had reached an absolute limit in power. There would be no way for him to strengthen them any further for now. If he wanted to, he would have to get his hands to qualitatively evolve and transform to a completely new stage, one which required him to first break through to the Empyrean God level. The fourth cycle of the Star-Sizer. My twin hands are now comparable to Supreme Pure Yang treasures. When using 3 heads, 6 arms, I'll have the equivalent of 6 Supreme Pure Yang treasures at my disposal. Ning could sense how powerful his palms had become. This feeling of tremendous power really was wonderful. Magic treasures were extremely important to an immortal cultivator. Why was it that at the early Wanshang stage, one would be able to completely dominate a peak Zifu disciple? The primal level, the void level, the celestial immortal level, advancing through the major stages caused an enormous increase in power, partially because one's own elemental key would change, but also because one's magic treasures would dramatically improve. Even if one's insights into the Tao were comparable to one's foes, there would still be a huge difference in power. Wanxiang adepts were able to use earth-ranked treasures, primal Taoists were able to use heaven-ranked magic treasures, void-level earth immortals were able to use immortal-ranked magic treasures, and celestial immortals were able to use pure yang treasures. Magic treasures advanced in power to a truly staggering degree. For example, Ning. In terms of insights into the Tao, he was actually comparable to Patriarch Goldclock. And thanks to his star-seizing hand, divine ability, Ning's foundation was actually superior to Patriarch Goldclock's. Why then, had he been beaten silly by Patriarch Goldclock, without having any chance to fight back at all? Why was it that he was clearly weaker than Patriarch Goldclock? Precisely because Patriarch Goldclock had a top-grade pure young divine great clock. For another example, Patriarch Deadwood and Patriarch Goldclock. In terms of insights into the Tao, Patriarch Deadwood was considerably superior to Patriarch Goldclock, but Patriarch Goldclock's power was comparable to Patriarch Deadwood's. This was because his magic treasure made up for their disparity in power. In the three realms, there are some experts who primarily rely on their magic treasures to roam the realms. Ning had read up on many commonly known facts while at Mount Innerheart, and had learned that some celestial immortals relied on extremely powerful protocosmic spirit treasures to roam the three realms. By relying on some especially unique ones, they might even be able to fight against true immortals or empyrean gods. My two palms have just skyrocketed in power, from being just barely at the pure yang level to the very pinnacle of the pure yang level. They are comparable to supreme middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. My close combat power has most likely increased by an enormous amount as well. Ning knew very well that with his star-seizing hand, having advanced from the third cycle to the fourth cycle, the amount of physical strength he would be able to instantly unleash had just risen dramatically. In addition, his palms were now comparable to supreme pure young treasures, supreme middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures. They were now on par with the Rahu Bao. With these two factors combined, Ning's power had just skyrocketed up several levels. Patriarch Goldclock? Ning now held him in no regard at all. I am stronger than Patriarch Goldclock in every conceivable way now. Ning walked down from the nether water jade bed, allowing all of the rubbish hovering within the room to be reduced to dust by his swordlight. Ning's true body emerged from the still room and went to the main hall of the underwater estate. Ning. The giant yellow bear had a smile on his face. You've mastered the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand. You can now be considered a decently strong figure of the three realms. Ning nodded. Although the star-seizing hand merely had a total of 6 cycles, he had to reach the true god level before he could train in the 6th cycle, while the 5th cycle required that he become an empyrean god. To become a true god was simply far, far too difficult. True gods were comparable to Tao Fathers in power, and so for the foreseeable future, Ning would probably only have a chance at mastering the 5th cycle of the star-seizing hand. The 5th cycle would render Ning's palms as powerful as a supreme protocosmic spirit treasure. In the three realms, this was enough to render many true immortals and empyrean gods jealous of him. In truth, the 4th cycle alone was enough to make Ning's palms truly precious items. If someone were to kill Ning and hack off his palms, they would probably be used as magic treasures. All my power is thanks to the fact that Master Three Lives was able to develop such an incredible divine ability, Ning said. Since Master left his legacy behind, you are the first person to reach such a level of power. Don't underestimate yourself. The giant yellow power laughed. Alright, your power has now increased dramatically. The 9th level of the War God Hall, you now have a 99% chance of overcoming it. Wish to give it a try? Ning was instantly delighted. The giant yellow bear was modest of speech, and would generally give very conservative estimates, for even him to use the term 99% meant that Ning's success was virtually assured. I'm now comparable to a supreme celestial immortal? Ning said in surprise and delight. void-level fiend gods can be comparable to celestial immortals. Since your star-seizing hand has reached the 4th cycle, you can now compare to the most supreme of void-level fiend gods. The giant yellow bear laughed. This naturally means that you are now comparable to the most supreme of celestial immortals. Will you challenge the War God Hall or not? Yes, of course. Ning nodded. The 9th level of the War God Hall. This was a completely empty void. Ning suddenly appeared out of nowhere within it. This is... Ning glanced around himself. Whoosh! From far away, a drop of golden blood suddenly manifested. This drop of golden blood quickly transformed into a fiend god that was wearing a set of golden armor. He was tall and muscular, with blood-red hair and a long black spear in his hands. His eyes were filled with an unearthly killing intent, one strong enough to cause Ning to feel startled. Ning stared in amazement at the figure that had just appeared. So you are Ning? The red-haired fiend god actually revealed a smile, a very gentle and kindly smile, the smile a father would have when looking at his child. You are. Ning was rather flabbergasted. Although he had always felt that the War God Hall was quite peculiar, and had discovered more and more oddities as he had progressed through its ranks, he had never come to truly understand the secrets behind it. This opponent which he was now encountering here on the 9th level, he was far more powerful than any of the previous figures Ning had encountered. That aura alone, Ning could sense that this person might even be comparable to his senior apprentice brother Silvermoon. My name is Reds now, the red-haired fiend god said with a smile. You are an Empyrean god? Ning asked. The red-haired fiend god laughed. Good eye. I am indeed an Empyrean god, but this is just an extremely weak clone of mine, created through a single drop of blood, but... Ning understood the profound mysteries behind the art of clones. The more divine power one put into a clone, the more power the clone would have. For example, a clone that was created from a single hair would naturally be extremely weak. To a fiend god, blood was still quite important. A clone created from the blood of an Empyrean god would most likely be at the celestial immortal level. As to how powerful it was, exactly? Hard to say. Senior Reds now, how do you know that I am Ning? Ning asked. He found this quite peculiar. It was the big bear who told me, the red-haired fiend god laughed. The God King finally has a successor. All of us have waited far, far too long. Ning's heart shook. Waited far too long? Come, Ning. The God King chose you as his successor. Let me see exactly how strong you are, and if you are qualified to have your position. The long spear in the red-haired fiend god's hand trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 17, The Rahu Bow at Full Power. Chapter 17, The Rahu Bow at Full Power. The red-haired fiend god's power caused Ning to feel shock. He was far too powerful. That long spear, it moved like a ghost or an illusion. No matter how he used his hands to attack, be it with sword fingers or various sword arts, the long spear was able to easily break through his techniques. While breaking through, the long spear would also strike out in pierces, thrusts, or sideways swipes. In short, Ning was at a complete disadvantage. The long spear moved like a dragon, danced like a spirit through water. It carried inconceivably profound mysteries with it, causing Ning to feel like nothing more than a punching bag. No more, no more. The red-haired fiend god finally came to a halt. Shaking his head, he sighed. I lost. Senior Reds now, you clearly are far more powerful than. Halfway through his sentence, Ning suddenly understood. It was most likely that his opponent's divine power was almost exhausted. Each time your palm clashed against my long spear, the force of the collision consumed a large amount of my divine power. The red-haired fiend god looked at Ning, then said with a sigh, the star-seizing hand, divine ability truly is formidable. This clone of mine has far too little divine power, after clashing against your star-seizing hand 10 plus times, the divine power has almost been used up. If your true body was here, senior, you'd probably wipe me out in one blow, Ning said. Although his body was extremely powerful, the red-haired fiend god's spear assaults were even more savage than the strikes of celestial immortal infatuation of the young flame clan. Each time Ning's hands clashed against the tip of the spear, he felt as though his hands were about to be pierced through. In truth, his skin was already covered with countless white spots. If the red-haired fiend god's true body was present, he probably would have been able to completely destroy Ning's physical body. Fortunately, Ning had just trained in the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand. If it had been pre-breakthrough, he probably would have been too weak and the red-haired fiend god's divine power would have lasted longer than Ning's divine power, which would have been used up first. Once his divine power was used up and he was unable to use his divine ability, Ning would end up losing. Losing is losing. The red-haired fiend god smiled merrily as he looked at Ning. I hear that you've trained for less than a century? Yes. Ning nodded. In his heart, he was murmuring to himself. Why did the giant yellow bear tell this Empyrean god everything? Less than a century, your sword arts are quite excellent, the red-haired fiend god said in praise. Facing you, all I could do was rely on 3 heads, 6 arms, to increase the size of my palms and use them to block your long spear like miniature bucklers. Ning shook his head, quite ashamed. He had been forced to use his hands like bucklers, and yet they had been broken past repeatedly. The difference in power was simply too great. Ha ha. Even as far back as the primordial era, I had already mastered multiple grand daos, to say nothing of my current level. If your sword arts weren't so powerful, you probably wouldn't have been able to deplete my divine power. The red-haired fiend god let out a sigh. Your sword arts are quite well suited for defense. Ning laughed. Of course. He had the most insights in the element of water. Ever since he was young, his sword arts had focused on defense. Train hard and become an Empyrean god soon. The red-haired fiend god laughed. Otherwise, you won't be able to get those fellows to be loyal and submit to you. After saying these words, he completely disappeared, melting away into the void. Be loyal and submit? Ning murmured these words to himself. Ning left, returning to the main hall of the underwater estate. Congratulations on overcoming the 9th floor, the giant yellow bear said, a merry smile on his face. But Ning had a frown on his own face. Empyrean god Reds now. Who is he? The giant yellow bear was momentarily startled. He then said calmly, he was an Empyrean god under Master's command, but that's nothing you need to ask about for now. You are still far too weak, even here, in the world of the Grand Xia, just a single one of the 3,000 major worlds, you still have to tread carefully. You aren't qualified to get involved with the major powers that exist within the 3 realms. All I can tell you is this, the 3 realms aren't as simple as you might believe them to be. Not even Patriarch Subhoodie will tell you everything before you become truly powerful. For the weak, the less you know, the better. Too much knowledge will be the death of you. The abilities of the truly major powers of the 3 realms are beyond what you can imagine. Even Master, in the face of the storm that swept the 3 realms long ago, he was nothing special. Even Patriarch Subhoodie, who was even more powerful than Master, was afraid to take part in that war. So, how much of a chance do you think you have? Ning said softly, the destruction of Pango's world, a major secret is concealed within it? Can it be that everything I learned was wrong? What you and your friends know is merely what the Tao Fathers wish for you to know. Do not ask anything else, only after you become a true immortal or an Empyrean god are you qualified to know. As for celestial immortals, major powers can kill countless celestial immortals with a wave of the hand, the giant yellow bear said. Do you wish to go to the treasure hall to choose a treasure? You aren't an Empyrean god yet, there's actually no point for you to choose a pure yang treasure, you know. I will. Of course I will. Ning said hurriedly. Rahu Bao. Ning sent out a spiritual call. Whoosh. A black-robed youth instantly appeared next to him. I'm about to procure a bowstring for you. Choose what type of bowstring you would like, Ning said. Ahaha, you are finally going to get a new bowstring for me? The black-robed youth was instantly delighted. He then turned his head to look towards the giant yellow bear. Big bear, where's that scroll I wrote out earlier? Here. The giant yellow bear waved his hand, and a scroll appeared out of nowhere, hovering in the air. Master, this scroll includes the 3 types of bowstrings that are the best suited for me. Of course, they aren't cheap. The 3 of them are of 3 different levels. Naturally, the higher the level, the better, the black-robed youth said excitedly. God bows, the body of the bow and the string of the bow are 2 separate parts. For a protocosmic spirit treasure like myself, a powerful body is the most important part, while bowstrings are easier to create and procure. The most important quality is their tensile strength and ability to store power, allowing the maximum amount of power from the formations engraved into the body of the bow to flow through them. Ning accepted the scroll. Opening it, he said in surprise, all are fire attribute bowstrings? But your body is water attribute, right? Fire and water, body and bowstring, that's what is necessary for the power to be tremendous. Can it be that you have forgotten that when you discovered me within the crescent world, I used the power of heaven and earth to form arrows of flame? In addition, the 2 arrows that you discovered, weren't they also fire attribute? The black-robed youth said. Understood. Ning laughed, then nodded. Don't worry, I'll definitely procure a superb bowstring for you. The main headquarters of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. High noon. Uncle White, have you prepared the list? Ning looked towards the white-robed, white-haired man before him. I prepared it long ago. Since we are going to act against the Young Flame Clan, we naturally need to spare no expense. Uncle White handed Ning a leather scroll. Ning lowered his head to read through it, nodding slightly. To deal with the Young Flame Clan. Ning already had a plan for doing this. But of course, plans rarely survived contact with the enemy. Since he wasn't sure about the trump cards which the Young Flame Clan had in their possession, Ning naturally had to make multiple levels of preparations. Ning. A voice rang out. A silver-haired man, Skyfox, came walking in. Smiling, he said, do you have some more good news for me? I do indeed, Ning said with a laugh. Let me show you a few things. Whoosh. 10 globes suddenly appeared in the air around Ning. One of the globes was a watery green, while the other 9 globes were a fiery red. Every single globe was emanating incomparably terrifying ripples of power. These are, Skyfox's eyes turned round and huge. Can these all be Soul Key 9 element pearls? Ning nodded as he spoke. Skyfox cleared his throat, glancing towards Ning in disbelief. These Soul Key 9 element pearls, they were a set of pure yang treasures that were quite famous, even back in Panga's world. They could transform into 9 entire worlds. When a pearl smashed into a foe, it was as though an entire world was smashing into that person. But of course, that was when these pure yang treasures were used to their maximum potential. I need a set of top-grade Immortal ranked Fushi staff formation staffs. I need 20 top-grade pure yang spirit pills, or an equivalent amount of low-grade pure yang spirit pills. This list has a bowstring on it, as well as some cheaper alternatives. I also need the objects written on this leather scroll. Ning handed over 2 different leather scrolls. Ning was unable to use pure yang treasures for now. By the time he was able to use them, his power would probably be far greater than his current level of power, and in addition, his palms were already comparable to supreme pure yang treasures. Thus, he naturally chose to sell off this treasure, so as to increase his power right away. Ning, you really are. Upon seeing the leather scrolls, Skyfox's face turned ashen. Your requests are too excessive. If the Xia Emperor isn't willing, I won't force this trade, Ning said. I can go seek out my fellow senior disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 18, Leaving the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Chapter 18, Leaving the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. The set of pure yang treasures which Ning had just taken out, the sulky 9-element pearls, had been chosen by him from the treasure hall. They were the most valuable items which Ning could choose from the pure yang treasures available to him. None of the formidable pure yang treasures which Dao's 3 lives had left behind in his treasure hall were weak. Even the cheapest was at least as valuable as a high-grade pure yang treasure. However, there were too few pure yang treasures, after all. Even Dao's 3 lives wasn't able to collect too many of them. After overcoming the 9th level of the War God Hall, Ning had only been given a total of 18 pure yang treasures to choose from. And so, he had chosen the most valuable item, the soul key 9-element pearls. 9 of these pearls were high-grade pure yang treasures, while the nuclear pearl that served as the core of the formation was a top-grade pure yang treasure. In addition, this was a treasure set that belonged to the exceedingly expensive world type of magic treasures. One could smash them into foes with the force of a minor world, but could also use their power to suppress and bind a foe, causing them to feel as though they were mired in quicksand. They were far more powerful than the primordial night river contained within the thousand-bull sword. This sort of world-type pure yang treasure was exceedingly rare and precious to begin with. This set alone was most likely comparable to 4 or 5 ordinary top-grade pure yang treasures. The Fushi staff formation, the items on the first list, and the arrows are minor matters, Skyfox said helplessly. Master can also provide you with the 20 top-grade pure yang spirit pills that you have requested. But the Bao, your request is too extravagant. Such bowstrings are not so easily procured. The treasures and pure yang spirit pills that I have requested can most likely be procured by any true immortal or Empyrean god who asks his friends for them. The most important item on the list is that bowstring. If it wasn't for that bowstring, I wouldn't even be willing to give up this set of pure yang treasures in exchange, Ning said. The Xia Emperor is of the primordial imperial clan. Ordinary true immortals and Empyrean gods might not be able to produce such a bowstring, but I trust the Xia Emperor is. After having stayed at Mount Innerheart for some time, Ning knew exactly how powerful the primordial imperial clan was. Pangu's world. Back then, there was no such thing as the 3,000 major worlds or trillion minor worlds. There was just a single world, Pangu's world. And back then, the primordial imperial clan ruled over the entirety of the human race. They had quite a few major powers who were at the Daofather level. Although Pangu's world ended up shattering, and although the primordial imperial clan was no longer as mighty as it once was, and although the Xia Emperor and the Shaman clan were merely of a branch of that lineage, the Xia Emperor's roots were far beyond the likes of an ordinary true immortal or Empyrean god. Within a dark void, the black-robed Xia Emperor was seated in the lotus position. He opened his eyes. Soul Key 9-element pearls? They actually ended up in Ning's hands. A young fellow like him, who hasn't even overcome his celestial tribulation, how is it that he is able to produce such a set of pure yang treasures? And such precious ones at that. Strange, truly strange. Strange things like this could be explained with a single, simple word. That word was, luck. Only an extremely lucky person could have such results. The storm is about to descend. Pure yang treasures like these Sulky 9-element pearls, they will be greatly desired by many true immortals and Empyrean gods. The black-robed Xia Emperor pondered privately for a time. Bao, it seems I'll have to go see Uncle. The Xia Emperor had long ago left the primordial imperial clan to set off on his own, establishing his own shaman lineage. Thus, he would rarely see the other members of the primordial imperial clan. Master has sent word. Skyfox looked towards Ning, who immediately listened carefully. He has agreed to all your other requests, save for that bowstring. That will take some time, Skyfox explained. Master is currently thinking of a way to try and procure one. You should know that the bowstring you have requested is one of the most supreme bowstrings of the three realms. Ning nodded lightly. I'm not in a rush. In an ordinary situation, it was hard to say whether he would be able to trade his sulky 9-element pearls for the treasures he had requested. However, since a storm was about to descend, and the pearls were items that could be used right away, whereas a bowstring had to be matched with a similarly superb bow. As for the truly supreme master archers of the three realms, they each already had their own favored bows. Thus, Ning felt comfortable that at a time like this, the Xia Emperor would be willing to help with this exchange. As a member of the primordial imperial clan and as a disciple of Taofather Crimsonbright, and as a supposed lifelong friend of Taofather Raindragon, although a bowstring like this is hard to find, the Xia Emperor should be able to succeed. Ning chose to wait. Skyfox elected to temporarily withdraw. Time flowed on. For entire hours passed. It was now nightfall. Skyfox once more appeared before him. From the look on your face, Senior Skyfox, I can guess that the bowstring has been found, Ning said with a laugh. Master spent up quite a bit of energy, but he finally managed to find a bowstring for you. Skyfox smiled as he handed Ning a golden gourd. All the items you desire are within this gourd. Take a close look. They were within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. He wasn't worried that Ning would take the treasures and instantly flee. Forget about Ji Ning, even the true immortals and Empyrean gods of the Seamless Gate and the myriad demons cave wouldn't dare to challenge the Xia Emperor within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Such generosity. This gourd is a top-grade immortal ranked magic treasure that holds a small dimension within it, Ning said with a laugh. A gift, Skyfox said in a very casual manner. Ning held that golden gourd in his hands, carefully inspecting its contents. Within the golden gourd hovered spirit pills with powerful auras, each of which contained an astonishing amount of extremely pure elemental ki. They were all pure Yan-level spirit pills. There were also a large number of precious objects floating within the gourd, the ones which Uncle White needed to set up his formations. There was also a set of Fushi staff formation staffs which Uncle White needed. The more powerful a set of Fushi staff formation staffs, the greater the power of the formations. Bowstring arrows, Ning was absolutely satisfied with what he saw. A pitch-black bowstring hung in the air within the golden globe, and next to it were a total of 100 fiery arrows. Naturally, these arrows were merely high-grade immortal-ranked treasures. Within the underwater estate. Aha, a bowstring comes. The nearby black-robed youth was extremely excited. Master, you truly are amazing. You aren't even a celestial immortal, but were able to procure such a fine bowstring. Although it's simply a bowstring, it's even more precious than an ordinary top-grade pure yang spirit treasure. Ning smiled, personally affixing the bowstring onto the body of the bow. After connecting the two together. Rumble. The black great blow instantly flew up to hover in the air. Light cascaded off of its body like a series of waves of black water. The body of the bow was clearly glowing with a black, watery light, but when the light reached the bowstring, it transformed into a fiery light. Ah, with this bowstring, I'm now as strong as I was back during the primordial era. The black-robed youth was absolutely excited. Ning smiled and nodded. The Raho Bao was a high-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Logically speaking, such a treasure couldn't possibly be damaged under normal situations. However, its bowstring had ended up snapping. This was because the body of the bow and the bowstring actually had been qualitatively different in power. The bowstring was comparatively more fragile. In fact, there were some true gods who could break apart the bowstring of a god bow. If they suddenly released their strength and pulled the bowstring with full power, the bowstring might just snap. After doing that, they would replace the snapped bowstring with an even better one. This was why, even when its bowstring was destroyed, the Rahobao had been able to use the power of heaven and earth to attack Ning. I now have my godbow and my arrows, while my star-seizing hand has reached the 4th cycle. Although I only have a basic level of skill in Hoi's archery, it's enough to unleash tremendous power. Ning was filled with eagerness. He was only at a basic level of skill in archery, but that was in comparison to the full, Hoi's archery. Compared to others in the three realms, Ning could already be considered an expert archer. After all, he was even able to use heart force. Heart force was mysterious and unfathomable. Unlike other types of force, it was extremely difficult to sense and touch, but it truly was extraordinarily powerful. The ability to use heart force was a dividing factor between those who were and were not able to successfully become divine archers of the three realms. Ning had clearly already passed through that doorway, and he had also learned some of the knacks of using divine power from Hoi's archery. Now, it was matched with a high-grade proto-cosmic god bow, and his own strength with the star-seizing hand. After I reach a more profound level in Hoi's archery, I'll be able to easily kill any foe within 1,000,000 kilometers. Ning was filled with eagerness. And so, Ning once more entered the underwater estate, preparing to train in the 8-9 arcane art. Previously, when fighting against the fiend god Redsnow, Ning had understood that although his body was seemingly impregnable, if he were to run into a true immortal or Empyrean god, he would probably be destroyed with utter ease. Thus, he had to increase his power as soon as possible. After all, a storm was coming to shake the three realms. It was always a good idea to increase his strength when possible. Since he was about to truly go all out against the Young Flame clan, how could he not move to improve his odds of survival? Glug! Ning began to swallow down one spirit pill after another, as quickly as if he were eating peanuts. He began to dissolve them within his body. To train in the third cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, Ning had needed to use a total of 100 top-grade immortal rank spirit pills. To train in the sixth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, the cost would be 1,000 times as great. A total of 100,000 top-grade immortal rank spirit pills would be needed. This was roughly comparable to 100 top-grade pure yang spirit pills. If he had to use treasures to trade for them, a single set of sulky 9-element pearls would be insufficient. This time, Ning had merely acquired the equivalent of 20 top-grade pure yang spirit pills. Rumble. Ning's body began to rumble without pause. His bones felt as though mountains were smashing into them, and his flesh felt like they were being ground away by two colliding continents. His divine body was being repeatedly enhanced, and it was growing increasingly powerful. The fourth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, success. The fifth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, success. Phew! Ning finally came to a halt. After using up half the spirit pills, I finally mastered the fifth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. The remaining spirit pills, I should keep them. In a life and death battle, elemental ki is used up far too fast. These spirit pills can be used to replenish my energy. My divine body is now comparable to a high-grade immortal ranked treasure. Ning felt as though his kicks and punches now contained incomparably terrifying might. His divine body was truly like a magic treasure. His speed had also been increased to a truly swift new level. Ning departed from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain. Although he had only stayed there for a total of 2 days, his power had skyrocketed in an astonishing manner. He had reached the fourth cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand, and the fifth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, as well as fixed his Rahu Bow, and even Uncle White, a master of formations, had increased in power dramatically. King Yan's estate. Ning reached the outside of King Yan's estate. This time, he was planning to deal with the Young Flame clan. How could he forget the person who hated the Young Flame clan the most, the one who was willing to sacrifice everything to destroy them, his cousin, Yuchi-Sie? He didn't need to make any requests. He went straight into the king's estate, and he quickly found Yuchi-Sie's cousin. Ning and Sie were meeting privately within a veranda. With but a though, Ning completely blocked off the surrounding space. What is it? Sie, seeing how Ning was acting, couldn't help but ask this question. It is time for the Young Flame clan to pay their debt of blood, Ning said softly. Sie was completely shocked. She instantly jumped to her feet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 19, The Sword Pointed at East Hill Commandery. Chapter 19, The Sword Pointed at East Hill Commandery. Of course Yuchi-Siya wanted revenge. For the sake of revenge, she would be able to sacrifice everything, even her life. This was because her father, Yuchi Mount, had always dreamed of revenge. She was going to fulfill her father's dream. For the sake of the Yuchi clan, she would ensure that their blood debt would be repaid. But she also knew exactly how powerful the young Flame clan was. Ning had, after all, trained for less than a century. How could he be a match for the young Flame clan? Little brother, don't go too crazy, Sia said worriedly. Cousin, don't worry, I already have a plan, Ning said confidently. Although I'm not confident in being able to kill the celestial immortals of the young Flame clan, I'll teach them a lesson they'll never forget. But Yuchi-Siya was still very worried. Are you truly confident? Of course. Ning nodded. He already had the power of a supreme celestial immortal. He no longer held Patriarch Goldclock and Patriarch Deadwood in any regard. Only Patriarch Infatuation still posed a bit of a threat to him, but despite that, he was now capable of simply standing there and letting Patriarch Infatuation attack as he pleased. His body, now protected by the fifth cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, wouldn't care about the blows at all. In addition, this time, he wouldn't be ambushed. Instead, he was going to challenge them, after having made a plethora of preparations. Little brother, don't be in too much of a rush. We really don't need to rush it, Sia said hurriedly. We can wait for a while longer. Let's wait until you grow more powerful. I've already waited for so many years, there's no rush. Little brother, I have no other family members left. I truly do not wish to lose you as well. Cousin, am I the rash, impetuous sort? Ning asked. Sia was startled. She thought back through her memories. Although Ning could be quite berserk at times, he handled every matter in quite a competent manner. For example, when he elected to participate in the conclave of immortal destiny, many had believed that given he had only trained for 30 years, he should not attend. But in the end, he became the champion of the conclave. Last time, he had been ambushed by 4 mighty celestial immortals. He had been completely caught off guard, which was why he had ended up in such a sorry state. And yet, he still didn't let the young Flame clan get what they wanted. Given that Ning was now making such meticulous plans and preparations, and given that his power had just increased dramatically, he naturally had a fairly high degree of confidence in his plans. However, there was no such thing as an absolute. Ning wouldn't dare say that he was 100% confident in his plans. An ancient clan like the young Flame clan might, for example, suddenly reveal a true immortal or Empyrean god. At that point, Ning would just stare blankly. Still, based on what Ning knew, the young Flame clan shouldn't have any pure young true immortals or Empyrean gods. You've truly decided? Sia looked at Ning. Yes. Ning nodded. I've just come to let you know, cousin, before I actually carry it all out. Little brother, I truly can no longer see through you. Ever since you returned to the world of the Grand Xia, I've been unable to see through you. However, grandfather spoke truly, you are now very powerful. Sia looked at Ning. Gritting her teeth, a hint of fierceness flashed through her eyes as she said, when you go deal with the young Flame clan, I shall go with you. You'll come with me? Ning was surprised. She was merely a primal Taoist. Little brother, you can go kill the more powerful immortal cultivators. As for the weaker ones and the mortals, leave all of them to me. In the past, every member of my Yuchi clan, men and women, children and elders, cultivators and mortals, they were all slaughtered. Not a single one of them escaped the butchery. Sia ground her teeth with hatred. What they did to my Yuchi clan in the past, I'll repay it unto them. Killing mortals? Ning shook his head. No. You are an immortal cultivator. Killing mortals will incur enormous amounts of sin. In addition, the young Flame clan has simply far too many clansmen. To kill that many mortals, karmic sin flames would instantly descend from the heavens. Given your level of power, the karmic sin flames would instantly roast you to death. Those with a low level of sin would be surrounded by a corrosive sin aura. Those with a high level of sin would be surrounded by the bloody light of sin. For example, 11 of the 12 monster kings of the eastern flows were all surrounded by the bloody light of sin. If one had an even higher level of sin, karmic sin flames would descend. Ordinary loose immortals and earth immortals would be immediately roasted to death by the descent of karmic sin flames. Only truly terrifying demons were capable of surviving within karmic sin flames. His cousin was definitely not strong enough to resist karmic sin flames. I have many subordinates. I'll lead them. In fact, I'll even command a large group of soldiers to come with me. His cousin gritted her teeth and said, "You kill the strong ones, they can kill the mortals." This was what the young Flame clan did. Even so, as the commander, a degree of sin will gather around you as well. The young Flame clan has millions of immortal cultivators. As for mortals, they number in the hundreds of millions, at least. It's hard to say exactly how many of them there are. Countless tiny strands of sin will accumulate upon you, and you'll at least have the bloody light of sin covering your body, Ning said. His cousin's eyes were completely red. I'm not afraid. I've waited far too long for this day. There's no way I can agree. Ning rose to his feet. Wait for news from me. Swoosh! Ning soared straight into the air, quickly vanishing from the skies above the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. Xia was momentarily startled. She then let out a fierce, frustrated scream. She wanted to go kill. Swallow Mountain. Ning led Uncle White back to Swallow Mountain. He also summoned Little Ching to him, and together they went to Mu Northsun's room. Senior apprentice brother. Northsun looked towards Ning, his body shaking, his eyes bloodshot. Are we going to the young Flame clan now? Of course. Master has waited for this day for a long time, Little Ching said excitedly. Master, I wish to go as well. Ning frowned. I thought I told you that you are to stay at Swallow Mountain and guard it. Master, look. Little Ching's body flickered. Instantly, a second white-robed Little Ching appeared next to her. Both of them emanated the aura of a void-level earth immortal. I know that you have a primal twin, eh? Your primal twin has become a void-level earth immortal as well? Ning said with some surprise. He had many treasures, naturally, he wouldn't be stingy with them with Little Chang and Uncle White. Uncle White hadn't created a primal twin, because the creation of a primal twin required the splitting of one's soul, causing the power of both souls to start off much lower. Uncle White knew that Ning was going to deal with the young Flame clan, and so he wasn't willing to lower his power. Little Chang, however, was adept at survival to begin with. Naturally, she had prepared a primal twin long ago. By now, her primal twin had also become a void-level earth immortal. My primal twin can stay here at Swallow Mountain, it's enough to control the grand formations, Little Ching said hurriedly. Master, I'm your spirit beast. You are going out to do battle, how can I not accompany you? In addition, you don't need to worry about my safety at all, I'm far faster than you when I use a greater spatial teleportation. You have to use Dao seals, whereas I can use the technique directly. Nin nodded. Fine. However, you must obey my orders. Of course. You are my master, Little Ching said with a chortle. Ning nodded, then looked towards Northsun. Junior apprentice brother, I need to rest a bit. Tomorrow morning, we'll head to one of the 3 commanderies the Young Flame clan controls, East Hill Commandery. The Young Flame clan was even more powerful than the Northmont clan, it had 3 full commanderies. Thus, their headquarters were divided into 3 parts as well, or at least, that was what the intelligence reports were able to discover. Every single one of the headquarters took up an enormous amount of land, and the number of clansmen numbered in the hundreds of millions. There were more than 1 million immortal cultivators in total, this was definitely equivalent to some of the largest clans. Each of the headquarters was comparable in power to the Northmont clan's headquarters in Stillwater Commandery. 3 great headquarters, Ning was only able to choose one. All right. A savage light flashed through Northson's eyes. Tomorrow. Fine. Tomorrow, then. He looked with a bit of worry towards Ning. Senior apprentice brother, if you aren't confident in carrying it out, don't go. Don't go too crazy just because I want to take revenge. Northsun was worried that Ning was being rash. My differences with the Young Flame clan are as irreconcilable as water and fire. I was willing to bide my time and endure it, but the Young Flame clan refused to give me time, Ning said. In the eyes of the Young Flame clan, I'm a potential threat. They won't permit me to continue to grow. The longer Ning lived, the more the Young Flame clan would worry. After all, Ning's rate of improvement was simply too fast. Right. Northsun nodded lightly. Take a rest. Ning laughed, then gently patted Northsun on the shoulder. Get some rest tonight and recover some of your energy. Tomorrow, we'll truly begin our war against the Young Flame clan. We'll be facing an ancient clan that has existed for countless years, and all the tricks they have to muster. The number of immortal cultivators alone is at least more than 1 million. Northsun, upon imagining 1 million cultivators, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. Although most likely the vast majority of these cultivators were merely Zifu disciples, quantity was a quality of its own as well. In addition, this was the headquarters of an entire tribe. It would be surrounded by layers of formations, and even celestial immortals who barged in would probably perish. Only Ning, by relying on the 5th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, would dare to charge straight in. Senior apprentice brother, you have to be careful. Northsun looked at Ning, filled with worry. Although he was going to fight as well, he had already prepared himself mentally for death. In addition, there was an enormous difference in power between himself and those 4 celestial immortals. Thus, the high-level fights would primarily depend on Ning's power. Ha ha ha, Ning laughed. Don't underestimate me, your senior apprentice brother. Night. It was as cool as water. Ning was seated by himself atop the roof, staring towards the bright moon in the sky. Tomorrow, I shall battle against the Young Flame clan. Father. Mother. Just watch and see. One of the 10 most powerful clans of the Grand Xia dynasty, the Young Flame clan, I'll rock them from top to bottom, Ning said softly. He then took a big gulp out of the gourd of wine he was holding in his hands, letting the wine spill out and dribble across his chest. Alas, his father and his mother wouldn't be able to see any of it. In the past, his father and his mother hadn't even wanted for him to go deal with Snowdragon Mountain. Snowdragon Mountain had been destroyed years ago. Nowadays, in Ning's eyes, it was nothing more than a small local sect. Annihilation of such a sect was simplicity itself. The Young Flame clan, now that was a truly tough nut to crack. However, it was nothing more than a tough nut. For celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan had acted against him, but hadn't been able to successfully do anything to him back then, to say nothing of now. The next day. Dawn. Ning, Mu Northsun, Uncle White, and Little Chang all soared into the skies of Swallow Mountain together. 2 youths, a large snowy white hound, an azure serpent. This was a gathering that looked quite odd, and it was a gathering that was going to venture forth to deal with the ancient Young Flame clan. They were going to charge straight into the headquarters of the Young Flame clan. Let's go. Ning unleashed his elemental ki, covering everyone with it before performing a void blink. East Hill Commandery. This was an extremely distant commandery that had many mountains and rivers within it. In terms of raw size, it was significantly larger than Stillwater Commandery. The Old Jade Mountain Range was the most important mountain range in East Hill Commandery, because this massive mountain range that stretched nearly 1 million kilometers was one of the 3 headquarters of the Young Flame clan. There were an unfathomable number of Young Flame clansmen who lived here, with the number of immortal cultivators numbering over 1 million. As for the number of formations and restrictions laid down here over the course of countless eons, that was even more unfathomable. Whoosh! 4 figures suddenly appeared in midair. 2 youths, a large snowy white hound, and an azure serpent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 20, Old Demon Windraiser. Chapter 20, Old Demon Windraiser. Ning and the others stared far away at the distant mountain range, which stretched off as far as the eye could see. Although they had yet to enter, they each sensed the waves of power and might emanating from within the mountain range. This was the might of a grand formation that was continuously active, protecting the mountains. Senior apprentice brother, how do we get in? Mu North Sun sent frantically. Little Chang looked forward, then mumbled to herself, countless mortals, over 1 million immortal cultivators, who knows how many formations have been set up to protect an ancient headquarters like this one, that has existed for countless eons. The successive generations of celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan have definitely strove to set down many formations. A place like this is like a steel wall. How are we supposed to get inside? What should we do? Little Ching glanced at the nearby Ning. Senior apprentice brother, North Sun, looked towards Ning as well. In the face of a place like this, they didn't have any ideas on how to enter. It was too tightly guarded. This was a far more tightly guarded place than the Eastwoods mountain range. Although this was just one of 3 bases for the Young Flame clan, it still surpassed the headquarters of the Northmont clan of Stillwater. The Young Flame clan had definitely given birth to a good number of celestial immortals, over the passage of countless years from the Fiend God era to the present day. The headquarters of such an ancient clan, entering it probably was as dangerous as entering Swallow Mountain, which was guarded by the grand formations of the Mount Innerheart League. Of course we can't force our way in. Ning shook his head. It is layered with formations. Once we force our way in, we'll instantly become trapped within the formations. When Bloodcloud Hall had attempted to assassinate him, Ning had been trapped within the formations of the Eastwoods mountain range. In the end, he had to use a greater teleportation Dao seal in order to escape. Then what should we do? North Sun asked. Have you forgotten how I entered the Forbidden Region? Ning glanced at North Sun. North Sun was startled. I'll use the same method to infiltrate the old Jade Mountain range, Ning said with a smile. The practitioners of the 8-9 arcane art were the most mysterious and secretive figures of the entire 3 realms. They were able to use the art to easily slip into immortal residences or even the celestial court. Just 2 hours later. Within Ning's mobile immortal estate. Spare me, Senior. Spare me, Senior. If I, Young Flame Blackburn, have offended you in some way, Senior, please let me know. A tall, thin, middle-aged man was staring in terror at the masked, black-robed man before him. He didn't even think about fighting back, because this person was simply far too powerful. He had clearly been within a commandery city earlier, but this person had suddenly appeared, completely paralyzing him through just a simple Dao domain, then drawing him into a mobile immortal estate. For his Dao domain to be so powerful, this person could probably kill him, Young Flame Blackburn, with a single thought. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead, the masked, black-robed man said in a gravelly voice. Blackburn let out a secret sigh of relief. If this mysterious figure truly had killed him right away, that really would have been a miserable way to die. He hurriedly said, Senior, if there's anything you need, please let me know. This junior shall definitely do everything in my power to accomplish it for you. Oh? The masked, black-robed figure seemed to chuckle. I wish to know a few things, so I wish to examine your memories. Examine my memories? Blackburn was surprised. He said uneasily, Senior. I will soul scour you. If you don't resist, the side effects probably won't be that bad. If you do, however, I'll have to use force, the masked, black-robed man said. Will you accept it willingly or not? Blackburn felt both miserable and helpless. Hesitating for just a fraction of a moment, he gritted his teeth then said, "This junior is willing." The masked, black-robed man immediately reached out, pressing his hand against Blackburn's head, then using the thousand-star soul-scouring technique. In midair, Ning was standing atop a cloud. He nodded slightly. The first was a primal Daoist. Primal Daoists have fairly high statuses within the Young Flame clan and know a decent amount of things. From what I saw, in East Hill Commandery, there is a clear stratification amongst its denizens, as well as many layers of formations. Even a primal Daoist like Young Flame Blackburn was only permitted to go to some of the regions in the Commandery, and he only knew the methods to bypass a few of the formations. This soul scouring had only resulted in him learning about part of the grand formations set up in this particular area. It seems I need to find more primal Daoists and do a close investigation. Swoosh. Ning immediately used a void blink and disappeared. Ning began to act against a number of primal Daoists of the Young Flame clan within the East Hill Commandery. Different primal Daoists had different statuses, some knew many things about the formations protecting their headquarters, while some only knew a little bit. Slowly, Ning began to build a general picture of the formations within the Old Jade Mountain range of East Hill Commandery. He conveyed what information he had to Uncle White. Uncle White was a grandmaster of formations. He would definitely be able to come up with a superior method for breaking in. Ha ha ha. You want to soul scour me? An azure-robed man let out a wild laugh. As I thought, you are the one the patriarchs spoke of, yes? Ning. Not good. The masked, black-robed primal twin Ning instantly felt that something was wrong. He immediately willed it. Whoosh! A sword light appeared out of nowhere, piercing straight through the body of the azure-robed man, chopping it in half. The azure-robed man's primal turtle snake instantly flew out, but as the sword light chopped towards it, the primal turtle snake was shattered as well. The human-shaped soul within began to attempt to leave for reincarnation. Do you think that just because you tried to self-detonate, that you would avoid my soul scouring? Ning held a black jewel in his hand. The black jewel produced a powerful attractive power, drawing the man's soul inside. When killing a primal Daoist and destroying his primal turtle snake, one would generally destroy the soul as well. However, Ning's power vastly surpassed his foes. He was able to destroy the primal turtle snake but keep the soul intact. His plan was to collect it then soul scour it. Soul scour? Ha! The human-shaped soul of the azure-robed man let out an incomparably wild laugh. His soul began to crack apart, and then it completely shattered and dissipated. What? A moment later, Ning let out a sigh to himself. Experts with sufficiently powerful souls were capable of splitting their souls. For example, long ago Ning himself had split his soul to create his primal twin, but what this person had just done was to split his soul into multiple pieces, causing it to shatter. He actually shattered his own soul. Ning sighed to himself. It seems the Young Flame clan does have some extremely loyal clansmen. He was able to guess that I am Ning? He was quite smart. Ning didn't actually feel surprised. This was because he had already soul-scoured quite a few primal Daoists, through which he discovered that the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan had already sent out an order for all members of the Young Flame clan to be extremely careful. They had to keep an eye out for Ning secretly infiltrating their clan. Last time, for celestial immortals worked together to attack me. Although they failed, they were able to learn that I most likely train in the 8-9 arcane art, Ning mused to himself. Practitioners of the 8-9 arcane art are highly skilled in transformations and subterfuge. It would be strange if the Young Flame clan didn't take precautions. But so what if they do take precautions? In the three realms, practitioners of the 8-9 arcane art can enter and depart from even places as tightly guarded as the celestial court as they so please. This was the Tao of a king. Even though they knew that Ning trained in the 8-9 arcane art, there was no way they could prevent him from entering the Old Jade Mountain range. But despite that, Given that the enemy was prepared, it would be harder for him to reach his target. The young flame is probably already aware of this primal Taoist's death. However, he's just a single person. It shouldn't be too bad, Ning mused to himself. The Young Flame clan was an enormous organization. Given that this was an era of dangerous undercurrents, the death of a single primal Taoist shouldn't be viewed as a major matter. But if two died in a row, this would probably draw attention. I'll leave it at this for now. Uncle White. The black-robed Ning walked to a hall within his mobile immortal estate. Within the hall were Uncle White, Moon North Sun, and Little Chang. How'd it go? Uncle White looked over. Although I carefully compared every person I seized to figures I saw in the intelligence reports of the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, unexpectedly, in the end, I still ran into one that wasn't afraid of death. The black-robed Ning shook his head. That young flame son committed suicide. I wasn't even able to forcibly soul-scour him. In any large clan, there will always be some who are willing to sacrifice themselves for their clan. Uncle White nodded. In total, I soul-scoured 8 primal Taoists. I've already acquired quite a bit of information regarding the East Hill Commandery headquarters of the Young Flame clan. The black-robed Ning said, as to how we should deal with those formations, that'll be up to you, Uncle White. Let me think it over. Uncle White nodded. The memories of each of the 8 primal Taoists included parts of the formations protecting their clan's headquarters. Ning recorded everything down onto a jade strip, then handed it to Uncle White. Uncle White, ruminating through these findings, was able to come to a rough conclusion regarding the formations around the Old Jade Mountain Range. Within the Old Jade Mountain Range of the East Hill Commandery. This mountain range of more than 1,000,000 kilometers was simply too vast. The mountain range even had some plains, lakes, and a large number of commandery cities within them. There were very, very many commandery cities that took up 100 or 1,000 kilometers, and a large number of ordinary mortals resided within them. Every single city was able to support over 10 million people. Lakes, plains, rivers, mountains, the commandery cities were located everywhere. The Old Jade Mountain Range was definitely the undisputed terrain of the Young Flame clan. Patriarch. Patriarch. A youth came running towards a palace at high speed. This palace was completely composed of white jade, and it was surrounded by a large number of beautiful maidservants. Each of these maidservants could be described as peerless beauties. Some were so scantily clad, they might as well be naked. One could see their bare bodies through their gauze-like clothes. Some, however, looked like rich noble women, while others looked like young maidens. The youth cleared his throat. These maids were beauties which the patriarch had found from throughout the world, then gathered here to serve him and him alone. This patriarch, he was a loose immortal with a very special status, here in the Old Jade Mountain Range. He was a loose immortal who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years, Immortal Windraiser. However, outsiders rarely referred to him as immortal, most referred to him as that old demon, Windraiser. He truly was an evil figure. What is it? A black-haired, black-bearded old man was currently cuddling with 2 beautiful women, seeming quite pleased and relaxed. Patriarch, third Uncle Master, the youth hurriedly fell to his knees. He cried out, "Third Uncle Master died." What? Old Demon Windraiser's face instantly changed tremendously. Amongst the primal Taoists who currently resided within the Young Flame clan's East Hill Commandery, the apprentice nephew which Windraiser favored the most was Young Flame's son. Although Sun wasn't his disciple, he still viewed him with great favor. In fact, he felt that Young Flame's son was like a carbon copy of himself when he was young. He stooped to all sorts of vile deeds, but was absolutely and ardently loyal to the Young Flame clan. In addition, he was also very talented. Thus, old Demon Windraiser often arranged for Young Flame's son to handle tasks for him in the outside world. Only by experiencing dangers and trials in the outside world could one truly grow, after all. But he didn't expect that Sun would actually die. As one of the important younger disciples of the clan, he had naturally been given protective treasures, but he had still died. Damn! Damn! Old Demon Windraiser was so angry, he gnashed his teeth. Investigate! Investigate! Old Demon Windraiser bellowed with rage, investigate and find out exactly how young Flame Sun died. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 21, Kill. Chapter 21, Kill. With the mobile Immortal estate. Ning, Mu North Sun, Uncle White, and Little Chang were gathered together. That should more or less be it. Uncle White nodded lightly after looking once more through at the enormous map placed before him. And Ning, North Sun, and Little Chang were all staring at the enormous map before them, but weren't able to understand it. Their defenses are airtight. There's no flaws at all. Uncle White sighed. No flaws at all? Ning was shocked. Based on what you found when you did the soul scouring, the Young Flame Clan has a total of 3 headquarters, each of which has more than 100 loose Immortals or Earth Immortals. Uncle White nodded. This East Hill Commandery alone has more than 100 loose Immortals or Earth Immortals scattered around the Old Jade Mountain range. They definitely aren't gathered in one place, where you can destroy them with one blow. They are scattered far apart in different locations, where they protect the countless formations that are present. Thus, it's extremely difficult to completely destroy the entire Old Jade Mountain range. Ning frowned. There's nothing we can do? No, but the East Hill Mountain range is too big. So, there is something of a weak point, Uncle White said confidently. But in truth, it isn't really much of a weak point. Little Chang said impatiently, Uncle White, what's the weakness? What have you discovered? The Old Jade Mountain range is nearly 1,000,000 kilometers long. For a giant formation to cover 1,000,000 kilometers, there's no way for loose Immortals or Earth Immortals to activate and sustain a formation of such size, Uncle White said with a laugh. Ning's eyes instantly lit up. Are you saying, Ning revealed a pleased look? There's a limit to the reach of an Immortal's elemental key. If they are too far away from the formation base, they will be completely unable to control it. For example, when we are 1,000,000 kilometers away from our magic treasures, we are similarly unable to control them, Uncle White said. Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals, when controlling formations, generally have to be within 100,000 kilometers or so, that's their limit. The Old Jade Mountains are so enormous. There's no way celestial Immortals can be constantly maintaining a formation. Naturally, they would have loose Immortals or Earth Immortals do it for them. From this, it is very easy to guess that they must have divided the entire Old Jade Mountain range into 10 or so regions, each of which has around 10 or so Immortals that are maintaining the formations, Uncle White said. The Old Jade Mountains were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers long, but merely around 100,000 kilometers in width. There are over 100 loose Immortals and Earth Immortals in the Old Jade Mountain range, but only a few of them are controlling the formations, Uncle White said. What we need to do is find out who is controlling the formations. Once we kill one, for a short period of time, the 100,000-kilometer region under his control will be temporarily unprotected. However, we'll need to be fast. That's because the celestial Immortals will quickly arrive. I am certain that there are even more powerful formations within the Old Jade Mountain range which are controlled by the celestial Immortals, Uncle White said. Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals are only able to cover a fairly small amount of territory, but celestial Immortals are able to control and protect the entire mountain range. Ning, North Sun, and Little Chang all nodded. According to our intelligence report, the celestial Immortals of the Young Flame Clan generally don't reside within the headquarters, they are hidden within an unknown area. Once the clan encounters danger, they'll definitely hurry out to meet it, Uncle White said. Thus, as I see it, we should do this. Uncle White explained his plan in detail. Ning originally had a rough plan in mind, but now, based on what they actually faced, it had to change. Their new plan took form. It'll definitely succeed. The nearby little Qing was incomparably excited upon hearing it. Let's make the young Flame Clan feel regret. Northson's eyes were filled with savagery. As for Ning, he laughed and said softly, our first target will be the #1 figure amongst the loose Immortals and Earth Immortals stationed here in the old Jade Mountain range, that old bastard who has lived for more than 1,000,000 years, old Demon Windraiser. Dusk. Ning executed the 72 transformations, transforming into a short, pudgy cultivator. This short, pudgy cultivator flew atop a cloud towards the old Jade Mountain range. He carried a talisman on him, causing the formations around the old Jade Mountain range to leave him completely unharmed. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stealthily and silently kill loose Immortals or Earth Immortals within the old Jade Mountain range, Ning mused to himself. Otherwise, I could ambush them one by one, wiping them all out. Without any loose Immortals, the entire old Jade Mountain range would be completely defenseless for a period of time. Brother Void Grace. As the short, pudgy cultivator flew forward on his cloud, a voice suddenly called to him from afar. The short, pudgy cultivator turned to look towards the distant. A white-haired elder was flying towards him aboard an immortal crane. The white-haired elder laughed and said, Brother Void Grace, long time no see. This old man has wanted to see you quite dearly. You actually want to see my treasure, right? The short, pudgy cultivator laughed oddly. Don't be impatient. This time, I came back on important business. Next time, I'll definitely bring the treasure. Don't forget it. The white-haired elder laughed merrily, then flew away atop his immortal crane. The short, pudgy cultivator watched as the white-haired elder departed, then pursed his lips. Old bastard. I'll let you live a bit longer, but next time, I'll wipe you out. The short, pudgy cultivator Ning had just transformed into what was known as Taoist Void Grace. He had a belly full of bad designs, and was a sinister, vicious man. Because he was often stationed in the outside world, he was able to procure things that were completely forbidden to be traded in here, such as beautiful women and children, for the cultivators here that wanted them. Taoist Void Grace would often deliver beauties to his master, old Demon Windraiser. It was precisely because he was Windraiser's disciple that Ning chose him to transform into. Whoosh! Because he was old Demon Windraiser's apprentice, Adept Void Grace naturally found his path unencumbered and unchallenged as he flew forward. He soon arrived at that towering palace. Adept Void Grace. Milord. The palace was filled with all sorts of peerless beauties. Human beauties, dire monster beauties, all sorts of beauties. There were barbarian maidens, and there were even noble women from the Imperial clan. In short, this was an absolute paradise of women. Old Demon Windraiser's #1 vice was lust, and he was extremely long-lived. He had an exceptional status in the entire clan, even the celestial immortal patriarchs viewed him as being extremely important. Haha, nice, Neas. While walking over, Taoist Void Grace chortled merrily. Where's Master? Master is in the Palace of the Spring Sun. Although the women all called out to him as he walked past them, after Taoist Void Grace left, they all revealed looks of disgust. They all hated this Taoist Void Grace. Old Demon Windraiser, at least, could be said to be a towering, dominating figure. This Taoist Void Grace was nothing more than a petty man. However, old Demon Windraiser liked this disciple very much. The Palace of the Spring Sun. This was a palace that was decorated in an exceedingly lavish manner. Its ceiling was covered with pearls that had been found in the depths of the northern seas. Its corners were decorated with violet bamboo from the southern seas. Well water from the major world of ice snow flowed throughout the palace, and all sorts of precious treasures could be seen. It was like spring had come, causing all things to bloom. The grass was growing here, next to gurgling creeks. Master, Taoist Void Grace called out from afar. Void Grace? At the front of the hall, there was a throne that was so large, it could in truth be described as a giant bed. Old Demon Windraiser was seated atop this bed, with two maids next to him feeding him fruit. When he grew excited, he would pull one of them straight onto the bed and make love to them. He glanced at Taoist Void Grace, who walked in from afar, then laughed and said, "My dear disciple, why have you come to see your master today?" Old Demon Windraiser liked this disciple very much. He knew, of course, that Taoist Void Grace was a petty man, but petty men were easily manipulated and used. "Your disciple has a major matter to report to you, Master," Taoist Void Grace said. "A major matter?" Old Demon Windraiser laughed. "What major matter?" Whoosh, dot. Taoist Void Grace was standing before the throne. His hands suddenly swelled to more than 30 meters long. A pair of giant palms that were large enough to block out the sun, covered with golden light, slammed straight towards Old Demon Windraiser. Old Demon Windraiser was shocked. His body instantly retreated backwards at high speed. At the same time, a series of needles appeared around him. Hundreds of needles appeared, transforming into an enormous circular shield that moved to block. As he retreated backwards, his billowing elemental ki caused both of the beautiful, terrified women to be transformed into meat past. Boom! The two giant golden palms, carrying an aura of unstoppable might, moved as fast as lightning. One of them blasted apart the shield of needles and even shattering many of the actual needles themselves. As for the other giant golden palm, it instantly reached the body of the fleeing Windraiser. No! Old Demon Windraiser didn't even have enough time to finish using his greater teleportation Dao Seal. A black light had appeared before him, but the golden palm had already reached him. Boom! Everything disintegrated. Even Old Demon Windraiser's body was instantly reduced to dust. He was deader than dead. Old Demon Windraiser had perished. Flee, quick! Good heavens! The other maids in the palace were all completely stunned and terrified. They had never imagined that this Taoist Void Grace, whom they had always viewed with disdain, would suddenly strike and easily defeat the awe-inspiringly famous legend, Old Demon Windraiser, and slay him. Arise! After instantly killing Old Demon Windraiser, Ning immediately soared into the skies. Boom! His powerful body was as mighty as a magic treasure. He smashed straight through the ceiling of the Palace of the Spring Sun, reaching the skies. Destroy! Ning instantly pulled out an immortal sword. It was the Thousand Bull Sword. Night Driver, emerge! Rumble! A river that was 10,000 kilometers long instantly covered this wide region, carrying infinite power as it wildly surged forth. It must be understood that under Ning's control, this night river had even been able to somewhat bind and restrict the Ba Serpent which Blood Cloud Hall had used to try to assassinate Ning. From this, one could see how powerful it was. Even the slightest bit of power from it could kill an ordinary loose immortal or earth immortal. And right now, Ning was activating it and unleashing its full power. Most importantly of all, the formations around this area had previously been under the control of Old Demon Windraiser. No one had ever dared to cause trouble here, as the area within thousands of kilometers was all part of his territory. Even beyond that range, only primal Taoists lived in the area. No commoners were qualified to live in this region. Sweep it all away. Rumble! The night river was like a watery dragon, rolling over and over, smashing apart all of the giant mountains and breaking apart the local palaces. In fact, even some of the formation bases that were hidden deep within the mountains were destroyed. Burrow! The massive night river dug deep into the ground, causing the earth itself to shudder and tremble. In almost the blink of an eye, the night river had completely overturned the earth within tens of thousands of kilometers around them. All mountains were destroyed, while all plains were rent apart. Every single formation base here was annihilated. I have to do as much damage as I can, in as little time as possible. The Young Flame Clan's counterattack will arrive soon. Ning understood this very well. He immediately controlled the massive night river to do more damage. The night river was simply too enormous. it was able to instantly destroy and sweep through a region of 10,000 kilometers, and so it was extremely suited for large-scale destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 22, Karmic Virtue, Karmic Sin. Chapter 22, Karmic Virtue, Karmic Sin. The Old Jade Mountain Range was extremely vast, nearly 1,000,000 kilometers in length. This was comparable to an entire series of minor worlds. For example, the minor world of Earth merely had a circumference of around 40,000 kilometers. Deep within a mountain, there were 3 young individuals walking together. One held a long staff, the second held a great axe, while the third was carrying a bow. During this trial, we definitely must make it into the top 10 of Great Ape City. The great axe-wielding muscular youth was filled with vigor and energy. Only if we make it into the top 10 will we be able to participate in the main competition that spans the entire clan. If we perform well within the main competition, we'll be able to receive tutelage and assistance from the clan. If we miss a chance like this, we'd have to wait another 10 years. We can't afford to wait. The skinny youth who was carrying the bow on his back agreed. Although we are at the Xiantian level, we are still mortals. Only by establishing our Zifu can we be considered true immortal cultivators. The black-robed maiden nodded as well. The young flame clan was far too powerful. Its population was simply enormous, and so the internal struggles within the clan were extremely fierce. Look, what's that? The burly grey axe-wielding youth suddenly raised his head and stared towards the distance with utter astonishment. This is a huge wave. The skinny youth and the black-robed maiden both stared in astonishment as well. An enormous wave that seemed to stretch off to infinity was crashing forward. This wave was 10,000 kilometers long. Sentient lifeforms naturally wouldn't be able to see its end. Upon seeing this massive wave that was even higher than the entire mountain come crashing towards them, they were completely stupefied. In the face of such world-breaking power, these 3 young Xiantian individuals weren't able to fight back at all. Boom, 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 boom. The towering mountain peaks were completely shattered and blown apart by the giant wave. No. I can't accept this. I haven't even become famous yet. I haven't avenged my mother yet. I haven't killed the governor of Great Ape City. The 3 of them all had their own dreams and desires. They had never even left the Old Jade Mountain Range. For Xiantian lifeforms like them, the furthest they could travel was within a few tens of thousands of kilometers of Great Ape City. Naturally, this meant that the ones they had grudges against were also members of the Young Flame clan. Although the top-level Young Flame clansmen, such as the Loose Immortals and Earth Immortals, were all quite unified, at the low level there were many internal feuds and grudges. This was just like China, back during Ning's previous life on Earth. China was clearly one country, but within that one country, there were countless grudges and debts, loves and hatreds. Thus, once a clan expanded to a certain level, the number of feuds within it would become tremendous. If a peerless genius was truly produced, then when the peerless genius went to kill his own clansmen for the sake of revenge, the high-level Earth Immortals and Loose Immortals of the clan, and perhaps even the celestial immortal patriarchs, would help that peerless genius become famous. This would ensure the genius loyalty. The Young Flame clan had quite a few evildoers within their ranks, but on the surface, at least, the rules of the entire Young Flame clan were that the members of their clan had to be treated kindly. Every single clansman, including even the most impoverished of them, would receive at least some basic assistance to help them survive. This was to ensure that the clansmen would understand that the clan was good to them. It was only a few enemy clansmen within the clan who treated them poorly. No. The 3 youngsters were unwilling to accept this. Rumble. The infinitely mighty torrent of water from the primordial night river swept forward, roaring past them, but a strand of river water actually snaked out in front of it, completely surrounding the 3 youngsters. The 3 youngsters, were completely amazed. They stared blankly at their surroundings. They were now completely surrounded by that strand of river water. It was as though they were in a little bubble. This bubble of water was protecting the three of them, but outside of it, the infinite night river was wildly smashing and destroying everything, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to shake. What sort of power is this? This is our young flame clan's territory. Who is acting against our young flame clan? The three of them knew very well that the headquarters of their clan was an extremely safe place. There was no way a disaster like this could happen. This sort of disaster, perhaps only the terrifying figures spoken of in legends could cause something like this. The three of them suddenly saw a short, pudgy man who was standing high up in midair. The figure was standing at the very center of the infinite waves, with the aura of a fiend god. The three of them had the feeling that it was this short, pudgy man who was controlling this infinite river. If I had this sort of power, the three of them stared at the surrounding area, where the mountains were crumbling and the earth was breaking apart. This terrifying scene of utter annihilation, although they felt terror in their hearts, they also felt desire. Great Ape City. One of the many cities within the old Jade Mountain range. This was a place where mortals lived. The Young Flame Clan was a tightly stratified place. Some places were meant for mortals to live in, while other places only immortal cultivators could venture to. The entire Great Ape City had a population of over 10 million, including many Xiantian lifeforms, as well as a few dozen Zifu disciples and a Wanxiang adept who managed the city. Good heavens! Who is doing this? Who dares do this to our Young Flame Clan? On the streets and in the residences of Great Ape City, the numerous denizens were staring in utter terror at the enormous wave that was sweeping towards them from the outside. The wave seemed to be as high as the heavens themselves. All of the mountain ranges outside the city were instantly breaking apart, and the earth itself was shuddering and shaking. The wave instantly swept over the city. But a strand of the water of the night river moved to completely cover it, causing the entire city to be protected with a water globe. If one viewed things from Ning's standpoint, a city like Great Ape City was as unimportant as a toy. Protected by the bubble, it began to sink down into the night river. Ever since he was young, Ning had been trained by his father to go and kill others. In his youth, he had adventured in the world and engaged in many battles. He naturally wouldn't show any mercy or soft-heartedness to his enemies in the Young Flame Clan. However, those people before him were merely ordinary mortals. When immortal cultivators killed mortals, they would incur an enormous amount of sin. His celestial tribulation would most likely be quite difficult. If he was to kill so many mortals at a time like this, the amount of sin that would swirl around him would most likely reach an utterly terrifying level. In addition, no matter how much hatred Ning felt, he had his limits. For example, when he took revenge for spring grass all those years ago, Ning had slaughtered Riverhe, but had spared his son. It was the same principle. Ning's pride forbade him slaughtering the countless ordinary mortals of the Young Flame Clan. Will these mortals eventually become immortal cultivators? Would they become powerful experts, one day? Let them come. They can come as they please. If they are able to kill me, Ning, then I have no one to blame but myself. However, once they act against me, I definitely will show no mercy. A fiend god. An immortal? Good heavens! The countless ordinary mortals of the Young Flame Clan had escaped this disaster unscathed. They kept their heads raised, watching everything unfold. Upon seeing the short, pudgy man who was commanding the waters of the river, they were filled with the utmost of terror. After killing old demon Windraiser, Ning had immediately begun to destroy the surrounding area, shattering all of the foundation bases. When he made his move, he had Uncle White, Little Chang, and Mu Northsun go to old demon Windraiser's palace. Although the palace had been badly damaged, Uncle White immediately began to lay down formations here. The first thing he did was instantly set up a trapping formation that was 10,000 kilometers in length, and next, he began to add layers of even more formidable formations. Ning had spared no expense on this trip. He had bought quite a few unique treasures from the Heavenly Treasures Mountain, and the expense was no less than the amount he had spent to set up formations for Swallow Mountain. However, because Uncle White wouldn't have enough time to set up the formation, Uncle White had chosen formations that could be established in a very short period of time. Although these formations were inferior to those 3 supremely savage formations of Swallow Mountain, Uncle White's scheme still involved setting up 92 mighty formations, all of which were within the 10,000-kilometer area. If one didn't include the 3 supremely savage formations, not even the formation's layout of Swallow Mountain was this insane. Quick, flee! Quick! Ning didn't kill the mortals. However, Ning showed no mercy to the immortal cultivators. After destroying many of the formation bases, their side was now able to use void blinks to engage in spatial teleportations. Some immortal cultivators were fleeing in panic, but most were swept up by the night river. Ning certainly didn't have the inclination to go and protect those immortal cultivators. Kill, kill, kill. Mu North Sun was the most savage of all. He was actually the first to charge out of Uncle White's formations. Commanding the winged immortal golem, he unleashed the 7 ruinous thunderwinds to wildly kill all before him. Primal Taoists? Wanxiang adepts? Zifu disciples? All members of the Yun Flame clan were to die. Seeing this, Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself, but he didn't move to stop him. If cousin was here, she would also probably act in such a crazed manner. Still, I can't let junior apprentice brother kill too many. Sin is already beginning to accumulate around him. Ning's divine sense had previously seen that the amount of karmic sin and karmic virtue around North Sun was ordinary, but now, a corrosive aura of sin was slowly beginning to manifest. It must be understood that very, very little sin would accrue from the killing of immortal cultivators. However, North Sun was simply far too powerful. What he was engaging in was sheer butchery, and so there would still be the accrual of some sin. In addition, given that he was killing so many, the amount of sin surrounding him had increased by quite a bit. Junior apprentice brother is weak. If he accrues too much sin, Ning willed it, and the waters of the night river became even more ferocious. In fact, they began to intentionally sweep towards the groups of fleeing immortal cultivators, causing many of them to perish. Ning had always been surrounded by the golden light of karmic virtue, albeit just a little bit. Still, he clearly had reached that level. Now that Ning was controlling the night river to attack, however, the aura of golden karmic virtue around Ning began to slowly weaken, before eventually transforming into a mere fresh aura of virtue. The density and range of that fresh aura of virtue was beginning to drop as well. Kill, kill, kill. Hatred. Death. The baleful auras of the slain immortal cultivators began to swirl around Ning, causing the 3 dark north swords in Ning's body to absorb them and transform them. When Ning had slaughtered many earth immortals and loose immortals during his battle at the Eastwoods mountain range, the dark north swords had reached a level of power that was comparable to that of top-grade immortal ranked flying swords. This time, he killed even more immortal cultivators. However, they were all very weak, and so the amount of baleful aura Ning absorbed from them was even less than the amount he had absorbed from the bronze-armored fiend guards. Still, there was a significant drop in Ning's karmic virtue as he continued to butcher so many immortal cultivators. Where are they? Where'd they go? North Sun suddenly discovered that there were no more targets near him. Suddenly, he saw a commandery city in the distance, a city which Ning had protected and spared with the night river. A city with many ordinary mortals. North Sun's eyes were completely bloodshot. He was in a completely berserk mode. He couldn't even differentiate between mortals and immortal cultivators right now. He immediately flew out, planning to continue the slaughter. Junior apprentice brother, those are mortals. Mortals. So what if they are? Every member of the Young Flame clan deserves to die. North Sun was utterly berserk. Ning roared back angrily, if you kill them, karmic sin flames will descend and you will die as well. When Ning killed old demon Windraiser and destroyed the local formation bases, the many loose Immortals and Earth Immortals in the surrounding areas of the old Jade Mountains had noticed it. They had all activated their own formations, at least ensuring that they could protect their parts of the old Jade Mountain range. The 100,000-kilometer region that had been controlled by old Demon Windrazor, however, was completely unprotected. They didn't have a chance to do anything. The formation bases had all been destroyed, after all. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were all hovering in midair within the range of their formations, staring at the distant short, pudgy man who was controlling the Night River to destroy the world. To act with such madness, it must be Ning. As for that person who was releasing the 7 ruinous thunder winds, it must be that Moon North Sun. Attack! Let's attack! Are we just going to sit here and wait? Some of the loose Immortals were enraged. The patriarchs have already instructed that if Ning comes, we are forbidden from engaging him. We need to protect the clan as best as we can, while everything else will be left to them. I've already shattered the talisman. I trust that the celestial immortal patriarchs will soon arrive, a green-haired immortal said in a low voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 23, The Underground Copper Pillar. Chapter 23, The Underground Copper Pillar. The Western Sea. The Seamless Gates Gathering Spot. Within the Grand Palace. The barefoot, loose-haired celestial immortal Black Heaven and celestial immortal Violet Grass were seated shoulder to shoulder at the front of the palace. Many other celestial immortals were also seated before them. They were all staring at an enormous mirror within the palace. This mirror was currently reflecting the scenes from the old Jade Mountain range of East Hill Commandery. We've been searching for a chance to capture this Ning, but who would have imagined that he'd go gallivanting off into the Young Flame clan's base? Celestial immortal Black Heaven sat there, scratching his foot as he chortled. It seems as though I won't be forced to personally handle this puny little Ning after all. The Young Flame clan will be more than enough to deal with him. Will the Young Flame clan be able to get it done? Last time, they were intent on handling him but ended up failing, the nearby Violet Grass said with a frown. The top 10 clans of the Grand Xia dynasty are all extremely powerful. Black Heaven nodded. If the Young Flame clan truly was willing to use their full power, going so far as to spare no expenses and even take out their trump card that is meant to only be used when the entire clan is at a critical juncture between life and death, they would definitely be able to suppress a young fellow like him, who isn't even a celestial immortal, despite the fact that he is trained in the 8-9 arcane art. Oh? Violet Grass was surprised. Just watch and see. Black Heaven was extremely confident. Within an ancient tower. Celestial Immortals Arcanum, Gold Clock, Deadwood, Sunfish, and Infatuation were all gathered here. There's something happening at the East Hill Commandery. They've asked us for help. The 5 celestial immortals all sensed it right away. At a time like this, the Kind Water clan and the other clans wouldn't be so foolish as to start a war against us. In addition, the foundation of any clan is their force of celestial immortals. Killing immortal cultivators and mortals of our clan makes no difference at all in that regard. Only Ning, who has suffered our assaults and pursuit, would explode forth to take vengeance in this manner. It must be Ning. There's no question about it. Patriarch Arcanum and the others guessed it right away. Because they had gone to act against Ning, with the intention of not letting him continue to live, Ning himself would definitely reveal his own fangs and launch his own counterattack. We've been waiting for him to make his move. For him to attack our territory is equivalent to throwing himself into our hands. Brother Flamefish. Brother Flamefish. Celestial Immortal Goldclock and Celestial Immortal Infatuation both called out. Their voices transmitted to a completely different space. Moments later, a black foggy door appeared next to them, from which flew out a man. It was a man with unkempt red hair and who had some fish scales on his face. Brother Flamefish, Celestial Immortal Infatuation said with a smile, this time, we'll have to ask you to maintain control over the Grand Formation to take care of Ning. The rest of us will coordinate with you. The three realms are currently in a state of turmoil, and so Master is busy with important matters, Celestial Immortal Flamefish said in a low voice. A puny little Ning has already set back our young Flame Clan multiple times. This is an insult to our young Flame Clan. This time, we must succeed. Right. Of course. We are all aware. Each of the others hastened to assent. Celestial Immortal Flamefish nodded. Fine. Per our previous discussions, myself, Infatuation, Deadwood, Goldclock, and Sunfish shall join forces. We shall activate and execute the Lesserine Fiend Tamer formation to trap Ning. Then, we shall capture him into the Divine Great Clock and keep him suppressed within it. 1. With you taking charge, Brother Flamefish, we shall naturally succeed. Let's go. Arcanum, you stand guard here. Soon, Celestial Immortals Flamefish, Infatuation, Deadwood, Goldclock, and Sunfish all departed via a void blink as they headed towards East Hill Commandery's old Jade Mountain range. I'm back. In the air above the eastern seas, a spatial rift appeared, followed by the emergence of a white-haired, white-bearded elder. I didn't expect that my true body would be destroyed in a single exchange. The white-haired, white-bearded elder thought back to what he had seen, to that terrifying palm that had slammed him to death with one blow. It seems he transformed into Taoist void grace appearance to deceive me. It must be that Ning which the Celestial Immortal Patriarchs spoke of. This person was Old Demon Windrazor's primal twin. Old Demon Windrazor was extremely powerful. His true body stood guard over his part of the old Jade Mountain range, enjoying luxury, while his primal twin roamed the three realms, causing his power to grow even greater. He had lived for over 1,000,000 years, yet was still alive. In fact, the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations which he had faced didn't pose too much of a threat to him. Ning, eh? A fierce light flashed through Old Demon Windrazor's eyes. You destroyed my true body, do you think I'll just let you off? Swoosh. Old Demon Windrazor immediately used a void teleport to once more go to the old Jade Mountain range. He was naturally very familiar with the area, and he quickly passed through the layers of formations, arriving at a place where the other loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were congregating. Brother Windrazor. Brother Windrazor. The other Immortals all addressed him with great courtesy. Old Demon Windrazor said hurriedly, I'm ashamed. Ashamed. Ning suddenly attacked, causing my true body to be destroyed in a single clash. It isn't your fault, Brother Windrazor. Ning is extremely powerful, even the Celestial Immortal Patriarchs gave us strict orders against engaging him. For him to be able to kill even someone as strong as you in a single clash, most likely, even if all of us joined forces against him, we would still end up dying. I really wonder what the hell this Ning's training method is, a green-haired Immortal said. Let him be smug for now. When the Patriarchs arrive, that will be the moment of his demise. The Patriarchs just appeared. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals could all sense the spatial ripples. Raising their heads to look, they saw 5 figures appear in the distance. 5 Celestial Immortal Patriarchs? Our young Flame Clan actually has 5 Celestial Immortal Patriarchs? These loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were incomparably excited. The exact number of Celestial Immortals a clan had was a tightly guarded secret. Prior to this, even the current God-plumed Duke, the leader of their clan, only knew of 3 of them. A full 5 Celestial Immortal Patriarchs are making their move. This Ning is dead for sure. All of them waited eagerly. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals only dared to remain in hiding behind the formations. As far as Ning was concerned, they were nothing more than dancing, prancing clowns. He wasn't worried about them at all. Controlling his massive night river, he continued to cause destruction everywhere. If he was using a magic treasure, he would most likely only be able to destroy around 100 kilometers or so of land at once, but with the 10,000-kilometer night river at his disposal, he was able to cause devastation on a much wider scale. Thankfully, I have the Thousand Bull Sword, otherwise, this plan wouldn't be feasible. Ning was causing havoc at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. Mountains continued to shatter, and the earth continued to break apart. In addition, some lesser mountain peaks that had been fashioned into formation bases were pushed away by the Night River but did not break apart. The Night River was able to discover many formation bases, all of which Ning retrieved and collected. A grand formation could be destroyed for the lack of a single formation base. Ning didn't even know how many formation bases he collected. Most likely, it would be extremely hard for the grand formations to be set up within this 100,000-kilometer region. Boom! After a stone disc that was more than 300 meters long was pulled up. Ning's face changed. Previously, his divine sense had only been able to discover some ordinary rocks and dirt underground. Everything seemed normal. But after that stone disc was pulled away, the scene below the ground completely changed. Clearly, there was a permanent formation station underground that could deceive both divine sense and core sense. Ning's divine sense could clearly see that there was an enormous, fiery red copper pillar buried deep within the earth, nearly 300 meters thick and much more than 1,000 kilometers in length. Because this fiery copper pillar was buried far too deep, Ning's divine sense was only able to discover a portion of this pillar. The portion that he was able to discover, however, was already more than 1,000 kilometers in length. The fiery copper pillar was covered with an enormous number of runes. Now, what's this? Ning could sense that this was definitely an extraordinary object. When his divine sense touched it, he couldn't help but feel his heart clench. Ning suddenly raised his head. 5 figures suddenly appeared in the air far away. Ning could no longer spare any time on analyzing the fiery copper pillar. This fiery copper pillar has been buried underground this entire time, without being taken away. There's most likely no way to actually take it away. It's been buried here for who knows how long. There's no rush for me to investigate it. After I kill these bastards of the Young Flame clan, I'll come back and secretly investigate the secrets of this fiery copper pillar. Whoosh. As the 5 celestial immortals appeared, Ning immediately ceased causing havoc. He immediately used a void blink to instantly teleport to the location where old demon Windrazor's palace of the spring sun was. North Sun returned to that location as well. The immortal cultivators were all dead by now. As for the mortals? With Ning blocking him, he finally relented. Next to him was Uncle White and Little Chang. Uncle White, how is it? Ning lowered his head, looking at Uncle White, who was in the shape of a large, snowy white dog. I've already finished setting up 71 formations, Uncle White said spiritually. Although I haven't managed to finish setting up all the formations, these 71 should be more than enough. Good. Ning said mentally, wait for the 5 celestial immortals to enter the formation, then activate it. Ning had already transformed into his usual appearance. The appearance of the winged immortal golem guaranteed that there would be no way for him to hide himself this time. In addition, he had already accomplished his goal. He had completely wiped out the entire safe region within 100,000 kilometers. There was no need at all for him to hide himself anymore. Within the shattered rubble, Ning stood alone. Behind him was the winged immortal golem, a large snowy white hound, and an azure sky snake. Dogs hit celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. Ning raised his head, laughing loudly. Don't you want to kill me? First you invited Bloodcloud Hall to assassinate me, and then you had 4 of your celestial immortals ambush me. Alas, you are completely useless. What? 4 mighty celestial immortals ambushed Ning? The loose immortals and earth immortals who were hidden within the distant formations were all extremely shocked. In their hearts, they viewed their celestial immortal patriarchs as lofty, exalted figures. 4 of them had ambushed Ning, but had been unable to kill him? Standing amidst the other loose immortals and earth immortals, old demon Windrazor just narrowed his eyes, watching silently. Since you desire to kill me so badly, I thought I'd satisfy your desire. I've come here, to the territory of your young flame clan. Ning's voice boomed out, filled with elemental ki as it spread in every direction. Even the countless mortals in the area could hear his voice. I, Ning, am right now. Dogs hit celestial immortals of the young flame clan, come and kill me if you can. Ahaha, but you'd best be careful. You want to kill me, but I want to kill you too. Be wary, lest I end up slaughtering all 5 of you. Ahaha. Ning's laughter rang out, booming in every direction. Did he just say, dogs hit celestial immortals of the young flame clan? Countless mortals were completely stunned by what they had just heard. Who would dare speak of celestial immortals in such a way? To mortals, celestial immortals were truly unfathomably exalted figures. It was rare for the entire Grand Xia dynasty to see the birth of even just a single new celestial immortals over the course of 1,000,000 years. How exalted they were. But this person actually held celestial immortals in complete disregard, and even dared to challenge 5 celestial immortals by himself? Be wary, lest I end up slaughtering all 5 of you. These words were far too dominating. Countless ordinary mortals who heard this felt stunned, and they also felt awe and admiration. Will there ever be the day when I, too, would dare speak to celestial immortals in such a manner? The many young men and women of the young flame clan knew that this Ning was their enemy, their foe, but they still couldn't help but feel envy. Ning stood there atop the rubble, calling out and cursing with abandon. He was waiting for his foes to attack. Ordinary attacks using magic treasures couldn't possibly be launched from so many thousands of kilometers away. If they wanted to kill him, they'd have to move closer to him. And once they moved into attack range, they would definitely be within the formation region which Uncle White had set up. The formation region spanned 10,000 kilometers. Once it was activated, the entire area within 10,000 kilometers would fall under his control. Although this was the Young Flame Clan's headquarters, it would also be as if this was Ning's own fiefdom. Come! Come! Attack, you dogs hit celestial immortals! What, are you afraid of death? Ning laughed wildly with abandon. And indeed, fiend gods had extremely loud voices. 1. Showing here refers to the lesser yin of the 4 phases, which are Taiyin, greater yin, aka the moon, Taiyang, greater yang, aka the sun, showing, lesser yin, and Xiaoyang, lesser yang. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 24, The Shaoyin Fiend Tamer Formation. Chapter 24, The Shaoyin Fiend Tamer Formation. High in the air were celestial immortals Flamefish, Infatuation, Sunfish, Deadwood, and Goldclock. They stared downwards at the distant youth atop the rubble, each of them filled with rage. This was the headquarters of the Young Flame Clan, but now, a region of 100,000 kilometers had been completely reduced to rubble. The kid is quite brash. Celestial Immortal Sunfish was so angry, he actually started to laugh. Ning, the Netherworld's gates were barred, but you insisted on barging in. Celestial Immortal Infatuation's voice was utterly freezing. Kill! The 5 mighty Celestial Immortals were filled with murderous intent. All of them wanted to kill Ning right away. Swoosh! 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 Their 5 figures joined together, transforming into a 5-colored mountain peak that left behind a scar in the skies as they charged straight for Ning. Ning, seeing this, felt a surge of joy in his heart. They really had entered. Actually, this was something of an obvious ploy, one they were forced to fall for. Ning was standing there in the middle of the ruins of Young Flame Clan's headquarters, calling them out. Were the celestial immortals of the Young Flame Clan just supposed to stand there and watch? They would probably be becoming the laughingstocks of the entire Grand Xia dynasty. In addition, if they wanted to attack Ning, they had to draw closer to him, into the range of their magical artifact attacks. That meant they had to go within 10,000 kilometers. Uncle White, activate the grand formation, Ning sent mentally. All right. Uncle White had been waiting this entire time. The 5 celestial immortals, in the form of the 5-colored mountain peak, were already less than 1,000 kilometers away from Ning. Boom! 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 At the borders of the region within 10,000 kilometers of Ning, 3 pillars of light suddenly soared into the heavens. Many other formation bases began to fire off as well, but they were comparatively smaller in terms of the disturbance caused. In the blink of an eye, the entire region around Ning became completely trapped within a series of giant blurry formations. What's going on? I can't see anything over there. The distant loose immortals and earth immortals hiding within their formations were startled. Old Demon Windraiser, however, said, "No need to worry. Given the abilities of the 5 patriarchs, how can they possibly be concerned with these sorts of puny formations?" Within the formation, the 5 celestial immortals weren't worried at all. They had expected all along that Ning had most likely set up formations within the area. Despite that, however, they had still charged in. They didn't have a choice. There was no way they could continue to let Ning act so wantonly within their headquarters. In addition, they felt certain that any formations he was able to set up within such a short period of time couldn't be too frightening. It made sense. Even though Uncle White was a grandmaster in formations, there was no way he would be able to set up the likes of the 3 great killing formations of Swallow Mountain within a very short period of time. He had to rely on the fact that they had prepared an enormous amount of precious materials in order to set up many formations that were able to threaten celestial immortals. They would win through quantity. Corsense is unable to investigate this area. Celestial Immortal Goldclock swept the area with his gaze while trying to use his Corsense to investigate, but still was unable to discover anything. It seems that Ning has an extremely formidable formations expert as his assistant. Celestial Immortal Infatuation was quite calm. However, all formations have their weak spots. I trust that the formations he was able to set up within such a short period of time couldn't possibly be too profound. No rush, let's take it slow, step by step. Let's just ensure that Ning doesn't have any chance at all. Infatuation speaks truly. The area around the 5 of them had become transformed into an enormous, 5-colored mountain peak. The mountain peak forced the fog away from them, allowing their field of vision to expand to many hundreds of meters. They are within the formation. Ning, North Sun, Uncle White, and Little Chang were all standing together. Ning had a smile on his face. These 5 celestial immortals are currently using the 5 elements mountain hold formation, Uncle White said. This is a protective formation that is fairly widespread in the 3 realms. 5 individuals join together, increasing their defensive power by a tremendous amount. If we only rely on the power of this formation, it will be very difficult to do anything to them. Ning laughed. I have no intentions of relying on the formation to kill them. The formation is just meant to help support us. Now that they are trapped inside, they'll be unable to use their core sense to investigate, while they can only rely on their eyes to see to a distance of hundreds of meters. I can attack when I please and retreat when I please. Everything will be under my control. This has already increased my odds of success by quite a few percentage points. Do you need my help? North Sun couldn't help but ask. He was unable to disguise his desire to kill, and the murderous look in his eyes. It had been Celestial Immortal's Infatuation, Goldclock, Arcanum, and Deadwood who had destroyed the soul of his beloved, and 3 of those 4 mighty Celestial Immortals were currently present. Hide inside the formations, you are not to draw near us. However, you can release the 7 ruinous thunder winds, Ning said with a laugh. No need to worry about hitting me, the thunder winds are completely incapable of damaging me. They will, however, pose some degree of danger to those 5. All right. North Sun began to wait eagerly. Ning laughed, then looked towards the 5 distant Celestial Immortals. Celestial Immortals, to the Young Flame clan, are their real foundation and source of power, right? If I were to kill a few, the young flame clan would definitely feel heartache and regret. Whoosh! Ning instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. The 5 celestial immortals remained quite calm. They continued to maintain their 5 elements mountain hold formation while carefully investigating the nearby formations. This formation is quite extraordinary. Celestial Immortal Infatuation began to frown after doing a cursory inspection of the surrounding area. To defeat it, it isn't something that we can do in just a day or two, Then what should we do? Celestial Immortal Goldclock asked impatiently. The more we delay, the more powers within the Grand Xia dynasty will know of this matter. Our young flame clan will have truly lost face, then. No time to worry about face right now. If we can kill Ning, it will all have been worth it, Celestial Immortal Infatuation said. Don't be impatient. Celestial Immortal Flamefish chortled, stroking his long beard. Ning set down these formations, then acted so brashly towards us, all because he wanted us to enter this region. After we do so, he'll naturally come to attack us. If not, we could all simply leave by using greater teleportation Dao seals. All we need to do is wait. Ning will quickly come to attack us. By then, we can use our Shaoyin Fiend Tamer formation to capture him and suppress him. That's all there is to it. That makes sense. Celestial Immortal Sunfish laughed coldly. The moment he attacks is the moment of his capture. After we capture him, we'll use greater teleportation Dao seals to leave. The 5 mighty Celestial Immortals continued to fly forward, investigating the surrounding area while waiting for Ning's arrival. Suddenly, a golden hand, fingers formed into the shape of a sword, came chopping out through the mist up ahead. It moved as fast as lightning, instantly arriving before the 5 celestial immortals. The golden sword fingers were at least 300 meters long, like the fingers of a true divinity. They carried an unstoppably fierce sword aura, and with a booming sound stabbed straight into the 5-colored mountain peak. The 5-colored mountain peak trembled violently, almost at the point of shattering. Careful! Such power! Let's do it! The 5 mighty celestial immortals were all shocked. They didn't expect that Ning's very first attack would nearly collapse their defensive formation. All of them immediately began to activate their immortal energy, quickly stabilizing the 5-colored mountain peak. You will break for me! A youth suddenly appeared, with 3 heads and 6 arms. His 6 arms chopped through the air, his enormous palms all formed into sword fingers and being used like swords. These sword fingers were so powerful, they definitely were not any weaker than the Thousand Bull sword and other immortal swords of its class. Bang! 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 6 powerful sword fingers struck towards the 5 celestial immortals in a frenzy. Formation. The scale-faced celestial immortal flamefish let out a loud roar. A black set of chains instantly appeared within his hands. The black chains rapidly grew longer, stretching out to more than 3,000 meters. Moments later, the other celestial immortals also manifested sets of black chains within their hands as well. There were a total of 5 black chains, each of which looked absolutely identical, but in truth, the aura of each was completely different. Fiend Tamer. Celestial Immortal Flamefish roared angrily. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 enormous black chains were like 5 tentacles that stretched out from some abomination. They covered the skies as they flew forward to entangle Ning. In fact, the 5 chains even had circles of water that swirled around them. What's this? Ning was startled. He didn't dare to be rash, and so he immediately swept out with a palm. The palm rapidly expanded in size to become more than 300 meters long as it smashed against the thick black chains. Rumble! The golden palm collided head-on with the black chains. The powerful collision caused even Ning to be forced 3 steps back, and each step he took caused the earth beneath him to break apart. Capture him! Celestial Immortals Infatuation, Flamefish, Goldclock, Deadwood, and Sunfish's eyes were filled with eagerness. The other chains came sweeping towards Ning as well. The chains themselves were magic treasures, and when joined together their power would become even more formidable. In addition, they could twist and turn on themselves, changing their appearance and form. Once one was captured by them, it would be extremely difficult to break free. During the Fiend God era, the young Flame Clan would often use this Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation to capture some particularly powerful Void-level Fiend Gods. Void-level Fiend Gods varied in power. Some had very high levels of comprehension and were completely comparable to the likes of Celestial Immortal Goldclock or Celestial Immortal Deadwood in power. To capture them, one would have to use an extremely powerful method, and it was this very method that the young Flame Clan was now bringing out once more. This time, to capture Ning. To suppress Ning. Rumble. Ning swung his palms, hurriedly knocking back the black chains in succession. His face changed. What queer chains! When I strike them, they sometimes actually attempt to slip past my hands to try and entangle me. They are magic treasures, but they are quite fast when dodging. If I'm not careful, I'll end up bound by them. It seems I'll still have to rely on the power of my magic treasures. The Thousand Bull sword suddenly appeared above Ning's head. Ning let out a loud shout. Night River, come forth! Under Ning's control, the 10,000-kilometer Night River shrank to a size of merely 10 kilometers. This 10-kilometer Night River was like an enormous snake that swirled around him, entangling all things in the surrounding area. Those 5 black chains naturally were completely entangled by the Night River's waters as well. As the saying goes, when a blade cuts through water, the water will continue to flow. Something like the Night River was extremely troublesome to deal with. When Bloodcloud Hall had used the Boss Serpent formation in their assassination attempt, they had found the Night River's entanglement to be quite irritating. Although these 5 chains were somewhat more powerful, they were still entangled and affected, causing their agility and speed to lessen dramatically. Ahahaha. Ning, however, was as unencumbered as a fish in water. The 5 chains, with their lessened agility, were no match for him at all. His palms would strike out. His sword fingers would blast forth. The 5 chains were knocked all over the place, and even the 5-colored mountain peak began to tremble. The faces of all of the celestial immortals inside began to change. Hold! The 5 mighty celestial immortals instantly began to release an even greater torrent of their immortal energy. They began to spend more of their efforts on defense, and a large number of runes began to appear on the surface of the 5-colored mountain. Why is this Ning so much more powerful than you originally described? Celestial Immortal Flamefish said with surprise and anger. How is it that he's able to so easily resist the Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation? Infatuation, didn't you say that he was a bit weaker than Goldclock and Deadwood? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 25, The Power to Uproot Mountains and Rivers. Chapter 25, The Power to Uproot Mountains and Rivers. How should I know? Celestial Immortal Infatuation was frantic as well. The last time we fought with him was just half a month ago. How could I have imagined that his power would suddenly rise by so much? Last time, he wasn't even as strong as me. Celestial Immortal Deadwood nodded. But this time, he's able to completely shut down even the Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation. His power has already completely eclipsed that of myself and Goldclock. Yes. Although Celestial Immortal Goldclock didn't wish to admit it, the reality of the matter was laid bare before them. Although their clash had been brief, the 5 mighty celestial immortals had all discovered that Ning's power was much greater than they had anticipated. The Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation was indeed very well suited for capturing foes. Back during the Fiend God era, it had been specially designed for capturing Fiend Gods. It was indeed quite well suited for dealing with Ning. But to actually capture him, that required the capturing party be able to completely suppress the target in terms of power. Last time, if these 5 celestial immortals had known that Ning trained in the 8-9 arcane art, they would have invited celestial immortal Flamefish to come on that attempt as well. They would have succeeded long ago through their usage of the Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation. But this time, Ning had reached the 5th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, and the 4th cycle of the star-seizing hand. His power was clearly on a significantly higher level. He had vaulted from being weaker than celestial immortals Deadwood and Goldclock to being more powerful than them. This sudden surge in strength made it so that the Shaolin Fiend Tamer formation was completely unable to capture Ning. Break for me! Ning was wildly assaulting the 5-colored mountain peak. In turn, the 5 mighty celestial immortals were striving to maintain their defensive formation. Were actually being completely held down and beaten upon by him. Celestial immortal Goldclock ground his teeth. He's become even more powerful, and he has the 8-9 arcane art, protecting him. He doesn't even need to defend. All of us are merely key refiners. Once he strikes us with his body, we'll transform into dust, celestial immortal Deadwood said. Ugh! Celestial immortal Sunfish was enraged as well. The 8-9 arcane art was truly a pain in the neck. Generally speaking, fiend gods didn't dare to accept blows from magic treasures head-on. But those who trained in the 8-9 arcane art were absolutely able to do so. What should we do? Celestial immortal Flamefish looked at the other 4. What should we do? Just wait here? How about, let's leave for now, using a greater teleportation Dowseal to depart, celestial immortal Goldclock said. Although they were at a disadvantage, through working together, the 5 of them were indeed able to flee when they pleased. Flee. Celestial immortal infatuation snorted coldly. Ning is currently hiding within this great formation. If we want to deal with him, we'll have to enter it. Since we've already entered it, why should we be in a rush to leave it? This time, Ning has attacked the headquarters of our Young Flame clan, and so, the Young Flame clan absolutely must capture Ning. This time, either our Young Flame clan lowers our heads to admit defeat, or Ning admits defeat. From the moment that Ning came to our headquarters, both our sides lost all other options. One side has to admit defeat. We can't admit defeat, celestial immortal Sunfish said in a low voice. There is no way our Young Flame clan can admit defeat to Ning. Thus, I am preparing to notify the ancestor. I will let the ancestor make the decision, celestial immortal infatuation sent mentally. You are notifying Master? Celestial immortal Flamefish was startled, but then he nodded lightly. Given the current situation, the only option we have is to ask Master to decide. Right. Notify the ancestor. I concur. Celestial immortals Goldclock, Sunfish, and Deadwood all nodded. I've already instructed my spirit beast to go find Arcanum. Arcanum will immediately notify the ancestor, celestial immortal infatuation said. Although they were very far away from each other, since he was a celestial immortal, he was similarly able to communicate spiritually with his spirit beast at a tremendous distance. Ning continued to attack wildly, but was unable to break through the defenses of the 5 celestial immortals. The 7 ruinous thunderwinds were wildly attacking as well, and Uncle White even summoned the power of the formation to generate rays of magnetic lances of light to attack, but they were still unable to break the defenses. It's like a turtle shell. Ning was forced to temporarily give up, unwilling though he was. Swoosh! Ning returned to Uncle White, Little Ching, and Northson's sides. Master, the defenses of these 5 celestial immortals are far too powerful. There's no way to break through at all. What should we do next? Little Ching asked with worry. What can we do? Wait. Ning shook his head inside. Celestial immortals are celestial immortals. After all, last time, when they attacked me en masse, I was at a disadvantage. This time, I've grown stronger and have the upper hand, but when faced with all 5 of them, I still find it extremely hard to actually defeat them. To kill a celestial immortal is no easy task. Ning then laughed. However, I never believed that I had the power to simply dominate celestial immortals. Senior apprentice brother, you. North Sun was puzzled. Junior apprentice brother. Ning laughed. The situation for us, compared to the situation for the Young Flame Clan, is completely different. We've attacked their headquarters, and have even erected a massive, mighty formation within their headquarters. We're resting and relaxing here, completely carefree. Given how widespread the intelligence networks of the world of the Grand Xia are, the various major powers will quickly learn of this matter. Every day we spend here is a day where the Young Flame Clan will be losing face. If we can spend half a year or a year relaxing here, with the Young Flame Clan completely unable to do anything to us, and being forced to just watch us leave at our leisure eventually, the Young Flame Clan will turn into a huge joke for the rest of the world. Ning said, the Young Flame Clan definitely won't permit this to happen. They'll definitely come up with a method to deal with me. If they want to continue hiding like a turtle in its shell, there's nothing I can do about that, of course, but if they want to kill me, they'll have to take some risks. They'll have to enter the formation and actively attack me. By attacking me, they'll be taking risks, and if I can seize the right opportunity, I can kill one of their celestial immortals, Ning said with a laugh. Once I kill the first one, I'll have an even better chance of killing the second one. This time, I intend to drag this out with the Young Flame Clan as long as I can. Battles at the celestial immortal level could drag on for many, many years. Ning had that intention as well, to drag this out as long as possible. If he could drag this out for a year, he would cause the clansmen of the Young Flame Clan to all feel nervous and restless. So long as the Young Flame Clan made a single misstep, or so long as a single celestial immortal overextended himself, then Ning's chance would come. Uncle White, every so often, used the formation to assault them. Keep them nervous and force them to keep their formations activated, Ning suddenly said. Gee Ning, you are. Uncle White was startled. Are you planning to take a rest? No, Ning shook his head and smiled. I just thought of a big rod. A rod? They were all puzzled. I'm going to leave the formation to take a look. I'll be back soon, Ning said with a laugh. Uncle White, you must be careful. Don't worry. Uncle White nodded. Master, what sort of a rod are you going to go look at? Little Ching asked. A copper one. After speaking, Ning quickly departed. He stealthily slipped out of the grand formation, then used a void blink to go deep underground. Ning knew very well that this battle with the Young Flame Clan would most likely be an extremely long one. Since he wouldn't be able to kill those 5 celestial immortals for now, he might as well make a trip to check out that mysterious underground copper rod. That enormous copper pillar, immediately after Ning had discovered it, the 5 mighty celestial immortals had arrived, preventing him from investigating it in detail. Now that the 5 celestial immortals were trapped, there was no one else who could disturb him. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Ning's divine power agitated the surrounding land, pushing aside the nearby mud and rocks. He stared at the enormous, fiery copper pillar before him. This copper pillar had been here for who knows how long, but it hadn't rusted in the slightest. It was covered with runes, and ripples of power were emanating from it. Doesn't seem to be a magic treasure. Ning came to this private conclusion after investigating it a bit. Let me try divine sense. Ning immediately released his divine sense, attempting to carefully ascertain what the real face of this fiery copper pillar was. Last time, his divine sense had been unleashed from midair, and so he had only been able to scan a small part of the copper pillar. This time, he was right next to it, deep underground. Ning took a deep breath. Good heavens, This fiery copper pillar was nearly 300 meters wide, but it stretched extremely deep down underground, and at the very bottom of it was an unfathomably massive fire-red stone wall. This fiery stone wall stretched out over 10,000 kilometers in the deep subterranean. There was a limit to how far Ning's divine sense could stretch. He was only able to scan a portion of this fiery stone wall. As to how large it was exactly, there was no way Ning could find out as well. As for the giant copper pillar, it was planted firmly into the fiery stone wall. More than 3,000 kilometers of the giant copper pillar jutted out from above the stone wall. As for how deep it was beyond the wall, there was no way to know. This was because Ning's divine sense was completely unable to penetrate through the fiery stone wall at all. This stone wall, Ning immediately used yet another void blink, teleporting 3,000 kilometers downwards. He quickly arrived next to the fiery stone wall. Ning used his divine power to force aside all the nearby mud, creating an empty region deep underground. Beneath Ning's feet was the fiery stone wall. Next to him was the fiery copper pillar. What is this thing? Divine sense is unable to see through this fiery stone wall, and elemental key is unable to bind it. Ning was completely puzzled. He immediately gave it a hard stomp. Boom! How powerful were Ning's feet by now? It must be understood that Ning's hands were comparable to supreme pure yang treasures. As for the rest of his body, every other part was comparable to at least a high-grade immortal ranked magic treasure. The power of his kicks would be able to effortlessly cause mountains to crumble. The enormous, fiery stone wall beneath him, however, just let out a booming sound, and was completely undamaged. Weird. Ning suddenly struck down with a palm as well. The power of the activated, star-seizing hand, was incredibly terrifying, but the only result was yet another, deeper booming sound. Still nothing? Ning was truly confused now. Even heaven-ranked magic treasures would be completely shattered by my palm blows, yet this fiery stone wall is completely undamaged? Ning walked to the enormous copper pillar that was planted firmly into the fiery stone wall. So the copper pillar is planted into the stone wall? Ning carefully made a circle around the giant copper pillar, inspecting it. He pushed aside all of the mud surrounding the 300-meter-thick pillar, only to discover that this fiery stone wall really did seem to have a 300-meter opening here. The copper pillar was stuck into the opening and tightly locked to it. Ning's divine sense was unable to find the tiniest of seams to penetrate into it. The copper pillar was planted here, I wonder if it can be pulled out. Ning mumbled to himself for a moment as he pondered. Screw it. The Young Flame clan hid it here. Ning wasn't afraid of anything. His body flickered, and with a whoosh, he instantly transformed into a 900-meter-tall giant. As a fiend god body refiner at the void level, upon using the heavenly transformation divine ability, Ning's maximum size was actually 3,000 meters. As a 900-meter-tall giant, his two hands were able to effortlessly clasp around the enormous copper pillar. Come out. Ning pulled hard. How much power did this pull have, coming from a 900-meter-tall giant? Alas, it didn't budge at all. Star-seizing hand. Ning stared for a moment, then the divine tattoos of the star-seizing hand began to flow across his hands. His power exploded dramatically, and his pulling strength increased greatly as well. He now had what felt like limitless strength, capable of uprooting mountains and rivers. Rumble. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, the enormous copper pillar actually began to rise slightly. When it did, all sorts of grinding sounds could be heard from deep below the stone wall, at the points where the stone wall and the copper pillar were joined together. In fact, a rumbling sound that sounded like the heavens were breaking apart could be heard as well. In a very distant world, a man-shaped creature with scales on his face, a single horn on his forehead, and a body covered by azure flames suddenly opened his eyes. Boundless rage could be seen in his gaze. Who dares touch my infinity furnace? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 26, The Deep Gorge. Chapter 26, The Deep Gorge. In front of the horned, human-shaped creature lay a massive aberration that was like a mountain island, an armored insect-type aberration. This bug had a triangular head which glowed with a bronze light, making it look as though it was metallic. Its sharp fangs were clearly visible within its savage-looking mouth, and it also had 16 knife-like legs. This insect aberration had an aura of tremendous power, and surges of a gray aura were constantly wafting off of its body. It was simply too enormous. Its body alone was nearly 30,000 meters in length. Good boy. The horned humanoid immediately opened his mouth. Whoosh! The utterly massive, terrifying insect actually began to shrink at a rapid pace, becoming a tiny little dot that flew straight into the mouth of the horned humanoid. Ancestor. Master. Two figures instantly flew over, one a bald, black-robed man, the other a woman with dazzling golden hair. These two celestial immortals were acting extraordinarily subservient. They knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful this horned humanoid before them was. This was the true ancestor and patriarch of the entire Young Flame clan. The reason why the Young Flame clan had refused to bow their heads towards the Kind Water clan and instead fought with them for so many years, despite the fact that the Kind Water clan had an Empyrean god, was precisely because the Young Flame clan had the ancestor behind them. Come. Accompany me on a trip to the old Jade Mountain range. The horned humanoid had an ugly look on his face. I want to see who it is that dares touch my things. Yes, the two celestial immortals said respectfully. As Ning was pulling up the fiery copper pillar, Patriarch Arcanum was quietly standing guard within a distant tower. He had been seated in the lotus position, but his face suddenly changed. He opened his eyes wide in terror and shock. The Infinity Furnace, who dares disturb the Infinity Furnace? Can it be Ning? But, within the old Jade Mountain range. Within the massive, 10,000-kilometer formation which Uncle White had set up. The five mighty celestial immortals trapped within were originally quite patient, but upon Ning beginning to uproot the fiery copper pillar. Not good. The Infinity Furnace. It must be Ning. Celestial Immortals Infatuation, Gold Clock, Sunfish, Deadwood, and Flamefish all had completely different looks on their faces now. The Copper Infinity Furnace was simply far too important to them. If Celestial Immortals were one of the pillars of the Young Flame clan, the Infinity Furnace would be one of the other pillars. The secrets of the Infinity Furnace, not even loose Immortals or Earth Immortals knew about them. However, all of the Celestial Immortals within the clan did know, and all of them had left behind their own seals and runes upon it. So long as anyone began to open the Infinity Furnace, they would immediately know. No wonder Ning stopped attacking us. He discovered the Infinity Furnace. He must have found it when he was destroying that earlier area. Quick, let's go stop him. We can't let him open the Infinity Furnace. The five mighty Celestial Immortals didn't hesitate at all. Celestial Immortal Infatuation waved his hand, and he instantly collected the other four Celestial Immortals. And then, he disappeared as well, leaving behind only a mobile Immortal estate in midair. Although Uncle White's formation-based attacks and Moon North's 7 ruinous thunder winds were all quite formidable, they weren't able to destroy this mobile Immortal estate. Rumble. After the storm of attacks passed, the five mighty Celestial Immortals were gone. The mobile Immortal estate landed on the ground. Poof! Little Chang blinked forward, appearing before the mobile Immortal estate. Stretching out her hand, she grabbed it and immediately began to forcibly bind it to herself. She called out, "Those five Celestial Immortals slipped away, what should we do?" If they slipped away, they slipped away. We are here in the headquarters of the Young Flame clan, they won't just sit and watch as we relax here. They'll definitely come again. Uncle White was quite calm. Little Chang and Uncle White both immediately sent spiritual messages to Ning, alerting him of this. Deep underground. The enormous 900-meter-tall Ning was standing atop the fiery stone cliff while tugging out the giant copper pillar at rapid speed. Rumble, with each pull, the copper tube was lifted up nearly 600 meters. Whoosh! 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 Ning continued to pull upwards rapidly, while more and more of the copper pillar began to emerge. I want to see how damn long this copper pillar is, and what's behind this fiery stone wall. As Ning saw it, once he pulled out the copper pillar, he would be able to use his divine sense to investigate the enormous hole that would be left behind. Ning suddenly frowned. He could sense a spatial ripple, an extremely powerful spatial ripple. Greater teleportation. Ning immediately recognized it. Just a few dozen kilometers away from Ning, amidst the earth and rubble, Celestial Immortals Infatuation, Deadwood, Flamefish, and the other two all simultaneously appeared. They were all utterly enraged. Around them circled that enormous five-colored mountain peak, and with a boom, they quickly began to charge towards Ning, the five-colored mountain peak crushing through all obstacles before them. Just as they got close to Ning. Attack! Celestial Immortal Infatuation gave the order. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, instantly, the five enormous chains shot out like flood dragons, tearing through all obstacles as they swept towards Ning, who was still pulling at the fiery copper pillar. Humph, Ning just smirked. 3 heads, 6 arms. 1000 bull sword, let the night river emerge. Instantly, 2 more arms grew out from Ning's body, to join the 2 arms that were being used to pull at the copper pillar. The 1000-bull sword appeared above his head as well, and the awe-inspiring night river also emerged. The night river instantly and completely submerged everything nearby, causing the 5 dragon-like chains to seem to have become mired in quicksand. At the same time, Ning's 4 arms demonstrated tremendous power as he completely suppressed the assaults of the chains. Kill him! Stop him! The 5 celestial immortals, upon seeing that the Shaoing Demon Tamer formation wasn't powerful enough, temporarily gave up that idea for now. After all, their current goal wasn't to trap him, it was to prevent him from pulling out the pillar. Thus, they all used various spells, magic treasures, and other abilities to that effect. One tendril after another appeared, slithering towards Ning like giant serpents. An enormous fiery phoenix appeared, charging towards Ning. A golden great clock appeared in midair, ringing out and sending waves of power towards Ning. Is that all you have? Ning completely ignored these attacks. In fact, he actually grew even more excited. As soon as I started tugging at this copper pillar, those 5 celestial immortals immediately teleported over here. They were clearly trapped within the formation. How did they know that I was here pulling the pillar? This pillar must be covered with various seals, runes, and restrictive spells, causing them to immediately know about this. For them to attack me in such a berserk manner shows that they are truly unwilling for the copper pillar to be uprooted, Ning guessed to himself. The more his enemies feared an action, the more insistent he could be on carrying it out. Many magic spells and treasures flew towards Ning, but Ning allowed all of the attacks to land on his body. Boom! 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 The surrounding earth and rocks were all blasted apart as a wave of power spread out towards every direction. Everything within 1,000 kilometers was instantly transformed into ash, while the ground within 10,000 kilometers began to crack and shatter. In fact, the cracks spread all the way from the underground area to the surface, forming an enormously deep gorge that was nearly 10,000 kilometers deep. The earth and rocks here were quite ordinary. After all, how could they withstand the frenzied attacks of 5 mighty celestial immortals? This was the power of celestial immortals. Just the collateral damage from a battle between the 5 celestial immortals and Ning would generate a gorge that was 10,000 kilometers deep. Ning, however, just let the attacks land. He even allowed those vines to coil around his body. Ning felt nothing but disdain for it all. His body now had the power of the 5th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art. These attacks did nothing but tickle him. If he wasn't currently holding onto that copper pillar, then he'd have to spend some of his energy in dealing with the vines and ripping them apart. Even before Ning made his breakthrough, he was capable of breaking apart those vines, to say nothing of now, when his strength had vastly increased. And since he actually was holding onto the copper pillar, if they wanted to pull them away, they'd have to pull the copper pillar away along with him. Get in here! Patriarch Goldclock let out an angry roar. The golden great clock was giving birth to unearthly ripples of attractive power, attempting to draw Ning inside it. Ning, however, just tightly clutched the copper pillar, continuing to pull it upwards. You want to pull me away? Then you'll have to pull out the copper pillar along with me. The attractive power of the golden clock actually just slightly hastened the rate at which the copper pillar was being pulled out. I can't stop him. He's completely ignoring our attacks. He's even able to ignore the vines. All of his attention is focused on pulling out the copper pillar. Celestial Immortal Goldclock sent frantically, "What should we do?" Whoosh! 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 The copper pillar was still being pulled up at a fast, rhythmic pace. With each pull, another 600 meters of it was pulled out. Ning's pulling speed was incredibly fast. In just this short exchange of attacks, Ning had already pulled out another 30,000 meters. But this pillar was simply too enormously long. Don't attack him, Celestial Immortal hurriedly ordered mentally. Let's bind the pillar. Let's attack the pillar and use all our might to prevent it from going up any further. All right. Right, we only need to stop the copper pillar from being pulled out. Earlier, the Celestial Immortals had been in a panic. Upon seeing Ning rapidly pull out the copper pillar, they had only thought to attack him. They had forgotten that preventing the pillar from coming out would serve the same effect. The 5 Celestial Immortals now completely ignored Ning as they hurriedly flew towards the top of the copper pillar. They wanted to use a spatial teleportation to go there faster, but the surrounding area, within the range of Ning's divine sense, had long ago been completely space-locked. They had no choice but to fly upwards, but flying didn't take significantly more time than using a greater teleportation. In that tiny bit of extra time, however, Ning was able to pull out another 30,000 meters of the pillar. This copper pillar was simply too massive. Before he had started to pull, Ning had already seen 3,000 kilometers of it. Stop! Celestial Immortal Deadwood unleashed his many vines, which rapidly began to wrap around the copper pillar, generating an astonishing repulsive force. Stop! Celestial Immortal Goldclock controlled his divine great clock, sending waves of power smashing downwards on the very top of the copper pillar. Stop! Celestial Immortals Flamefish, Infatuation, and Sunfish all wildly launched attacks against the top of the tower, seeking to press it downwards. Although Ning could sense the waves of pressure slamming down from above, he began to laugh even more happily. This was because, now that the 5 Celestial Immortals were no longer attacking him, all 6 of Ning's arms were temporarily freed up to focus on uprooting the copper pillar. Ning's physical strength was simply too enormous. With 6 arms pulling together at the same time, not even the combined efforts of the 5 Celestial Immortals were able to keep the pillar down. In the blink of an eye, Ning had pulled out yet another 30,000 meters. Thud! 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 The fiery stone wall beneath Ning's feet actually began to rumble and shudder, as though something was slamming against it. At the same time, the countless runes that were covering the fiery stone wall began to flicker and flash. Not good. Ning has pulled out too much of the copper pillar. The suppressive runes are beginning to destabilize. Celestial Immortal Infatuation and the other 4 Celestial Immortals began to grow frantic. This Ning's strength is too great. The 5 of us are actually unable to suppress him. In terms of raw strength, once the 4th cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand was completely unleashed, Ning's raw physical strength vastly outstretched the strength of the 5 Celestial Immortals. In terms of comparing magic treasures, Ning's 6 hands were comparable to supreme pure yang treasures. How could the 5 of them possibly suppress the pillar? What should we do? If this continues, there will be a huge problem. Celestial Immortal Goldclock was beginning to panic. I knew something was strange here. The more afraid you are, the more I want to pull this thing out. Upon seeing the countless runes flashing and flickering atop the enormous fiery stone wall beneath his feet, and upon hearing the series of thudding sounds, Ning grew even more eager to see what would happen. Suddenly, all 5 of the celestial immortals, as well as the pillar uprooting Ning, could sense a spatial ripple come from up above them. It was greater teleportation. The ancestor has arrived. The 5 celestial immortals revealed looks of delight and joy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 27, The Young Flame Plan's Founder. Chapter 27, The Young Flame Plan's Founder. 4 figures appeared in the air above the deep gorge within the old Jade Mountain range. The leader was a golden-robed man with a single horn, whose gaze was as cold as icy water. Behind him stood 3 other figures, a bald, black-robed man named Celestial Immortal Black Rain, a golden-haired woman named Celestial Immortal Gold Cloud, and Celestial Immortal Arcanum. The 3 mighty celestial immortals were all obediently following behind this individual. Who is that horned man? Isn't that Patriarch Arcanum? Why is Patriarch Arcanum following behind that man so respectfully? The 2 who are standing next to Patriarch Arcanum are also acting with great respect, and their auras seem to be very great as well. They should also be at the celestial immortal level, but the loose immortals of the Young Flame clan, hidden away and watching from within their distant formations, were all rather dazed. They had just seen 5 celestial immortals appear. And now, they saw 4 more. They recognized Patriarch Arcanum. He had an extremely exalted status within the Young Flame clan, and generally speaking they would be able to occasionally interact with him in some manner. Right now, however, Patriarch Arcanum was obediently standing behind the horned man, and the 2 other celestial immortals with him were doing the same. This caused all sorts of speculations to run rampant through their minds. Can it be that this horned man is the true, actual supreme power of our Young Flame clan? There were 5 celestial immortals earlier, now, 4 more have appeared. Can it be that our Young Flame clan actually has 9 celestial immortals? We're actually this powerful. Or perhaps the horned man isn't a celestial immortal. Is he one of those legendary Empyrean gods or true immortals? All sorts of thoughts and speculations flashed through their minds, causing these loose immortals and earth immortals of the Young Flame clan who were watching to feel extremely nervous. The horned, golden-robed man and the 3 celestial immortals with him stared downwards. They were able to see that fiery copper pillar located at the bottom of the deep gorge. Next to the pillar were 5 celestial immortals who were assaulting it, trying to slow it down. At the very bottom of the pillar, there was a 900-meter tall Ning who was using 6 arms to tug at the pillar, wildly trying to uproot it. Damn him, he's moving my furnace. The horned, golden-robed man's face was sinister. All of you, attack to suppress and press down the copper pillar. Yes. The 3 celestial immortals under his command, Gold Cloud, Black Rain, and Arcanum, simultaneously assented and began to fly downwards. As for the horned, golden-robed man, he opened his mouth. Swoosh! 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 3 tiny black dots flew out, and as they did, they immediately expanded. Instantly, they transformed into a trio of terrifying aberrations that were more than 30,000 meters long. One of them was the armored insect aberration that had 16 knife-like legs. A second looked like a gigantic rhinoceros that had unbelievably thick skin, but on its back it had a total of 12 pairs of wings. The final creature was a viper whose body was covered with circles of black tattoos. The tattoos were extremely beautiful, and at the head of the viper, they actually came together to form the tattoo of a crown. The horned, golden-robed man was seated atop the back of the winged rhinoceros, and he directed the 3 massive aberrations to move downwards, as fast as lightning. Thud! 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 A series of massive thudding sounds could be heard from deep within the fiery stone wall. Ning continued to focus all his efforts on pulling up that giant copper pillar. The giant copper pillar rose up rapidly, and the more of it Ning pulled out, the more brilliant became the glow of the countless runes that had appeared on the fiery stone wall beneath Ning's feet. However, they were also beginning to flicker, and the thudding sounds began to speed up as well. As Ning pulled upwards, Ning suddenly had the feeling as though deep below this enormous copper pillar, on the other side of the massive fiery stone wall, a power was beginning to awaken and grow stronger. It was as though some sort of terrifying behemoth was struggling to push up the pillar, attempting to shove it higher. The more Ning pulled out, the more power began to gather in the deepest depths, helping push the pillar upwards non-stop. This made it easier and easier for Ning to pull it out. Don't act against Ning. It's useless. Celestial Immortal Infatuation, upon seeing Celestial Immortal Arcanum and the other two arrive, instantly sent a frantic mental message to them. Ning has the 8-9 arcane art, protecting him, we're completely unable to wound him. He also has a death grip around the copper pillar, we're completely unable to dislodge him. What we need to do right now is to stop that copper pillar from rising up. Right. The three celestial immortals who had arrived all understood this right away. They all each began to use their own techniques to push downwards at the massive copper pillar. The enormous six-armed Ning, 900 meters tall and located more than 3,000 kilometers away from those 8 celestial immortals, raised his head to give them a glance. Ning's twin eyes were blazing with torchlight, and he was able to see everything with perfect clarity. He saw Celestial Immortal Arcanum and the other two join the fray as well, and also saw those 3 terrifying aberrations fly downwards, as well as that horned, golden-robed individual seated atop the back of the flying rhinoceros. More and more are coming. Ning cracked his lips wide with a grin. This young flame clan really is quite powerful. An ancient clan that ranks as one of the top 10 of the Grand Xia dynasty, it really is quite extraordinary. It seems I've really kicked over the hornet's nest this time. The young flame clan is starting to panic. Indeed, to the young flame clan, ordinary clansmen would die out and be replaced every few centuries just through aging. To the clan, ordinary clansmen and ordinary cultivators weren't that important. Even if all of the people within the old Jade Mountain range perished, it would at most represent a loss of face for the clan. It wouldn't actually affect their total power much. After all, they had 2 other headquarters. They could let the people in those 2 other headquarters replenish their losses and once more occupy the entire old Jade Mountain range. In addition, aside from their 3 main headquarters, the young Flame clan also was in command of many minor worlds. Their bloodline and their clan was spread extremely wide. There was no need for them to worry about their clan being wiped out. In truth, the ancestor probably wouldn't even be willing to come here if it was simply a matter of the old Jade Mountain range being destroyed. But Ning had made a move on the Infinity Furnace. This threatened one of the foundations of the young Flame clan, and so even the ancestor could no longer ignore it. So what if there are 8 celestial immortals here? They still can't stop me. Ning continued to quickly pull out the copper pillar. In truth, the suppressive power unleashed by the 8 celestial immortals was extremely strong, but each time Ning pulled out more of the copper pillar, the power pushing upwards from below the pillar grew increasingly strong. In fact, the pushing power was almost comparable to Ning's pulling power by now. Thus, Ning actually found it even easier now than he had before, despite the fact that 8 celestial immortals had just joined forces. Boom! The first of the 3 aberrations to fly downwards was that enormous armored insect. It completely wrapped its 16 knife legs around the fiery copper pillar. To this massive armored insect that was more than 30,000 meters long, the fiery copper pillar, which was nearly 300 meters thick, was actually quite slender and thin. The terrifying strength of the armored insect caused Ning to actually sense the copper pillar sink down slightly. This aberration has tremendous power. If I didn't use 3 heads, 6 arms, I would probably actually be weaker than it in terms of strength. Ning couldn't help but feel surprised as he looked at the armored insect. Whoosh! Next came the 30,000-meter black serpent. It looped and coiled itself around the fiery copper pillar. Instantly, a second surge of power that was no weaker than that of the power of the armored insect came pressing down, causing Ning to feel that the pillar had grown even heavier. Thud! 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 Ning could sense the thudding sounds coming from deep below the fiery stone wall beneath his feet were beginning to increase even more in pace. The power below the copper pillar was still gaining in power, and by now, its power had completely eclipsed Ning's. With the aid of this power, Ning was still able to continue pulling the copper pillar up. Roar! One of the massive hooves of the winged rhinoceros slammed down directly against the very top of the copper pillar, instantly causing the entire copper pillar to grow even heavier. That flying rhinoceros aberration, its strength is actually even greater than that of the black snake and the strange insect? Ning was shocked. Even when I used the star-seizing hand, with 6 arms, my power would most likely only be on par with that rhinoceros aberration. Ning tightly clutched the copper pillar. He could sense the power below the copper pillar growing increasingly savage. In fact, it was almost equal to and achieved a balance with the pressuring force from above that was seeking to push the pillar down. As for Ning, he was the tiebreaker that broke the balance between these two powers. Come out! Ning's 6 arms exerted their full power. By himself, he was already comparable to the 8 celestial immortals above him in strength, and was comparable to the flying rhinoceros, the most physically strong creature on the other side. What? The face of the horned, golden-robed man seated on the back of the flying rhinoceros completely changed. The celestial immortals under his command were all key refiners. In this sort of competition of raw strength, they were innately at a disadvantage. But the 3 aberrations he controlled were far more powerful in raw strength. He had thought that with their appearance, the pillar would be effortlessly pushed down. The western sea of the world of the Grand Xia. The headquarters of the Seamless Gate. Ah, Immortal Venom Freak is in for some trouble now. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven roared with laughter, waving his hands and feet about in delight. So this is the founding father of the Young Flame clan? The nearby violet grass stared curiously towards the horned, golden-robed man. Although she had heard of the founder before, she knew very little about him. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven laughed, then nodded. Right. This is the founder of the Young Flame clan. Back in the era of Pango's world, there was an extremely powerful clan known as the Godfire clan. This was a clan that was protected by a Dowfather. This clan was one of the most supreme clans amongst the many clans of the world. A woman of this clan was raped by a fiend god, and she gave birth to a child that had the bloodline and lineage of that fiend god. This child was born looking like a hideous freak, more monster than man. Thus, he was ostracized by his clan. As a result, he never felt as though he was a member of the Godfire clan. He long ago departed from the clan, establishing his own Young Flame clan. This ugly child was the founder of the Young Flame clan, Young Flame Freak. An eccentric, cautious, sinister, and truly crafty freak. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said in a low voice, although he is only a celestial immortal, even I am unwilling to make an enemy of him. Violet Grass nodded lightly. Naturally, she had heard of some of the legends of Immortal Venom Freak. Within the 3 realms, there were fairly few pure Yang true immortals and Empyrean gods. After all, the likes of Patriarch Lu, also known as Lu Dongbin, and other similarly formidable members of the 3 realms were people that even celestial immortals had to receive with tremendous respect. True immortals and Empyrean gods were simply far, far too few in number. By comparison, there were many more celestial immortals, and amongst them were some truly monstrous freaks. Although it was extremely hard for a celestial immortal to break through to the true immortal level, these celestial immortals had reputations that were not one whit inferior to the reputation of most true immortals or Empyrean gods. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven was one such figure. Immortal Venom Freak was another. This Venom Freak has many clones. Although every single clone has fairly average power, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven sighed. Because of how many clones he has, it is almost completely impossible to kill him. For example, this Venom Freak before us, he's nothing more than a single one of the clones. Venom Freak's power in battle is ordinary, but his venomous insects are far too dangerous. His abilities in raising venomous insects can be considered amongst the best in the 3 realms. I really wonder where he found this sort of a legacy. Celestial Immortal Black Heavenside. These 3 insects that we are seeing, each of them has combat power comparable to a supreme celestial immortal. In addition, these insects have no fear of death, and so they are even more terrifying than actual celestial immortals. Thus, even back during the era of Pango's world, Immortal Venom Freak was famous for being extremely difficult to deal with. Killing him would be very difficult, unless a Tao Father or comparable power was to seek out and destroy every single one of his clones. A few of his insects have died, but with the passage of time, he's been able to produce other terrifyingly strong insects as well. Thus, we should ideally try to split Immortal Venom Freak from the Xia Emperor's side and pull him over to ours, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven said. He will prove of tremendous use to us. This eccentric, cautious, sinister, and truly crafty golden-robed figure stared downwards. Upon seeing that his 3 insects were unable to prevent the copper pillar from being pulled upwards, he began to grow frantic. He immediately sent a message with his core sense, Ning, brat, if you don't want to die, then stop right now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 28, Charging Out of the Prison. Chapter 28, Charging Out of the Prison. Die? From what, those 3 aberrations of yours? The 900-meter-tall giant, Ning, roared with laughter. He continued to furiously pull up the copper pillar, and the force coming from down beneath it continued to strengthen, making Ning's task easier and easier. The horned, golden-robed man was filled with utter rage. Because of the caution that had been bred into him during the era of Pangu's world, he never carried all his aberrations on a particular clone. This particularly clone carried 3 aberrations, as it was meant to protect the clan. The other clones were secreted throughout the 3 realms, and they naturally had insectoid aberrations of their own. This caused the horned, golden-robed man to feel extremely angry. If all of his aberrations were here, he would probably be able to effortlessly press down the copper pillar. However, keeping his insectoid aberrations was an ironclad rule he had set for himself. It was the main reason why he had been able to survive through so many countless ages. He would rather pay an enormous price than to violate this ironclad rule. Hoof. The 8-9 Arcane Art. The horned, golden-robed man sent an angry mental message, roaring, although the 8-9 Arcane Art, you haven't even overcome your celestial tribulation. If I truly were to act against you, you would definitely die. Come, then. Show me everything you have, Ning snickered. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the horned, golden-robed man. He said mentally, fine, then, our young flame clan is willing to resolve our differences with you. If you agree to cease uprooting the copper pillar and help us push it back down, we definitely won't act against you again. You call this resolving our differences? If you don't come after me, I'd go after you. Do you think the annihilation of the entire Yuchi clan can be forgiven, as easily as that? Ning was angry now. The annihilation of the Yuchi clan? The horned, golden-robed man had an incredibly exalted status. He wasn't even aware of such minor matters as the eradication of the Yuchi clan. He immediately sent mentally, how about this? Those who gave the orders to deal with the Yuchi clan and everyone who acted against the Yuchi clan, I'll capture them all and give them to you for you to deal with. Minor matters such as the extermination of a small clan were normally decided upon by the loose immortals and earth immortals of a clan. To this founder of the Young Flame clan, who could easily spend 1,000,000 years in a single closed-door meditation session, loose immortals and earth immortals were nothing more than individuals that would die and be replaced every so often. Ordinary loose immortals and earth immortals would never even be qualified to see the founder a single time in their lives. The ancestor wouldn't even care if all of the loose immortals and earth immortals of the clan were wiped out, to say nothing of a small portion of them. As easy as that? Ning sent a cold laugh. Celestial Immortal Arcanum sent people to assassinate me, and even the soul of my lifelong friend's Tao companion was destroyed thanks to the attacks of 4 celestial immortals of your Young Flame clan. Am I supposed to just write them off? If you really want to resolve our differences, I can agree. Aside from sending me everyone who had anything to do with the Yuchi clan's eradication, all 5 of those celestial immortals, including celestial immortal Arcanum, must die. If you do that, this matter will be at an end. You are going too far. The ancestor was enraged. Then don't talk to me about resolving our differences. Ning continued to furiously uproot the copper pillar. By now, even without him pulling at it, the copper pillar was rising up of its own volition. Even without Ning helping out, the upwards pushing force already eclipsed the downwards pushing force of the celestial immortals and 3 aberrations above. You can kill any loose immortals, cultivators, or mortals that you wish. You absolutely cannot kill my celestial immortals, not even one. The ancestor was utterly infuriated by now. Every clan had its rules. For the sake of the clan, sacrificing a few earth immortals or loose immortals meant nothing. But sacrificing celestial immortals? The other celestial immortals would probably be terrified and shaken by such an action. All of the celestial immortals of the entire clan would feel nervous and restless. In addition, celestial immortals were the true foundation of any clan. There was no way the ancestor would be willing to sacrifice celestial immortals. I can use magic treasures to compensate you, the ancestor said hurriedly. 10 top-grade pure yang treasures. Can you afford it? Ning asked. The ancestor was so choked with anger, he couldn't speak. 10? What did this Ning kid think pure yang treasures were? Despite how powerful the ancestor was and how long he had lived, even he didn't have 10 top-grade pure yang treasures. Stop. I said stop. The ancestor stared at how far up the copper pillar had risen, and realized that the situation could no longer be reversed. Earlier, if Ning had been willing to help out a bit, they could have shoved the copper pillar back down. But now? It had risen so much that even if Ning helped them out, they still probably wouldn't be able to shove it back. Ning. The sinister eyes of the ancestor were filled with malice and a savage desire to kill. I, Venom Freak, swear that I will definitely kill you. I will definitely kill you. Not only will I kill you, I'll also wipe out your clan and all those you care about. Don't worry. I'm planning on killing you too. Ning raised his head to stare upwards, his eyes blazing with torchlight. He could clearly see the horned, golden-robed man above him. Rumble, the copper pillar rose up at an ever-fast pace. The pushing power from below now completely outstripped the power of the forces of the Young Flame clan. With Ning helping out as well, the copper pillar was pulled out faster and faster, with Ning's 6 arms turning into blurs as they moved. Damn it! The Young Flame clan's ancestor had an extremely ugly look on his face. He immediately sent mentally, everyone, halt. Hurry up and establish the 8 Immortals subduing formation. Yes. The 8 celestial immortals Arcanum, Infatuation, Goldclock, Deadwood, Sunfish, Flamefish, Goldcloud, and Blackrain, upon hearing the orders of their incomparably venerated founder, all gave up on their attempts and simultaneously flew high into the sky. Even the 3 aberrations gave up as well, everyone flew up into the sky. The 8 mighty celestial immortals fell into formation, with the horned, golden-robed man standing at the very center and the 3 aberrations circling around them. They're coming. The horned, golden-robed man stared downwards coldly. Clank. The pillar suddenly stopped moving. Ning, as well, realized that the copper pillar could no longer be budged. More than 4,200 kilometers of it was stretching beyond the fiery stone wall. Boom! An enormous sound, as though the sky itself was bursting apart or as if the earth itself was shattering. Ning felt the countless runes covering the fiery stone wall beneath his feet begin to flicker, and the fiery stone wall itself began to move. Whoosh! Ning sent out his divine sense to investigate. He could now see that a crack had suddenly appeared across the surface of the vast, fiery stone wall. The crack was rapidly increasing in size, expanding to each side. It was like a crack appearing on the lid to a cauldron or a furnace. We're out. We're out. We're finally out. One figure after another came soaring out from the crack. The tight, dense waves of figures came flooding out, and as they did they rapidly began to increase in size. They started off as tiny dots, but they began to transform into fiend gods that were thousands or tens of thousands of meters tall. They all let out agitated, berserk howls, and the sound of their roars shook the world around them. Just from listening to their agitated roars, one could sense the infinite excitement these fiend gods were feeling. Their roars alone could shake one's soul. Boom! 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 The earth broke apart. Countless fiend gods came charging out into the sky. Some of the fiend gods had 2 horns and flames coming out of their nostrils, some had the appearance of beastmen, and others appeared just like a mass of black fog. All sorts of fiend gods had appeared. Tall, muscular ones, sinister and bizarre ones, savage and berserk ones. Some were large, some were small, but all of them came charging out from the stone wall, and the earth around them was utterly destroyed. This is, Ning was completely stunned. This many fiend gods? And the auras of these fiend gods, more than half of them are actually void-level fiend gods. Ning instantly understood why the power that had come from below the copper pillar was so enormously powerful. There were more than 900 fiend gods before him, and more than 60% of them were void-level fiend gods. These were true, real fiend gods, the type that generally had divine abilities of their own. Over the course of countless ages, their comprehension of the Tao had most likely risen to an incredibly high level as well. Every single void-level fiend god was comparable to a celestial immortal, and some of them were probably comparable to supreme celestial immortals. For so many fiend gods to unleash their power at once, what an incredible sight that must have been. What in the world has the Young Flame clan done? They imprisoned this many fiend gods. Ning was completely stunned. The faces of the 9 mid-air celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan were all ugly to behold. Damn! The ancestor's face was ashen. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed these fiend gods long ago. Damn this Ning! He actually released the fiend gods of the Infinity Furnace. All of the celestial immortals were extremely enraged. The 900+ fiend gods burst out from the ground, all of them enormous in size. The sky itself seemed to have grown dark as they all turned to stare at the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan who were hovering in the air. Their eyes were filled with boundless hatred, so thick and dense the hatred seemed to have taken physical form. Not good. The distant loose immortals and earth immortals within their formations were completely stunned by what they saw. Everyone could sense the hatred these fiend gods felt for the 9 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan, and they could also tell that more than half of the fiend gods were void-level fiend gods. So many void-level fiend gods, this was utterly terrifying. Old Demon Windrazers reacted the fastest. He immediately roared furiously, "Can't you tell that those fiend gods have gone mad? Quick! Evacuate all of our clansmen here within the Old Jade Mountain range. Quick! Right! Yes! Hurry up and evacuate them." The loose immortals all began to panic as they carried this out. They still cared quite deeply about their clansmen. Young Flame clan. More than 900 fiend gods were in the air. They stared angrily at the 9 great celestial immortals, each of them filled with endless amounts of hatred. The leader of them, a humanoid fiend god who had 9 heads, let out an angry roar. "You have imprisoned us for countless years. Tortured us for countless years. I, along with all of the fiend gods who were imprisoned within your furnace, hereby swear that we will completely wipe out your entire Young Flame lineage. We shall swear to annihilate the Young Flame lineage. Annihilate the Young Flame lineage. Annihilate. Annihilate." Their roars shook the heavens. All of the Young Flame clansmen who were located within the protective formations all had ashen looks on their faces. Unpleasant looks were on the faces of the 9 celestial immortals as well. They knew very well how much hatred these fiend gods bore the young flame clan. Anyone who had been tormented for so many ages would feel boundless hatred. Imprisoned and tortured you for countless years? Of the 9 celestial immortals, the ancestor was the calmest. He laughed coldly, and who is to blame for that? You can only blame yourselves, you fools, for not accepting your reality. If you were willing to serve our young flame clan, not only would you have regained your liberty long ago, you would also be allowed to enjoy countless things. Submit? We fiend gods war against the heavens and war against the earth. We are the true masters of the universe. How could we possibly submit to you? The 9-headed fiend god roared with anger, and the other fiend gods let out similarly enraged roars as well. Ha ha ha, the masters of the universe? Haven't dozens of your fellow fiend gods ended up submitting to me, after suffering my torments? The ancestor roared with laughter. Masters of the universe, ha! I'm dying of laughter. You are nothing more than a pack of fools who were born when this major world was created. The ones who submitted to you were trash. They are an embarrassment to all fiend gods. We true fiend god warriors would never bow our heads to you. The 9-headed fiend god roared angrily, young flame freak, you've caught us one by one and imprisoned all of us for countless years, but your biggest mistake was not killing us. Now that we are all gathered here together in one place, and we will definitely annihilate your entire young flame lineage. By now, Ning had also arrived on the surface of the ground. He raised his head up, watching as all of the fiend gods in the sky swore their oath. From listening to the dialogue between the two sides, he was able to guess at quite a bit. The 9-headed fiend god suddenly lowered his head, looking down towards Ning, who had just emerged on the surface of the ground. My good brother, tell me your name. The 9-headed fiend god looked towards Ning. Earlier, when they had charged out, they had all seen that it was Ning who had been pulling away at the copper pillar. You gave us our freedom back. The kindness you have shown us is vaster than the heavens and weightier than the earth. We shall never forget it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 29, The 10th Stance of the 3-Foot Sword. Chapter 29, The 10th Stance of the 3-Foot Sword. My name is Ning. Pulling out the copper pillar was nothing more than a minor thing, Ning said. Ning knew very well that this was no longer the fiend god era, this was the era of the Grand Xia dynasty, which had unified the world. Struggles between human clans were minor affairs, but any fiend god that refused to submit to humans would be pursued and assaulted by all parties. The free fiend gods would have no choice but to flee in pitiful fashion to the ends of the earth. This was what had happened to that ancient fiend god who had been in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains. He was clearly more powerful than loose immortals, and would be able to effortlessly crush them with his hands, but he didn't dare to fight back at all. He had always been fleeing in a pathetic fashion. As for submitting? These 900+ fiend gods had been captured and tormented for countless years without being willing to submit to the Young Flame clan. It would most likely be very hard for them to be made to submit to any other human clans. We fiend gods repay benevolence with benevolence, and repay malice with malice, the 9-headed fiend god said mentally, then turned his head to look at the 9 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. He let out a heaven-shaking roar and said, Young Flame clan, you've imprisoned and tormented us for countless years. Today, the day of vengeance is at hand. Let us wipe all of them out before the God-Slayer guards of the Xia Emperor arrive. Kill! Kill them all! Murderous roars filled the skies, the roars themselves filled with boundless hatred. The 900+ fiend gods actually formed into a war formation. Their divine power flowed through them, merging to become a single whole as the blurry illusion of an ancient fiend god suddenly appeared in the skies, its entire body wreathed in flames. Its aura was so powerful that even Ning was rather stunned. So this is a fiend god war formation? He had only heard of fiend god war formations, this was the first time he had seen one. Fiend gods were born to be powerful fighters and combatants. They truly did war against the heavens and the earth, preferring to die than to submit. Dao's 3 lives was a classic example. After an enemy ripped out off one of his arms, he actually decided to forever have just a single arm. As many humans saw it, this was utter idiocy, but this was exactly what Dao's 3 lives did. This was due to his own pride. When the ancient tribulation had come, he could have hidden away and retreated. Given his level of power, he would have been able to keep himself alive. But he didn't do this. He knew that things would be extremely dangerous, but he still went forward to welcome the danger. Even in death, he had felt no regrets. Ning raised his head to look at the awe-inspiring horde of fiend gods in the skies. They all held weapons at the ready as they charged towards the 9 celestial immortals. On one side, a fiend god war formation, on the other side, the 8 immortals sea-subduing formation of immortal cultivators. Boom! A powerful collision could be heard, as though the heavens had broken apart and the earth had collapsed. A series of massive waves swept past the region surrounding the 8 celestial immortals, causing the power of the enemy collision to be completely negated. This 8 immortals sea-subduing formation was one of the most supreme defensive formations of the 3 realms. It focused completely on being flawlessly protective. They knew very well how difficult it would be to kill these fiend gods. Ha ha, is that all you have? The ancestor of the young flame clan laughed coldly. I urge you to hurry up and leave. I've already notified the Xia Emperor, and I trust that he will soon dispatch the Godslayer guards to come. If you don't leave now, none of you will be leaving at all. Kill! Kill! The fiend gods didn't care at all. They continued to charge forward and attack. Boom! The massive, fiery illusion of a fiend god that had been formed by their war formation once more slammed against the 8 immortals sea-subduing formation. The faces of the celestial immortals sustaining the formation all turned ashen. Ancestor, what should we do? What are our options? Celestial Immortal Arcanum sent frantically, we won't be able to hold for too long, their fiend god war formation is too powerful. What can we do? The horned, golden-robed man gave Celestial Immortal Arcanum a cold look. There are more than 900 fiend gods here, and more than 600 of them are void-level fiend gods. When they work together, they are capable of shaking the world itself. You won't even be able to use a greater teleportation Dao seal to escape. As for hiding into a mobile immortal estate, then using the greater teleportation Dao seal? The combined strike from so many fiend gods will reduce any estate to dust in an instant. You want to run? There's no way to run. There is only one option: buy time. Buy a little bit of time, because once the Godslayer guards of the Xia Emperor arrive, we'll be rescued. Using a greater teleportation Dao seal required time, and one couldn't be disrupted in the process. Will the Godslayer guards of the Xia Emperor make it in time? Celestial Immortal Goldclock asked. I've already notified the Xia Emperor, the horned, golden-robed man said. What if the Godslayer guard intentionally delays? What then? Celestial Immortal Arcanum asked worriedly. The pupils of the horned, golden-robed man shrank, but he said in a low voice, that won't happen. The Xia Emperor, that old bastard, knows very well that I have a treasure that can protect you and take you all away with me. However, that treasure will shatter after a single use. Unless things become critical, I absolutely won't use it. A treasure capable of blocking the combined strikes of over 900 fiend gods was equivalent to a second life for a celestial immortal. The young Flame Clan's ancestor wasn't willing to use it if he didn't have to. You fiend gods, you are wasting time. The more time you waste, the more of you shall die later. The horned, golden-robed man sent a mental message through his elemental key, and his voice echoed throughout the nearby area. Once the Godslayer guards arrive, you know exactly how powerful they are. You will be dead. Even if we die, we'll annihilate your young Flame Clan as well. A fiend god covered with scales roared this back at him. What's to fear about death? Young Flame Clan, all of your celestial immortals shall die. Young Flame Freak, I know that you yourself have countless clones, but those 8 celestial immortals under your command shall all die today. The fiend gods were all roaring as they once more joined their power to charge against the 8 Immortals' sea-subduing formation. You really are quite bold and daring, you don't even want to live any longer. But such a pity, you've managed to endure for so many years, managed to endure all sorts of torments, refusing to bow your heads for the sake of one day gaining your freedom, but now that you are free, for the sake of taking your so-called revenge, you are all going to be caught and slaughtered by the Godslayer guards. What a true pity! If I were you, I would have fled to the ends of the world by now. In fact, I would have fled from the entire world of the Grand Xia. The horned, golden-robed man roared with laughter. Indeed, a portion of the 900-plus fiend gods hesitated. It was true. Freedom. To no longer be imprisoned, to no longer be tortured. It was hard to understand how precious freedom was to them. They had waited for this day for far too long. Were they going to give it all up for the sake of vengeance? If we don't kill the young Flame Clan, even if we live, we'll live with regret. Today, we shall kill the celestial immortals of the young Flame Clan. After we slaughter them all, we'll joyfully flee. The 9-headed fiend god roared angrily. That's what we want. To live joyfully, dot. Ha, 9-head, I feel as though I've returned back to the old days when we warred against the humans. Right. What we want is to live joyfully. What's so scary about death? Wonderful, wonderful. All of them let out heroic roars. The more powerful a fiend god was, the more fearless they would become. The desire to do battle that they were born with caused them to become extraordinarily berserk. Ning, watching from below, was stunned. Fiend gods. Ning murmured to himself. Although he, too, trained as a fiend god body refiner, he didn't have the heart of a true fiend god. He was a human, after all. If he had been imprisoned and tortured for countless eons, upon escaping and seeing a tremendous threat approaching, he probably would have chosen to flee. Only later would he prepare for revenge. But fiend gods were different, they weren't willing to wait at all. In their rage, they would take vengeance right away, with no fear of death at all. This sort of desire to do battle stemmed from their very bones, they were born for war. It all completely stunned Ning. Kill! Kill! Boom! Explosions rang out unabated within the skies. The 8 celestial immortals would occasionally eat a spirit pill to replenish their elemental ki, striving to defend for as long as they could. The power of the collisions caused even the golden pellet Jindan in their bodies to be damaged. They were only just barely able to hold on, while the fiend gods were growing increasingly berserk. Time continued to pass, one second after the other. None of the fiend gods, however, departed, they all continued to attack in a berserk manner. To be joyful and act as one pleases. For a desire for battle to be so powerful as to fill the skies. To wipe out all foes. Ning was mumbling to himself. Suddenly, streaks of sword ki began to appear around him. Covered by countless streaks of sword ki, Ning looked like a spirit composed of swords. Ning closed his eyes. Threads of enlightenment continuously flowed towards him. Ever since Ning had truly decided to start his war against the young Flame Clan, his heart had started to become even more clear, and his desire to do battle had grown. However, upon seeing the fiend gods who had been imprisoned and tormented for countless years choose to ignore their freedom in favor of a joyful battle against those they hated, the desire to do battle in Ning's heart began to grow even stronger. Stronger and stronger, it grew, and his heart became clearer and clearer. All the insights he had gained in the past began to gather in his mind. In the skies above, those 900-plus fiend gods continued to frantically assault the 9 celestial immortals. The 9 celestial immortals were only trying to buy time. As for the ancestor, he was gnashing his teeth. He truly didn't wish to use his supreme protective treasure. In his heart, it was far more important than the lives of 1 or 2 of his celestial immortals. But if 8 celestial immortals under his command died, then he truly would become the lone survivor of the clan. He didn't wish for this to happen. Wait a little longer. A little longer. The young Flame Clan's ancestor was frantically encouraging them. The other 8 celestial immortals were doing their best to hold on as well. They couldn't break, they had to stay strong. Rumble. Suddenly, a ripple of power appeared. It was the ripple of a greater teleportation. The 9 celestial immortals of the young Flame Clan simultaneously raised their heads. The 900+ fiend gods raised their heads as well. High in the sky, an ancient-looking warship that appeared to be formed from waves of blood. This bloodwave warship was manned by warriors who were dressed in blood-red armor, each of whom had utterly astonishing auras of power. The God Slayer Guards. The 9 celestial immortals of the young Flame Clan were overjoyed. Let's leave now. Flee. Scatter. The 900 fiend gods could no longer afford to wait around. With a series of booms, they tore through space, using spatial teleports to rapidly flee in every direction. Chase after them. A tall, muscular general who stood upon the deck of the Bloodwave warship gave the 9 celestial immortals of the young Flame Clan a cold look, then immediately gave the order. Instantly, with many bloody flashes of light, the God Slayer guards tore holes through space as well as they engaged in pursuit. The world became peaceful once more. The fiend gods had disappeared. The God Slayer guards had disappeared as well. Phew! The 9 mighty celestial immortals all let out sighs of relief. Thank goodness! Thank goodness! The horned, golden-robed man nodded to himself. Thank goodness I wasn't in a rush to use my treasure. Otherwise, it would have been wasted. That Ning actually hasn't fled. Celestial Immortal Arcanum pointed downwards, laughing coldly. Although we are heavily injured, with the 3 insect aberrations present, we are completely capable of suppressing him. All the other celestial immortals looked downwards as well, the ancestor included. Ning was standing in the midst of some rubble. His eyes were closed, and he even had a hint of a smile on his face. This was the feeling of joy he had when he was gaining insights into the Tao. Where the Tao is, Ning opened his eyes, then said softly, though 10 million soldiers bar my path, I shall relentlessly advance. Boom! The rubble around Ning, including the countless pieces of shattered rocks, broken bits of grass, and even drops of water all began to levitate into the air, and as they did, sword light began to gather around them. It was as though all things had become a sword. Even the many immortal swords and Dark North swords that floated in the empty space within Ning's Zifu region began to emit sword hums. Although I am very talented, and although my insights into the Tao have long ago surpassed that of Senior Northwalker, in terms of my sword heart, perhaps only today have I just barely reached his level. Ning could feel a surge of sword intent that wished to burst forth from within his heart. This sword intent was so powerful, so resonant. Where the Tao is. Where the Tao is. Ning murmured softly to himself, this new sword art that I just developed, let it be named the Relentless Advance, then. The 10th stance of the 3-foot sword, Relentless Advance. Ning raised his head to look towards the sky. The sky was now devoid of fiend gods, only the 9 celestial immortals and the 3 aberrations were still present. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 30, The Sword Eradicates Celestial Immortals. Chapter 30, The Sword Eradicates Celestial Immortals. There were some loose immortals who were gathering within the protective formations far away. Windraiser, I've already moved all of the mortals and immortal cultivators in the area under my control into this Chin-Kuan pearl. A green-haired immortal lifted up a black pearl that glowed with soft light. He then waved his hand and put it away. Looking towards the outside, he said with a chortle, but from the looks of it, I didn't need to evacuate them at all, the fiend gods have all left, leaving behind just Ning. Indeed. Windraiser smiled and nodded as well. They had been evacuating many of their clansmen because they had been afraid of those 900+ fiend gods. Now that the fiend gods were being pursued by the God Slayer guards of the Xia Emperor, the only enemy left was Ning. Master, master. Aren't you going to flee? Little Qing, within the 10,000-kilometer formation region, was absolutely frantic. Not even 900-plus fiend gods were able to break through the defenses of those 8 celestial immortals. What's the point of staying there by yourself? Quick, flee, dot. Senior apprentice brother. North Sun was very worried as well. Don't panic. My boy Ning isn't the rash sort. Uncle White stared off into the distance. In the heart, he murmured, Ning, son, be careful. The 9 celestial immortals in the air now felt far more confidence than they had earlier. The ancestor of the Young Flame clan said, earlier, you all suffered attacks from those fiend gods, your wounds are all significant. It's best if you join into a formation to provide assistance to me, and leave Ning to me. Just assist me. All right. Although we are injured, we're still able to use 30 to 40% of our power. The power of the 8 of us, joined forces, is still significant. Against Ning, there's no need to use the 8 Immortals subduing formation, but it's better if we use the 8 trigrams roving dragon formation, Celestial Immortal Goldclock said with great confidence. All right. The 8 trigrams roving dragon formation is more than enough to block Ning's attacks. Even the most careful of them all, Celestial Infatuation, nodded in agreement. Different formations naturally had different levels of power. The 8 Immortals subduing formation was completely focused on defense, it didn't have any offensive techniques at all, naturally resulting in an extremely powerful defense. The 8 trigrams roving dragon formation was fairly balanced, its attacks and defenses were even. After all, the Celestial Immortals now knew how strong Ning was, they didn't need to waste too much of their energy on unnecessary defense. Previously, they had faced 900-plus fiend gods, with roughly 600 being void-level fiend gods. In truth, void-level fiend gods were generally on par with the likes of Immortal Northwalker in power. That void-level fiend god which Ning had encountered in the wild marshes of the Jail Mountains had once suffered Immortal Northwalker's wrath. Although void-level fiend gods had divine abilities to add to their power, allowing them to become comparable to celestial immortals, their ability to comprehend of the Tao was simply too low. Once they reached a bottleneck, they might spend 1 trillion years at that bottleneck without advancing at all. Even Mount Innerheart had quite a few fiend gods who remained unable to beat the 9th golem. Their inferiority in comprehending the Tao were their greatest weakness. And so, while there were 600 void-level fiend gods, even Patriarch Arcanum, who was the weakest of the 8 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan, was far more powerful than the likes of Immortal Northwalker, a loose immortal who lived for 1,000,000 years. As for celestial immortals Goldclock, Deadwood, and Flamefish, they were even more powerful. Celestial Immortal Infatuation, in turn, belonged to the supreme tier. Thus, it took roughly 10 or so of the void-level fiend gods to match a single one of the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. That great gathering of fiend gods, in turn, was just comparable to 30 or 50 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. When 8 celestial immortals completely focused on defense, they would generally be able to hold off against a group of 30 to 50 celestial immortals for a short period of time. However, those fiend gods had been too berserk. Although the battle had been very brief, they had still managed to heavily injure all 8 of the celestial immortals, causing even their golden pellet Jindans to be seriously damaged. They would all require many spirit pills, medicines, and time to slowly repair the damage done. Now that they were going to deal with Ning while heavily injured, the weakest of them, Celestial Immortal Arcanum, was only able to use perhaps 10 to 20% of his full power, while the mighty Celestial Immortal Infatuation was still able to use 50 to 60%. As a whole, the 8 celestial immortals were at roughly 30 to 40% of their full power. Rumble. The 8 trigrams roving dragon formation took form. Instantly, an enormous golden set of 8 trigram symbols appeared. The 8 mighty celestial immortals were the points at which the 8 trigrams were located. Around them coiled a golden, roving dragon that hovered in midair. The 8 celestial immortals all stared downwards. Goldclock, once we trap Ning, you'll absorb him into your golden great clock, the horned, golden-robed man sent through his divine power. A smile was on his face, and he was extraordinarily confident right now. Yes, Ancestor. Celestial Immortal Gold Clock was extremely excited. They had been under tremendous pressure when facing so many fiend gods, but against this single person, Ning, in addition, given that they had already battled against Ning within the trapping formation earlier, they knew how strong he was. This just made them even more confident of their chances. On the ground below, the sword intent surging forth from Ning's heart was continuously growing in strength. Ning raised his head to look towards the sky. There were 9 mighty celestial immortals in the sky. The ugly, horned, golden-robed figure produced a horsetail whisk, and before him stood 3 enormous insect aberrations. As for the other 8 celestial immortals, they were in some sort of 8 trigrams formation next to him. The 8 celestial immortals came under a wild assault from those 900+ fiend gods just now. Clearly, they were only just barely able to hold on. They are probably all heavily injured, but they actually aren't retreating and are facing me. They probably don't hold my strength in any regard. After pondering for a moment, Ning immediately knew what his foes were thinking. However, Ning wasn't like those void-level fiend gods, his special divine ability was something more powerful than the likes of the other divine abilities which most Empyrean gods or true gods of primal chaos could come up with. It was the star-seizing hand, the supreme divine ability which Taoist 3 lives had once used to roam and dominate the primordial era. The escaped void-level fiend gods had all been born during the creation of this major world of the Grand Xia. By comparison, their divine abilities were much weaker. Ning's poems, in turn, were akin to supreme pure yang treasures. As for his insights into the Tao, he used to be on par with Patriarch Goldclock, but he had now completely surpassed him, reaching a new, higher level. Everyone, be careful. This Ning is no ordinary fiend god, he is a supremely talented monster with a very high level of sword arts. He was previously able to crush the 5 of us, and now, although we 8 have joined forces, we are only able to use a portion of our strength. We must be careful. Let the Ancestor serve as our main attacker, while we shall serve merely as support, Celestial Immortal Infatuation warned. Don't worry, Infatuation. When the 5 of us previously used the 5 elements mountain hold formation, we were able to easily block his attacks. Now that the 8 of us have joined into the 8 trigrams roving dragon formation, even though we are only at 30 or 40% power, our strength is quite close to the level of power which a full-strength 5 elements mountain hold formation has. We'll absolutely be able to block him, Celestial Immortal Goldclock said confidently. Kill. The horned, golden-robed man immediately gave the order. Boom. 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 Instantly, the 3 enormous aberrations all charged downwards. Boom. Ning, who had originally been standing on the ground, suddenly charged into the skies, moving like a streak of light. By comparison, Ning was like a tiny little dot that was rising, while the 3 enormous insectoid aberrations came charging down from above. Obscuring wind of the 9 heavens. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Ning, moving at a speed that rendered the young Flame Clan completely speechless, was actually able to move past all 3 of the aberrations. This was an evasive divine ability which Patriarch Subhuti had specially designed for Ning. Although it could only be considered a top-class divine ability of the 3 realms, and couldn't compare to supreme evasive techniques like the Wings of the Garuda, Ning actually wouldn't have been as fast when using the Wings of Garuda. After all, Ning himself wasn't a golden-winged rock, he was a human. It would be impressive for humans to be able to use even 30 to 50% of a divine ability designed for birds. Too fast. The horned, golden-robed man was surprised by this. Stop him. Everyone, be careful. The 8 celestial immortals saw that as Ning used his evasive divine ability, he was making his way towards them. Tie him down while I use my insectoid aberrations to attack him, the horned, golden-robed man said hurriedly. He had to tie down Ning. Otherwise, given Ning's speed, there was no way those insects could catch up to him at all. Once they actually got into battle, his insectoid aberrations were more than powerful enough to keep Ning completely occupied, making it impossible for him to dodge. They draw him into the divine great clock. It must be understood that of the three insectoid aberrations, the winged rhinoceros creature alone was, in terms of strength, comparable to Ning at full power. It was precisely due to creatures like this that Immortal Venom Freak was able to become so famous within the three realms. These aberrations definitely couldn't be underestimated. Whoosh! The obscuring wind of the 9 heavens blew forth, and Ning arrived in front of the 8 celestial immortals. Kill! The 8 celestial immortals stared towards Ning from afar. The giant golden dragon that had been coiled around them let out an earth-shattering draconic roar and charged straight towards Ning. Ning's gaze was as deep and fathomless as the depths of the sea. His 6 arms instantly appeared, and the fingers of those 6 enormous hands, glowing with golden light, simultaneously formed into a set of sword fingers, unleashing techniques that represented the most powerful sword arts which Ning had created thus far. Although in terms of profoundness, some of the other sword arts Ning had learned in the past were comparable to this stance he had created, his own stance was the stance that was most appropriate for him. Only the creator of a technique would be able to truly unleash its full, maximum power. Ning's sword fingers all became 300 meters long. Enormous sword fingers, like the fingers of a divinity. At the same time, in front of the sword fingers appeared divine black swords that was fully 3,000 meters in length, but as far as the eye could see, there were 6 entire divine black swords that were over 3,000 meters long, gathering the power of heaven and earth within them. One of the divine black swords chopped directly against the body of the golden dragon, causing it to shudder and turn dim. The golden dragon roared as well, furiously striving to resist the sword, but the 5 of the other enormous swords stabbed straight towards the 8 trigrams roving dragon formation. Boom! The golden 8 trigrams symbols trembled, and then with a booming sound completely blew apart. No! What? The 8 celestial immortals were all stunned. Not good. The horned, golden-robed man wasn't too far from them. Shocked, he hurriedly stretched out the horsetail whisk in his hand, but alas, distant water is unable to quench thirst. Ning's attack speed was extremely fast. As Ning's 5 sword fingers, in the form of 5 divine black swords, stabbed through the 8 trigrams roving dragon formation, 2 of the swords turned to pierce towards the closest celestial immortal, Goldclock. Goldclock was utterly terrified, he wasn't able to flee at all, and so all he could do was immediately unleash his most powerful treasure, the top-grade pure young divine great clock. Ignoring the wounds which his golden pellet Jindan had suffered, he immediately and frantically began to squeeze every last drop out of it, struggling to increase his power as much as he could. Boom! The divine great clock was sent flying from the strike of the first divine black sword. As for the second divine black sword, it slashed across celestial immortal Goldclock's body, which was promptly reduced to ash by what seemed like an endless torrent of swordki. The golden palm that had launched the divine black sword that had sent the golden great clock flying away swung out, grabbing the now ownerless great clock. Boom! 2 other streaks of black swordlight were flying towards the other nearby celestial immortal, Flamefish. Although celestial immortal Flamefish also frantically sought to squeeze as much power from his Jindan as he could, Ning, even back when he had first trained in the star-seizing hand, was already comparable to celestial immortal infatuation. Now that he had developed an even more powerful sword technique, he was clearly much more powerful than before. In addition, his sword fingers were akin to a supreme pure young treasure. How could the likes of celestial immortal Flamefish possibly withstand him? The 2 streaks of swordlight flashed past, and celestial immortal Flamefish was reduced to dust as well. Clang! Clang! The other 6 celestial immortals went absolutely all out, finally managing to block the last streak of swordlight Ning had sent out. This initial strike by Ning had claimed the lives of 2 out of 8 celestial immortals. Damn him! The distant ancestor of the Young Flame clan's eyes turned so wide, his eyelids threatened to split apart. His eyes were now completely bloodshot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 31, The Evacuated Young Flame Clansman. Chapter 31, The Evacuated Young Flame Clansman. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals of the Young Flame Clan who were hiding behind their formations had previously felt quite relaxed. Some of them had already stopped evacuating the mortals in the areas they were responsible for. When they had seen the 900+ fiend gods attack, they had been quite worried, but upon seeing only Ning remained, they felt quite relaxed. But how can this be? How could he have broken through a formation of 8 celestial immortals? Didn't 5 of our celestial immortals battle Ning within that formation of his? Now that they know exactly how powerful he is, how could they have made a mistake on this level? Good heavens! The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals were completely dazed. Celestial Immortals had incomparably exalted statuses, and 2 had just died now, all of a sudden. And they were Celestial Immortals who had belonged to the Young Flame Clan. Quick, hurry up and relaunch the evacuation process, old Demon Windraiser sent mentally with a furious roar. This Ning has a body as tough as a magic treasure. He doesn't fear the attacks of Celestial Immortals. If the Celestial Immortals of our Young Flame Clan are unable to do anything to him, he might start massacring us soon. Right. Keep evacuation. Quickly. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals who had yet to completely evacuate the mortals and cultivators in their regions once more began to quickly do so. Woo! Little Qing's eyes bulged out. She looked as though she had seen a ghost. 2 celestial immortals. Those were celestial immortals who had escaped the confines of the 3 realms after overcoming their celestial tribulations. They were far more precious and venerable than void-level fiend gods. Celestial immortals are so powerful and mighty, but 2 of them just died? Mu Northsun was speechless as well. The nearby Uncle White was even more stunned. A celestial immortal. Each served as the foundations for a truly supreme clan. It was rare for a single one to be produced in the Grand Xia dynasty in a million years, and 2 of them had just died like that? Ning stared at a distant flying shuttle. The flying shuttle was completely black, and was roughly 300 meters long. Just now, all 6 of the surviving celestial immortals had flown over and hidden themselves within the flying shuttle. Only the horned, golden-robed man remained outside the shuttle, standing atop it and staring towards Ning. They ran pretty fast, Ning mumbled to himself. He had suddenly killed 2 celestial immortals earlier, causing the remaining 6 celestial immortals to immediately flee into that shuttle. In fact, after they did so, they had completely sealed off all openings to the flying shuttle, giving him no chance to attack them at all. How can this be? The enraged ancestor glared coldly at Ning from his position atop the shuttle. He sent an angry mental howl. Infatuation, didn't you say earlier that the 8 of you combined were more than enough to stop him? Didn't you say that even though his power suddenly increased significantly after your last ambush, that he's still just roughly on par with you? We didn't know either. When we were hiding at Mu Northsun's place and ambushed him, he truly was quite weak, even weaker than Goldclock and Deadwood. Right. That really was the case. And just a short while ago, the 5 of us fought against him within his formations. We were quite surprised at how much his power had increased in merely half a month. He was now close to infatuation in power. But now, in the blink of an eye, his power has increased even more? He's even stronger than infatuation now. The amount of time that passed since our battle was roughly as much as needed to boil a kettle of tea. How could he have grown so much stronger? It's not that we were overconfident, it's that all of this is simply inconceivable. Celestial Immortals, infatuation, Deadwood, and Sunfish all felt quite miserable as well. They clearly had fought Ning just a short while ago, but after he had released those 900+ fiend gods, he had grown even more powerful. This rate of increase in strength was simply too fast. Generally speaking, the higher one's level was, the slower one would increase in strength. It was one thing for Ning to increase so rapidly in power after being ambushed, but for him to suddenly increase in strength yet again in the blink of an eye? Damn, damn. The horned, golden-robed ground his teeth. Any cultivator who was able to train to the celestial immortal level would be extremely cautious. If they couldn't win a fight, they would flee. But this time, they truly had been overconfident, primarily because they had already fought against Ning and knew exactly how strong he was. This single instance of overconfidence had cost them 2 lives. They had gone all out to fight against the 900+ fiend gods. They had survived. Against Ning, they had been overconfident, and ended up losing 2 of their ranks. All of you are wounded, you are not to interfere in this fight against Ning. Leave it all to me, the horned, golden-robed man sent. Yes, master. Yes, patriarch. They all acknowledged the command. The horned, golden-robed man stared towards the distant Ning, then roared angrily, Ning, you've slain 2 celestial immortals of my young flame clan. I shall not live under the same skies with you. I shall kill you. Kill you. Earlier, when I was pulling out the copper pillar, didn't you already swear an oath that you were going to wipe me out, along with my clan and my friends? You know, you only need to say nasty words like these a single time. I've already memorized them quite firmly. Don't worry, killing 2 of your celestial immortals was just the start. I'm going to wipe out all of the celestial immortals of your young flame clan, as well as all of your loose immortals and earth immortals. As for your other cultivators and mortals, I trust one won't even need to act against them. There will be plenty of other major clans that will come to annihilate you, Ning said. As the saying goes, a wall falls when many hands push on it. There were many others who had feuds with the Young Flame clan, such as the Kind Water clan, which was even stronger than the Young Flame clan. And even for those who didn't have a feud with the Young Flame clan, given that the Young Flame clan took up 3 major commanderies, each of which was far larger than Stillwater commandery, there were naturally many others who were envious of their territory. Once all their celestial immortals died, the cultivators and commoners of the Young Flame clan would be doomed. They would be effortlessly swept aside. All by yourself? I, Young Flame Freak, have roamed the universe since the primordial era, but no one has ever dared to claim they can kill me. A savage light flashed through the eyes of the horned, golden-robed man. Have a taste of what my children can do, first. The 3 enormous insectoid aberrations flew towards Ning, blotting out the sun with their size. Their auras were extraordinary in power as they came rushing towards Ning. Ning stood there in midair, a tiny little dot by comparison, but one with 3 heads and 6 arms. His arms swept through the air as his golden fingers formed into sword fingers, transforming into divine black swords that were more than 3,000 meters in length. His terrifying sword intent radiated outwards. Anyone could sense the resolve contained within it, and just by looking at it, one could feel as though no one could possibly withstand his sword. Slash! A large wound appeared on the body of the Black Viper aberration, but the wound quickly began to recover, completely healing in the blink of an eye. Crunch! The winged rhinoceros aberration had incomparably tough skin, but Ning was still able to punch a hole through it. Still, the winged rhinoceros kicked Ning's palm aside, and the hole in its flank quickly regenerated. The armored insectoid aberration had even more powerful defense, and Ning was just barely able to leave a wound behind on its body. What a nasty little pest! Ning was secretly startled by this first exchange of blows. All 3 of these aberrations are this powerful? In terms of their comprehension of the Tao, the 3 insectoid aberrations were vastly inferior to him. But their physical strength and close combat power was simply too great. Each of them had extremely durable physical forms, even their thick skin and armored carapaces were comparable to heaven-ranked magic treasures. The flesh within their body was extremely sturdy as well, and for every inch of flesh Ning penetrated, he felt an extremely powerful force resisting him. And even if he did manage to injure them, they would be able to heal in a very short period of time. They were also enormously strong, the black viper and the armored insect were nearly half as strong as Ning when Ning used the fourth cycle of the star-seizing hand, and 3 heads, 6 arms, while the winged rhinoceros was comparable to Ning's full power. Activate! The distant horned, golden-robed man watched coldly, then let out a soft bark. Instantly, the back of the armored insect began to release large numbers of divine tattoos. These divine tattoos flickered and flashed, causing the armored insect to rapidly shrink in size, while beginning to split apart. By the time it shrank to 3,000 meters, it completely split apart to become a pair of the armored insects. By the time it shrank down to 300 meters, it had split apart to become 4 armored insects. And by the time it shrank down to 30 meters, there were 8 of those armored insects. Roar! The winged rhinoceros let out a furious roar, its 4 powerful leg trunks beginning to merge with its main body. From the center of its body, a single leg trunk that was even thicker and longer began to rapidly grow out. The 4-legged winged rhinoceros had actually transformed into a single-legged rhinoceros. Hisses. The black viper's serpentine head suddenly bit down upon its tail. Instantly, its entire body began to glow with divine tattoos. Its scales were rapidly changing, becoming even finer and longer while also beginning to glow with a golden light. Die! The horned, golden-robed man had just revealed one of his favorite, consummate tricks. Ning suddenly transformed into the obscuring wind of the 9 heavens, surging straight towards the winged rhinoceros. Kill! Ning was charging forward like a brutish fiend god, his 6 massive arms wildly assaulting the winged rhinoceros in close combat, but clang clang clang, the 8 armored insects all struck towards Ning, but Ning completely ignored them. The only result was a series of clanging sounds that could be heard from Ning's body. Whoosh! The black viper, now in circular form, swirled towards Ning, seeking to entangle him. Ning swept out with 2 of his palms, which struck out like 2 streaks of swordlight. In terms of the Tao, how could the viper possibly compare to Ning? He was struck head-on and knocked flying away by Ning's swordlight. This brat, the horned, golden-robed man's eyes flashed with cold light. His armored insect had been completely nullified by Ning. He had been hoping that Ning would be too arrogant and allow the viper to coil around him. Once it did, no matter how strong he was, he would find it difficult to escape. But Ning didn't give the viper any chance at all to draw near him. Kill! Die for me! Ning and the winged rhinoceros were battling wildly against each other. Ning was completely unwounded, while large amounts of flesh and blood were being sheared off from the winged rhinoceros, under the repeated blows of Ning's knife-sharp palms. Finally, with a furious roar from Ning, the head of the winged rhinoceros was chopped off. What should I do? What should I do? What the hell should I do? The horned, golden-robed man felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, as well as hesitation. Should I have other clones come over here as well? He had other insectoid aberrations. If all of the insectoid aberrations he commanded were all together here, he would be able to completely overwhelm and crush Ning. No. I can't let all of my clones appear in one place, that will cause me to risk true death. The horned, golden-robed man knew very well that due to his insidiousness and viciousness, he had many enemies spread throughout the 3 realms. For example, the Empyrean god of the Kind Water clan had a very powerful desire to kill him. However, because his many clones were all scattered throughout the realms, the Empyrean god was hesitant to make a move, and so had not truly acted to launch a war to wipe out the Young Flame clan. Ning, by relying on the 8-9 arcane art, was even more berserk in his attacks than the 3 insectoid aberrations. After he forcibly ripped off the head of the winged rhinoceros, the skeleton of the winged rhinoceros flew back towards the horned, golden-robed man. It transformed back into a winged rhinoceros, but one which was only 3,000 meters in length, then flew back into the mouth of the horned, golden-robed man. Tear apart! Ning's 6 arms now began to wildly assault the black viper. 2 of his arms moved to chop a wound in the body of the black viper, while the other 4 arms grabbed onto it and gave a vicious tug in 2 opposite directions. Re-yip! The black viper was forcibly torn apart, its black, foul-smelling bloody spraying everywhere. Ning was fighting even more savagely than he usually did. The three insectoid aberrations, in the face of his fury, were at a complete disadvantage. What should we do? Can it be that our young flame clan cannot resist this Ning? This Ning is too terrifying. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals who were hiding behind their formations were filled with terror at what they were seeing. Windraiser, all of the mortals within the protective formations have been evacuated. Even if Ning breaks the formations, he can forget about harming our clansmen. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals viewed Old Demon Windraiser as their leader. In the Old Jade Mountain range, Old Demon Windraiser had an extremely high status. Old Demon Windraiser nodded. Give me your Qiankuan pearls. All right. The loose Immortals and Earth Immortals all handed over their Qiankuan pearls. Qiankuan pearls were residence-type magic treasures. Generally speaking, celestial immortals who had a very solid grasp of the Tao of Qiankuan would be able to establish a small dimension within a Qiankuan pearl. In truth, these were very common treasures, similar to sacks and bags that had private dimensions within them, except these were used to collect and hold people. The space within a Qiankuan pearl wasn't that small, being over 10,000 kilometers, but there were no resources within them. There was no way life could be supported within them long term. They could only be used to temporarily hold living creatures. And so, they were perfectly suited for moving or evacuating populations. Right. Old Demon Windraiser accepted all of the Qiankuan pearls. Damn. The horned, golden-robed man was utterly enraged by what he saw, but he was unable to do anything to Ning. Ning wildly assaulted the black viper, but even after ripping it apart, the black viper merely transformed into two smaller vipers. Still, its aura had noticeably weakened, and Ning continued his assault against it. Suddenly, a spatial ripple appeared. It was greater teleportation. Ning turned, only to see that Old Demon Windraiser had appeared in the distance. Old Demon Windraiser didn't die? Ning was startled. Windraiser, don't go crazy. Windraiser, go back. Celestial Immortals Arcanum, Infatuation, and the others were using their core sense to watch the battle. Upon seeing Old Demon Windraiser appear, they all hurriedly sent mental messages, calling out to him. He killed my disciple and destroyed my true body. I cannot live under the same heavens as him. Old Demon Windraiser suddenly waved his hand, causing a dense cluster of hundreds of spots of starlight to appear. The air above him was also filled with the enormous illusion of the solar star, and all these things flew straight towards Ning. Ning was cold and uncaring. You, old demon, had a primal twin? I didn't go kill you, but you came to throw your life away. How could Ning possibly hold Old Demon Windraiser in any regard? He immediately swept out with his own palm to attack. His golden palm smashed apart everything that came before him. Bang! 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 The hundreds of miniature stars were instantly knocked flying away. Crack! A very peculiar sound rang out. It was like an egg cracking. But those hundreds of star grains were a set of immortal-ranked magic treasures. How could Ning have shattered immortal-ranked magic treasures with a single palm? Ah! And oh! No! Countless miserable screams rang out. Within a special region, countless mortals and cultivators were all squeezed together. These were the evacuated cultivators and mortals, but this region was beginning to crumble and break apart. Although this was merely a small pocket dimension, with the dimensional walls crumbling, how could mortals possibly survive? All of them were ground apart and killed. Only some of the more powerful cultivators were able to survive. A few people suddenly appeared in the region before Ning's giant golden palm. These were the immortal cultivators who had survived the collapse of that pocket dimension, but the power of Ning's earlier blow was simply too great. Even the mere aftershock from his blow was enough to cause these newly emerged immortal cultivators to be instantly blown into dust. Infinite despair, despair that filled the skies, it all swept towards Ning. Infinite resentment. Infinite hate. No, I don't want to die. Oh gods. Who killed us? Countless voices rang out in Ning's mind, assailing his heart. Ahahaha. The distant old demon Windraiser was absolutely berserk in his laughter. You've killed 10 billion mortals, what a sinner, what a tremendous sinner. Rumble. Rumble. The skies instantly turned blood red, so red that it was utterly terrifying to behold, so densely red that it caused everyone's heart to tremble. The terrifying redness appeared out of nowhere, and it appeared simultaneously in the skies above Ning and old demon Windraiser. These were the legendary, karmic sin flames. The two clouds of bloody red karmic sin flames reflected and resonated with each other. The karmic sin flames descended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 15, Chapter 32, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 32, I'll send you on your way. The red karmic sin flames were terrifying to behold, but they also had a strange, holy aura about them. They existed purely for the sake of burning away all sin. In midair, Ning's eyes turned completely red. He frantically clutched at his head as he fell down from the skies. Within the still room of the underwater estate, the black-robed primal twin Ning had originally been seated in the lotus position atop the netherwater jade bed, but his body was now blazing with red karmic sin flames as well. The black-robed primal twin Ning was now kneeling on the netherwater jade bed, letting out howls of utter agony and misery. He crawled forward in utter pain, falling down from the bed. No, the black-robed primal twin Ning let out an agonized howl. In the outside world, Ning fell down from the skies. As he fell, he clutched at his head, letting out terrifying, frenzied, throat-tearing howls. He didn't die? The ancestor of the young Flame clan was extremely shocked. The other 6 celestial immortals had joined him outside, atop the flying shuttle. They, too, looked with shock and delight upon this scene. They said in amazement, he actually didn't instantly die from burning? Ahahaha. The distant old demon Windraiser continued to hover in midair. Surrounded by karmic sin flames, he actually let out laughter that caused one's heart to shudder. His face was utterly contorted, and his eyes were blood red. Pain racked every single cell of his body, but he continued to laugh wildly. It really is, even more fun than the million-year 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, Old demon Windraiser was filled with the agony of being burned by karmic sin flames as well. Windraiser's Dowheart is no weaker than my own, celestial immortal infatuation said. For even him to be in such agony, it's utterly inconceivable for this Ning, who has trained for less than a century, to actually stay alive and not perish instantly from the descent of karmic sin flames. Right. He's trained for less than a century, but his Dowheart is actually this strong. When karmic sin flames descend, they shall unleash multiple layers of punishment. This is but the start. The ancestor of the young Flame clan said in a low voice, I refuse to believe Ning will be able to survive it. Karmic sin flames. They were the holy flames that burned away sin. They represented the utmost limits of sin. These flames were the flames of the void, flames that burned away at the soul, at the heart. They actually weren't that harmful to the physical body. After all, the heavens always gave one at least a slight chance for survival. If karmic sin flames were to burn away at the body as well, then fiend god sinners would have too much of an unfair advantage compared to key refiner sinners. But although it didn't harm the body that much, it was utterly terrifying in terms of the damage it did when burning the soul. Even someone like Ning, who had trained in the 8-9 arcane art, had no advantages whatsoever in facing these karmic sin flames. When facing karmic sin flames, all cultivators were treated absolutely equally. The only test right now was of one's Dowheart. Would one's Dao heart be able to survive while being incinerated by karmic sin flames? Once one's Dao heart crumbled, the soul would be unprotected and would be instantly burnt to ashes and dissipated. Luckily enough, Ning had just come up with the 10th stance of the 3-foot sword. His Dao heart now contained the resolve that was embodied in the lines, "Where the Dao is, though 10 million soldiers bar my path, I shall relentlessly advance." This allowed Ning's Dao heart to survive the first round of punishment unleashed by the karmic sin flames, agony. He actually hasn't died. What a monster. Old Demon Windrazor's entire body was racked by pain as he stared downwards at the fallen Ning. Old Demon Windrazor's Dao heart was extremely strong. He had already lived for 1,000,000 years. 3 calamities, 9 tribulations, every 300 years, a calamity, every 900 years, a tribulation. He had endured countless cycles of the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations over the past 1,000,000 years. Under this sort of constant pressure, his Dao heart had actually transformed and grown incredibly powerful, with the result being that he had found even the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations at the 1,000,000-year mark to be quite easy to overcome. Clearly, his Dao heart was far more powerful than immortal Northwalkers had been. It was comparable to that of many celestial immortals, and even amongst celestial immortals, he would probably be ranked at the very top. Although the first round of punishment brought by karmic sin flames, agony, was extremely painful, he was still able to maintain consciousness. He was even able to open his mouth and speak, albeit haltingly. Clearly, he was far more powerful than Ning in this regard. What? Within their 10,000-kilometer formation, the Whitewater Hound, Little Ching, and Mu Northsun were completely stunned. They stared at the blood-red skies, as well as the blood-red karmic sin flames that had appeared around Ning's body. Upon seeing the karmic sin flames appear, they all immediately were able to guess at what had happened. They watched as Ning had let out an agonized, frenzied scream, then collapse from the skies, and their hearts became filled with despair. Karmic sin flames? How could Master have caused karmic sin flames to descend? Little Chang was utterly horrified. How could Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, Northsun was so frantic, he was shaking. It's all because of me, no, don't. The Whitewater Hound stared at Ning, who had fallen down from the skies. Watching the karmic sin flames roast Ning, Uncle White's tears instantly began to streak down his face. Ning, son. Despair. They were all immortal cultivators. They knew how terrifying karmic sin flames were, as well as the fact that when they descended, nobody could help out at all. To survive the descent of karmic sin flames was simply far too difficult. Only truly powerful figures with incomparably mighty Dao hearts would be able to survive. But Ning had only trained for less than a century. Although he was publicly acclaimed for having a firm Dao heart, having a strong sword heart, and being a born sword immortal, he simply hadn't trained for long enough. The punishment brought by karmic sin flames would come in repeated waves that only increased in power and terror. Ning, son, you have to endure it, you have to. The Whitewater Hound stared towards Ning. I promised Big Brother to take care of you, to always protect you. Atop the flying shuttle. The ancestor of the Young Flame clan and his 6 mighty celestial immortals were also watching the fallen Ning. He actually didn't die right away from the descent of karmic sin flames. Patriarch Arcanum said hurriedly, Ancestor, the punishment brought by karmic sin flames will grow increasingly powerful, but to prevent a miracle from happening which results in this punk surviving, let's suppress him right away. He's completely unable to fight back right now. This is the perfect time to trap and suppress him. Right. Celestial Immortal Infatuation nodded as well. Although I don't believe Ning will survive, if by some miracle he does survive, it's best to suppress him now. Suppress him. It's a shame that Goldclock died, and his divine great clock was stolen by Ning as well. I naturally have other suppressive treasures. Although they aren't comparable to the divine great clock, one is still a middle grade pure yang treasure. There's no way he can escape. The young flame ancestor suddenly waved his hands, producing a pair of copper symbols. He threw them out, and the pair instantly expanded in size, transforming into copper symbols that were more than 300 meters long. The copper symbols split apart, one flying to be above Ning while the other flew underneath him. Once the pair of copper symbols came together once more, there would be no way for him to escape. Ning's eyes were completely red, and his face was completely distorted with agony. He couldn't help but let out roars of agony. But his Tao heart hadn't dissipated yet. He still maintained a single thread of consciousness. He could see what was going on in the outside world, but everything he saw was twisted and blurry. This was because his eyes were too bloodshot right now. If they were just a bit more bloodshot, he would probably be completely blind. When these two giant copper symbols came to surround him, Ning immediately struck out with his two arms. Bang! Bang! He instantly knocked the two copper symbols flying. He's actually still able to pay attention to the outside world? The ancestor of the Young Flame clan was surprised. Even if he is, the amount of intellect he's able to use right now must be very, very low, Celestial Immortal Infatuation said. He's like a beast, right now, all he knows to do is to knock away anything dangerous. He doesn't even know to flee. He could have just used his evasive techniques to dodge, but he didn't move at all. From this, one can tell that his intellect has dropped to a very, very low level right now. Let's all act together. Perhaps we can trap him. Let's give it a shot. The 6 celestial immortals all moved. Black chains flew out. Thousands of tendrils and vines whipped out. The strands of an enormous horsetail flywisk that was 30,000 meters long flew forth. Boom! 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 Everything in front of Ning was blurry, but he did see many vines swinging towards him. He struggled to wave his arms about, using the star-seizing hand, to knock all the magic treasures flying in away from his body. The tendrils all completely snapped apart, unable to even draw near him. After all, these celestial immortals were all heavily wounded. When controlling magic treasures from afar, how could their power possibly compare to the power of Ning's twin arms? Even if the 6 celestial immortals were to use a formation, given how badly injured they were, they still wouldn't be able to withstand Ning's star-seizing hand. He really does seem like a wild beast. Anything that gets close to him, he'll wildly lash out at and knock away. The young flame ancestor nodded lightly. I have an idea, one that will ensure his death. Oh? They all looked towards the ancestor, save for Celestial Immortal Infatuation, who suddenly said, "Can it be, the World-Hold Pagoda?" Infatuation read my mind. The young flame ancestor nodded lightly. Fortunately, when I came out of seclusion this time, Arcanum and the others came over as well. There was no one left to guard the pagoda, and so I brought it over here as well. Whoosh! A small pagoda suddenly appeared within the young flame ancestor's hands. This was the ancient pagoda which Celestial Immortal Arcanum and the others had been guarding previously. This pagoda, it was truly the most important of all treasures which the Young Flame clan had. To the Young Flame clan, the most important person was naturally the Young Flame ancestor, Immortal Venom Freak, who had countless clones spread everywhere. Only second to him in importance was this World-Hold Pagoda. This was a protocosmic spirit treasure, the greatest treasure which Immortal Venom Freak had acquired over the course of countless ages. Whoosh! The small pagoda within the Young Flame ancestor's hand flew out, transforming into a pagoda that was 30,000 meters tall. The pagoda hung high in the air, hovering roughly 3,000 meters above him. The Young Flame ancestor and the others had noticed earlier that 3,000 meters seemed to be a limit. Once one went beyond that range and moved closer to Ning would instantly bend a strike and knock things flying. Ning, I'll send you on your way, the Young Flame patriarch said softly. Whoosh! The entire surface of the pagoda suddenly lit up, especially at the base where a giant black vortex suddenly formed. The vortex began to quickly spread outwards, soon covering a region of 100 kilometers. Naturally, this completely covered the area where Ning was located as well. Everything within the area was completely drawn in by the whirlpool. Normally, the quick-witted Ning would have immediately noticed that something was wrong. He would have immediately departed from this region, but Ning was currently clutching his head in utter agony, the karmic sin flames blazing around his body gradually increasing in power. In fact, the second round of punishments was about to descend. The single thought in his mind was to prevent any magic treasures or spells from drawing near his body. How could he possibly have the presence of mind to notice anything else that was amiss? Rumble. The pagoda began to glow brighter and brighter. And then, whoosh! The very tip of the pagoda suddenly grew blindingly bright. Swish! A streak of light shot from it into the skies, as though piercing through the walls of reality itself, then vanished. As for the vortex region of 100 kilometers, it had become completely empty. Ning had completely vanished. He had vanished from the world of the Grand Xia, and in fact, he had even vanished from the three realms themselves. He was now outside the three realms. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 1, You Did Not Sin. Chapter 1, You Did Not Sin. Senior Apprentice Brother. Mu Northsun was watching from within the 10,000-kilometer formation region, racked by agony and self-hatred for being unable to help Ning. Little Chang and Uncle White's faces both changed dramatically as well. Both of them could tell that there had just been a spatial teleportation of some sort. I can no longer sense Master's location, Little Ching said frantically. I can't even get the vaguest sense of the direction he is in. Master is no longer in the world of the Grand Xia, he's gone to an extremely distant place. I can't sense him either, Uncle White said, trying to attentively sense Ning's location. It's all my fault. It's all because of me, a useless piece of trash. I shouldn't have been in such a rush to take revenge. I shouldn't have. Northsun was filled with utter regret. It had been Ning who had rescued him and Yuxia's soul from the Eastwoods mountain range, but afterwards, when the Young Flame Clan's celestial immortals had ambushed Ning, Yuxia's soul had been completely destroyed. Although he had felt utter hatred for the Young Flame Clan, in truth, Northsun did feel a bit of resentment towards Ning as well in his heart. However, given Ning's great kindness towards him, and given that they were lifelong friends to begin with, he had buried that resentment deep within his heart. But in this moment, when he saw the descent of the karmic sin flames, as well as the agonized look on the face of Ning as he was being burnt by the sin flames, Northsun felt incomparable guilt in his heart. If I hadn't kept clamoring on and on about revenge, Senior Apprentice Brother wouldn't have been in such a rush. He would have kept on waiting until he grew even more powerful, and then, he would have completely wiped out the entire Young Flame Clan. This is all due to my own impatience. Say no more. Uncle White growled, the Young Flame Clan's celestial immortals are already flying towards us. Let's hurry up and leave. Little Chang, we need a greater teleportation. All right. Little Chang tamped down the grief and pain she felt, immediately waving her hand and bringing along Uncle White and Northsun into a greater teleportation. Whoosh! They disappeared into thin air, having returned to Swallow Mountain. The 7 celestial immortals of the Young Flame Clan were indeed flying straight towards the formation area. With but a single void blink, they arrived directly outside of the formation. However, as soon as they arrived, Little Chang, Uncle White, and Northsun departed. Little Chang and the other two knew quite well that there was no way they could possibly deal with these celestial immortals. They were far too weak, they could only suppress their hatred for now. If Ning had truly died, they would train hard so that in the future, they would be able to take revenge for him. They ran quite fast, Celestial Immortal Arcanum sneered. They were weak to begin with, they only dared to attack this place because of Ning. Now that he's dead, why wouldn't they flee? Celestial Immortal Black Rain said coldly. The nearby infatuation shook his head. Black Rain, Ning isn't dead yet. When karmic sin flames descend, they shall bring multiple rounds of punishment. I refuse to believe he won't die, Celestial Immortal Black Rain said. In addition, Master also used his world-hold pagoda. He must have sent Ning to one of the danger zones within the void beyond the three realms. Some of those danger zones are enough to cause even true immortals or empyrean gods to perish, much less a little brat that hasn't even overcome his celestial tribulation. The nearby horned, golden-robed man turned his head to look at the distant old demon Windraiser, still racked by indescribable pain. He spoke out and said, "If Windraiser is able to withstand this tribulation of karmic sin flames, I shall personally escort him to the 10 Yama Kings of Hell. When he is reborn, he absolutely must be reborn into our Young Flame clan. No expenses will be spared in training him." Right. Of course. All of them nodded. This was no joke. If someone was able to overcome karmic sin flames, they would undergo an utterly astounding transformation, and their Tao hearts would become truly remarkable in strength. Although they would lose their memories of their former lives upon being reborn, such a soul would still have enormous potential in the new life. Upon regaining one's previous memories, one would have an extremely good chance of overcoming the celestial tribulation. Let's see if he can overcome the karmic sin flames, the horned, golden-robed man said with a sigh. Every single person who is capable of overcoming karmic sin flames is an extremely remarkable person. Even amongst celestial immortals, such individuals are amongst the very top. There were very few, even amongst celestial immortals, who could withstand the power of karmic sin flames. In truth, it was very hard for someone to tell how strong another person's Tao heart was. Even someone as powerful as celestial immortal infatuation wouldn't dare claim for certain that he was able to withstand karmic sin flames. Thus, celestial immortals were generally quite cautious. Only if there was no other choice would they allow themselves to act in a way that would cause karmic sin flames to swirl around their bodies. The descent of karmic sin flames was truly terrifying, but once one overcame it, one's power would generally skyrocket. In the three realms, every single person who overcame karmic sin flames would end up being an incredible figure. For example, Ning's senior apprentice brother, Empyrean God Silvermoon, was a person who had karmic sin flames constantly swirling around him. Silvermoon, however, completely ignored them, proof that he truly was an utter demon. The world of the Grand Xia. The Western Seas. The seamless gates gathering spot. The enormous mirror had displayed all the scenes of the battle that had just occurred in the old Jade Mountain range. The escape and wild assault of 900+ fiend gods, the pursuit of the Godslayer gods, Ning's sudden, unexpected explosion of power that had resulted in the slaying of 2 celestial immortals, old demon Windraiser, a loose immortal of the Young Flame clan, attacking suicidally, the descent of karmic sin flames, Ning being burnt by karmic sin flames, Ning being teleported away by the world-hold pagoda. Exciting. How very exciting. Celestial immortal Black Heaven sighed repeatedly in praise. That Windraiser, he really is both decisive and vicious. He was able to come up with this plan and settle on it in such a short period of time, and those who died were all his own clansmen. 10 billion of his clansmen died, just like that. His heart truly is vicious and merciless. He truly does have the temperament necessary for a demon. You are actually praising him? You are actually praising such a despicable, contemptible little man? Violet Grass frowned. Violet Grass, little girl, you are wrong. Although you are a celestial immortal, in terms of Tao hearts, you are probably inferior to that Windraiser. Celestial immortal Black Heaven shook his head. As far as craftiness, you are even more inferior to him. This is one of the reasons why the Gatemaster has never let you truly command your own forces. There are far too many things you need to see and experience first. So I'm inferior to him? Violet Grass was angry. How many setbacks have you encountered in life? Celestial immortal Black Heaven shook his head. Although we are celestial immortals who hold loose immortals in contempt, and although indeed 99% of loose immortals are not worthy of us paying attention to, amongst the countless loose immortals who are alive, there are some who have lived for over 1,000,000 years. This type of loose immortal has suffered repeated assaults from the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations. Their many experiences with the demon heart tribulation has caused their Tao hearts to become incomparably mighty. You, by comparison, became a celestial immortal early on. Although you've lived longer than them, how many actual tribulations have you undergone? Despite your talent and the fact that you have superior comprehension abilities, you've suffered far too few setbacks. Your Dao heart truly might be inferior to theirs. Look, even though he's being burned by karmic sin flames, he's still able to maintain enough presence of mind to carry on a conversation with the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. Would you dare make the claim that you could do the same? Violet Grass was startled. Even monsters like Ning were just barely able to maintain a modicum of consciousness when being assaulted by karmic sin flames. Old Demon Windraiser, however, was clear-minded enough to carry on a conversation. He clearly was far superior. The lives of 10 billion commoners, in exchange for the life of a peerless, monstrous genius like Ning, worth it. Violet Grass suddenly said, "Old geezer, tell me, can this sort of method be used against celestial immortals? Are you suicidal?" Celestial Immortal Black Heaven shook his head. As the person who gave the order, you, the mastermind, will also incur enormous sin. 10 billion mortal lives. If you are lucky, you'll have a bloody aura of sin that will surround you and stretch out to many hundreds of meters. If you aren't lucky, you'll probably see karmic sin flames descend right away as well. As for the person you sent out to actually do it, that person will definitely suffer the descent of karmic sin flames. Such an action is utter suicide. In addition, perhaps ordinary celestial immortals are unable to withstand karmic sin flames, but the truly powerful celestial immortals are generally able to do so. As for true immortals or Empyrean gods, they are the experts of the three realms. All of them are capable of withstanding karmic sin flames. Don't even ask about Tao Fathers. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven sighed. Thus, this sort of method really isn't worth it. Anyhow, this Ning is being burned by karmic sin flames, and has also been teleported by Young Flame Freak to one of the danger zones in the void beyond the three realms. There's nothing for me to do here. Time for me to go. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven rose to his feet, still carrying a gourd of immortal nectar. Drinking and whistling, he began to walk away. Old geezer, this one doesn't count. You still owe me 2 favors, Violet Grass called after him. Don't worry. I'm not as shameless as you. Celestial Immortal Black Heaven's voice echoed out within the palace, but he himself had disappeared. Violet Grass turned to stare back at the mirror, still depicting events within the old Jade Mountain range. She mumbled to herself, so he was actually sent into a danger zone, just like that. I didn't even have anything to do with it. Still, that's a good thing for me. Within the ancient pagoda tower, all 7 of the celestial immortals, including the Young Flame ancestor, were gathered here. Not too far away was old Demon Windraiser, who was seated in the lotus position. However, his body was clearly trembling slightly. The karmic sin flames around him were beginning to vanish. Clearly, the trials brought by the karmic sin flames were nearing their end. This is already the 7th day. Windraiser is still holding on. Celestial Immortal Arcanum's narrow eyes were filled with eagerness. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous it becomes. The 7th day is the final day. If he is able to withstand this day, he'll survive. But if he doesn't, the Young Flame ancestor shook his head. Suddenly, however, his face changed as he turned to stare at old Demon Windraiser. Old Demon Windraiser's aura was beginning to gradually weaken. This was the aura of his soul weakening in strength. What's going on? Why is his aura weakening? Everyone was extremely worried. They knew very little about karmic sin flames. All they knew was that the karmic sin flames brought a tribulation that lasted for 7 days, and that the final stages were the most terrifying of all. Once one made it past the 7-day mark, the karmic sin flames would vanish. One would only be able to detect them through core sense or divine sense, and not with the naked eye. However, although invisible, the karmic sin flames would always be present. The constant swirl of karmic sin flames on one's body would feel like being eternally roasted in the pits of hell. His heart is weakening, the young flame ancestor said. When his heart weakens, his aura weakens as well. Once his heart dies, then his soul will instantly be burnt to ash. This is why karmic sin flames are so terrifying. The initial agony phase from when the karmic sin flames first descend nearly cause brute force pain. Those with powerful Tao hearts, however, are often able to overcome this phase. The latter parts have a softer approach which will slowly cause pain and regret to seep into one's heart, causing the tormented person's heart to slowly wither and die. It is akin to suicide. Old demon Windrazor's aura was indeed growing weaker and weaker. The 7 celestial immortals watched with incomparable nervousness. 6 more hours passed. His aura was completely extinguished. Boom! After his aura had completely disappeared for just a few seconds, it suddenly began to increase rapidly in power. Finally, old demon Windrazor opened his eyes. I survived. Old demon Windrazor said in a low voice, "What terrifying karmic sin flames indeed." They were far more powerful than the 3 calamities, 9 tribulations that one experiences at the million-year mark. I actually survived, but I really don't want to experience that again. I really do not. A deep, haunted look was in old demon Windrazor's eyes. Windrazor, the young flame ancestor called out. Windrazor hurriedly came to his senses. Ancestor. Windrazor said hurriedly, Patriarchs, I, Windrazor, condemn 10 billion members of our clan to death. My sin. Enough. You did not sin, in fact, you rendered major merits, the young flame ancestor said with a loud laugh. It was just 10 billion mortals, after all. We can bring a few billion mortals over from our other 2 headquarters, and in a few more decades this place shall be flourishing once more. The reason why we were able to deal with Ning this time was you ignored your own well-being and willingly endured karmic sin flames to deal him a fierce blow. You did very well. Old demon Windrazor's voice was still very low. Ancestor, I've incurred far too many sins. A storm is coming to the 3 realms. Me being alive will only result in a hugely negative influence upon the Young Flame clan. I'm preparing to kill myself, then head to the netherworld. Yes. The ancestor nodded. It is for the best. Given how many sins you have incurred, after you die and go to the netherworld, you will be punished in the deepest depths of hell and tormented in countless unspeakable ways. After you are finally allowed to be reborn, I will definitely bring you back into the Young Flame clan. In the past, dealing with matters in the Netherworld Kingdom might be a bit troublesome, but now that Tao Father Crimsonbright has re-established a minor cycle of reincarnation, all 10 of his Yama Kings of Hell will assuredly give me some face. I will arrange everything necessary for you. Yes. Old demon Windrazor said respectfully, then, I'll leave now. Old demon Windrazor didn't hesitate at all. Whoosh, dot. His golden lotus spirit voluntarily dissipated, and a human-shaped soul, wreathed by karmic sin flames, flew straight towards the minor cycle of reincarnation. Swoosh. The young flame ancestor immediately headed towards the minor cycle of reincarnation as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 2, Red Dust Tribulations. Chapter 2, Red Dust Tribulations. Note, red dust is an allegorical Buddhist term that refers to worldly affairs, attachments, and desires. It is often said that in order to achieve Buddhahood, one has to be able to see past the red dust. Women of the red dust is also a phrase that is specifically used to refer to courtesans. Stillwater Commandery. Swallow Mountain. Serpent Wing Lake. Brightheart Island. Uncle White, in human form, was seated within a pavilion, moodily drinking wine by himself. Mu Northsun was seated as well, leaning against the pavilion railings with his eyes shut. As for little Ching, she was hugging her knees, seated quietly within a corner of the pavilion. They were all completely silent. A long time later. Should we tell Autumn Leaf? Little Ching suddenly said. We should not. Uncle White sighed. In Autumn Leaf's heart, my son Ning is, ugh. She wouldn't be to take the blow. Let's wait for now. We can tell her that Ning is in secluded meditation, but are we supposed to just keep hiding this from them? Little Ching asked. We can sense that my son Ning is still alive, Uncle White said. As long as he is still alive, let's keep things hidden from Autumn Leaf, as well as all of the G-clansmen. Little Chang nodded gently as well, then said, then about Ji Ning's master, Immortal Diansai? Diansai. Uncle White hesitated a moment, then said, let's wait. The most terrifying punishment brought by karmic sin flames will arrive on the 7th day. As long as he survives the 7th day, he will have survived the karmic sin flames. If he doesn't come back after 7 days, that means he truly is trapped in some mysterious danger zone located outside the world of the Grand Xia, at which point, we will notify Immortal Diansai. All right. Little Chang nodded. They fell silent once more. None of them had anything to say. They just waited, quietly. 7 days. These 7 days posed a huge tribulation for Ning. If he didn't die within these 7 days and withstood the karmic sin flames, he would have overcome this tribulation. However, they didn't have any idea as to where the young Flame Clan had teleported him to, but given the amount of hatred they felt towards him, they must have sent him to a truly terrifying place. The banks of a vast, roaring river. There was an azure-robed man seated in the lotus position here. He wielded an immortal sword in his hands, but the immortal sword actually had a fishing line hanging down from it. Clearly, he was using it to fish. Whoosh! From high up in the skies, a handsome-looking youth came flying over atop a cloud. He landed on the ground, then bowed respectfully. My respects to you, Patriarch Lu. Per the Xia Emperor's orders, this junior has come to send you a message. A scroll appeared before him, which he respectfully offered with both hands. A letter? The Xia Emperor? Lu Dongbin turned his head to look. He waved his hand, and the scroll flew straight to him. He tapped on it gently, and the scroll unfurled on its own. Lu Dongbin read through it carefully. His face changed slightly. Understood. You can leave now, Lu Dongbin said calmly. Yes. The handsome youth departed gracefully. Lu Dongbin, however, began to frown. Karmic sin flames descended? The young Flame Clan actually used a method like this? Although Ji Ning is indeed talented, he's trained for less than a century. Will he be able to survive? Lu Dongbin turned his head to look towards the distance. A golden rune suddenly appeared in his pupils, and instantly his gaze was able to pierce through space, seeing an island that was 10 million kilometers away. At the quiet, secluded island, there was a black-robed maiden seated in the lotus position on a beach. This disciple of mine, she keeps her thoughts and secrets guarded quite tightly, Lu Dongbin mused softly to himself. That killing intent within her heart, it is even more terrifying than I had predicted it to be. In addition, at the Grand Xia dynasty, she was hiding her true power the entire time. But, when I went to find Judge Cui to inspect her past lives, everything seemed normal. Although in her previous life, she was a powerful, fiendish figure, a demon whose power was comparable to a loose immortal who had lived for 1,000,000 years, for a person to be powerful in a previous life is a good thing. There's no need to hide it. When she awakened her memories during the conclave of immortal destiny, given how powerful she was in her previous life, she absolutely could have made it to the top 3, and perhaps she could have even become champion. Originally, Lu Dongbin had deeply desired to take on Ji Ning as his disciple, because Ji Ning truly was born to be a sword immortal. In addition, he had vaguely sensed some of Ning's other extraordinary attributes. As for Yue, Lu Dongbin had originally felt that Yue was hiding even more secrets. However, he wasn't certain at first. After taking her on as his disciple and interacting with her for a long period of time, he had naturally been able to discover many flaws in Yue's facade. In the end, Yue had been forced to admit it. Master, I was indeed hiding my true strength. This was because I don't wish for others to know about my past life. I don't want others to know that in my past life, I was such a vile, demonic figure. I'm tired, so tired. I want this life to be a bit more relaxed. Yue clearly knew very well that Lu Dongbin, given his status, could easily investigate her past lives. She no longer maintained her facade before him. Was it really just because she wishes for this life to be a bit more ordinary and relaxed? Lu Dongbin was at such a high level of enlightenment that he was extremely close to the level of the Tao Fathers. He could vaguely make out the tides and portents of destiny, and he always felt that Yue wasn't as simple a figure as she made herself to be. However, he had investigated the Book of Life and Death. Yue hadn't lied to him. Could it be that he was wrong? Right now, Yue needs to keep her heart steady and calm. When the time is right, the celestial tribulation shall come, Lu Dongbin mused to himself. The celestial tribulation is incomparably dangerous. In her past life, she failed to overcome it. In this life, it shall be extremely dangerous as well. I can sense that her feelings towards Ning are genuine. If he truly is trapped in a danger zone, if I tell her, her demon heart tribulation will probably become even more terrifying. For now, I won't tell her. After she overcomes her tribulation, I'll tell her. Lu Dongbin continued to ponder pensively. Yue sat there in the lotus position at the beach. The seas and the skies were the same color, giving an impression of an infinitely vast firmament. Her heart was extremely calm right now. She was nurturing her Tao heart. She was quietly preparing. Based on what Patriarch Lu had said, once she overcame her tribulation and became a celestial immortal, she would leave his tutelage. Junior apprentice brother, I'll undergo my tribulation soon. Afterwards, I'll go seek you out right away. A hint of a smile played at the corner of Yue's mouth. Ning was the warmest memory in her heart. When Ning had returned to the Grand Xia, Patriarch Lu had naturally informed her once he had learned of this. However, Yue didn't have any idea that Ning was currently trapped in a danger zone. The term three realms referred to the Heaven Realm, the Netherworld Kingdom, and the Mortal Realm. The Heaven Realm and the Netherworld Kingdom were extremely vast, while the 3,000 major worlds and trillion minor worlds of the Mortal Realm were as countless as the stars of the Milky Way. And beyond all of these realms, there was the vast, limitless void, an empty region that was even greater than the three realms themselves. Within the void were two supreme stars, the solar star and the lunar star, as well as many other stars. Within the infinite void, there were countless danger zones, including some which would cause even true immortals and empyrean gods to perish. In fact, there were some places which even true gods and Tao Fathers would hesitate to venture into, preferring to simply watch them from a distance. The 3,000 major worlds and trillion minor worlds were like tiny little islands or reefs located within the infinite void. The 3,000 major worlds were like large islands, while the trillion minor worlds were reefs. At the very center of the 3,000 islands and trillion reefs, there was an enormous continent located within the infinite void. This continent was countless times greater than any of the major worlds. There, space and time clashed and twisted against each other. It truly was a terrifying place. And at the places where the chaotic continent and the empty void intersected, there were constant waves of void ripples that spread out. Rumble. It was much like how, on a mortal world, where the waters of the ocean met the land, enormous oceanic waves would slam down against the land. The waves of void slammed repeatedly against the margins of the vast, chaotic continent, and the constant collisions formed a region of utter annihilation. The Nihilum Zone. The Nihilum Zone. Rumble. A streak of white light suddenly flashed by, transporting a youth to this location. Arg. Pain. Pain like he had never experienced before. For mortals, once their level of pain reached a certain threshold, they could actually die from it. As for immortal cultivators, The terrifying agony brought by the first round of punishments from the karmic sin flames was an agony that was applied directly to their souls. There was no escape, nowhere to hide. The pain of it vastly outstripped the pain of one's soul being torn apart. There was a limit to how much pain the body and the soul could take. The amount of pain the heart could suffer, however, was limitless. Once the Tao heart collapsed due to agony, the soul would quickly burn to ash. No, Ning was struggling to stay alive. He was able to remain just barely conscious, but that hint of consciousness was simply too weak. He wasn't even able to pay any attention to his surroundings. Finally, the increasing amount of pain reached a peak, a plateau. Instantly, the pain vanished. Ning was rather stunned. To go from a peak of pain to no pain at all, this, too, caused Ning's Tao heart to tremble. This places, Ning finally managed to look at his surroundings. Blackness surrounded him. Aided by the incomparably dim wisps of light sent forth by the distant solar star, Ning was able to just barely see that the darkness around him seemed to surge and ebb like flows of water. The void waves, they stretched off into infinity, while Ning was nothing more than a tiny little speck in the midst of a vast, endless void sea. Rumble, a void wave came sweeping over. Ning felt his entire body tremble. The terrifying power of the wave vastly surpassed the combined power of all the celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan. Immediately afterwards, Ning's entire world went dark. Young Master, an utterly ravishing beauty, dressed in thin, gauzy clothes, was looking straight towards Ning. She gently loosened her clothes, allowing them to slide downwards, half revealing her body. She then gently licked at one of her fingertips, then used that finger to flick at her shoulders, causing her clothes to slip down even further. Instantly, her clothes slipped all the way down, revealing her completely bare body. She walked over slowly, her large, limpid eyes staring longingly towards Ning. Young Master, I want it. This woman's appearance was a mixture of the best aspects of Cloud Jade, Autumn Leaf, Yue, and Nina Lotus appearances. However, she was even more alluring and even more enchanting. She completely aroused Ning's desire. F***ck off. Ning remained clear-minded. He knew that this was an illusion created by the descent of the karmic sin flames. This was the second tribulation brought by the sin flames, the lust tribulation of the red dust tribulations. Once one became enmeshed into the illusions, one would truly die. He immediately struck out with his arm, intending to smash the woman before him into dust. However, Ning suddenly realized that his body had become extremely weak. When his palm struck out, it only carried the amount of power an ordinary mortal would have. The nude beauty stretched her own hand out, immediately catching Ning's arm. She whispered softly, "Are you shy?" She immediately pressed Ning down to the ground. When gripped by the throes of lust, one's Tao heart could indeed be shaken. Ning was completely unable to fight back. All he could do was strive to maintain his Tao heart, strive to resist what was happening. It seems this humble one's services weren't enough. However, this humble one has 6 sisters who are even better. The woman lying across Ning's chest whispered gently into his ears. Instantly, 6 more beauties appeared in the distance. Each had their own unique charms. Truly, beauties like these were almost impossible to encounter in the real world. In addition, each were exactly the type of woman which Ning liked the most, and also the type of woman that stirred his lust the most. He knew that this was all just part of the lust tribulation. But, how could the lust tribulation be so easily overcome? It was much like how, in real life, many people knew that drugs were harmful, but upon having tasted it once, they would never be able to abstain from them ever again. By the same principle, a person might know that his soul would be destroyed if he succumbed to lust, but succumbing to lust was a very basic part of human nature. There was no way for a person to completely rid himself of lust. All a person could do was suppress it. However, when one was unable to resist, one would still be repeatedly enticed and aroused by lust. Powdered skeletons. All of them are nothing more than skeletons. They are transformed toads that have pustules on their skin. All of them have intentionally transformed into this appearance to deceive me. Ning repeatedly mumbled these words to himself, continuously and forcibly suppressing his own desires. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 3, Iceheart. Chapter 3, Iceheart. Although he did his best to visualize these 7 beauties as skeletons, or as transformed toads and other abominations, deep in his heart, Ning knew that they weren't toads. They were part of the red dust tribulation which the karmic sin flames had brought. They were created from his own heart, and they weren't actually disgusting. This caused Ning to unconsciously be drawn further and further into lust. Hold, Ning was repeatedly suppressing his own lusts. But as time flowed on, the amount of lust he felt was increasing non-stop. Wait. Ning suddenly came to his senses. He thought about a legend he had read about on Earth, a legend about you the great taming the floods. Rather than dam it all up, he spread it out in channels. How can lust possibly be forcibly suppressed? The red dust tribulation, according to the records of Mount Innerheart, in order to overcome a red dust tribulation, one has to both enter the red dust as well as emerge from the red dust. 1. But if I allow myself to enter the red dust, if I succumb to it, what then? What should I do? All sorts of thoughts began to war with each other in Ning's heart. The more one knew, the harder it was to deal with the red dust tribulation. In addition, knowing was one thing, being able to actually do was another thing. No matter what, my heart cannot succumb. This is nothing more than my baptism through the red dust. Ning didn't dare to relax his vigilance in the slightest. Actually, Ning had actually made the correct decision. This was because ordinary cultivators, when being tested by a red dust tribulation, would generally be able to first allow themselves to succumb for a long period of time. Afterwards, when the day came for them to suddenly be enlightened and emerge from the red dust, their Tao hearts would naturally be strengthened tremendously. Ning's situation, however, was different. His red dust tribulation came from the descent of karmic sin flames. He absolutely couldn't allow himself to succumb to them at all. Time flowed on. Lust, gluttony, rage, avarice, love, hate. Within the red dust tribulation, all the desires one could feel when trapped within the mortal world, the world of red dust, would be amplified to an extreme. Lust, the most soul-stirringly beautiful women would appear. Gluttony, unimaginably delicious delicacies that would cause your soul to quiver. Rage, all sorts of arguments, jealousies, disputes, as well as the joy and jubilation that came after violent conquest. Love, parental love, spousal love, romantic love, brotherly love, master-disciple love. The word love truly did involve many things that people were willing to die for. Hate, towering, earth-shattering hatred and resentment that filled every inch of one's heart. Hatred that not even the waters of the 4 seas could wash away, boundless hatred and a desire to kill one's foes. At first, Ning did his best to suppress all of the desires of the red dust, trying to push them away from him. This, however, caused Ning's heart to feel increasingly tired. But slowly, Ning began to understand. Let these enticements come as they may. My heart abides. This is nothing more but a mortal, fleshly coil. Ning completely separated the innermost part of his heart from the outside world. He let his lust soar to the skies. He let himself feel excitement, rage, hatred, joy, disappointment, grief, happiness. Ning no longer suppressed any of it, allowing the feelings to invade every part of his entire body. Ning's heart, however, transcended it all. It was like a bystander, simply watching everything and keeping an eye on everything. One's true heart, one's fleshly body. Ning slowly began to understand, and he thought of Hoi's archery. The reason why Hoi's archery was able to rank amongst the top 10 divine abilities of the universe and was considered comparable to the star-seizing hand, but the actual application of it was even more complicated. It had higher requirements with regards to skill, it required extremely good bows and arrows, and it only allowed for very, very few shots. However, its power was truly ridiculous as well. At the peak of its power, Hoi's archery was even more terrifying than the star-seizing hand at its peak. Even Hoi, a divine archer of the primordial era, would only be able to shoot out 10 or so arrows at maximum power before growing exhausted. The power of those arrows, however, was truly terrifying. In addition, the application of divine power was just one part of Hoi's archery. The true reason why it was dominant throughout the three realms and became acknowledged as the #1 archery technique was thanks to heart force. Heart force was a source of power that was invisible, formless, but incomparably mysterious and miraculous. This was a force that was completely outside the types of power which immortals and fiend gods could normally control. Elemental ki, immortal power, and divine power were all visible to the naked eye, but heart force was invisible. In fact, unless one was using it to support something like archery, heart force alone was completely unable to injure anyone. However, it was precisely this energy, heart force, which allowed divine archers to become truly terrifying figures. Hoi was the most powerful of the divine archers, and the Hoi's archery technique which he developed was able to strengthen the application of heart force to a truly frightening level. This was why this technique was such an unearthly, powerful one. Heart force, invisible and formless. And yet, it allowed one to reach astonishing levels of power. In the primordial world, not even true gods or Tao fathers would willingly become enemies with Hoi. He was truly an incomparably terrifying man amongst the true gods and Tao fathers, a legendary divine archer even in an age of legends. Hoi's archery clearly differentiated heart force into multiple levels. The first level of heart force could be considered the basic level, the level which Ning had currently reached. If one could truly apply heart force to one's arrows and cause one's arrows to be able to strike unerringly at a distance of 10,000 kilometers, one had reached the basic level. Ning had spent many years training archery painstakingly at Mount Innerheart before reaching the basic level. Generally speaking, upon reaching the basic level, one could already be considered as having entered the ranks of the divine archers and be viewed as one of them, having reached a level that was as far above the other archers of the three realms as the heavens were above the earth. If one didn't understand heart force, one would never be able to become a true divine archer. Only by understanding heart force could one's archery become truly terrifying. The second level of heart force was known as Ice Heart. Ice Heart. This meant that one's inner heart had completely transcended the body. It would no longer be shaken or bedazzled by foreign influences. The waters of one's inner heart would have frozen into a cube of ice, there would no longer be any ripples within it. Once one's heart reached this level, one's heart force would begin to qualitatively evolve and also increase in power tremendously. So, under the pressure of the sin flames of karma, I had unknowingly reached the level of Ice Heart, improving my heart force. Ning felt a calm joy in his heart. It truly is as others have said, so long as one can survive the descent of karmic sin flames, one's Tao heart will undergo a qualitative change, and one will increase in power dramatically. The descent of karmic sin flames was a portent for 3 great tribulations, each more powerful than the last. Ning had just experienced the second round of tribulations, the red dust tribulations, resulting in him reaching the Ice Heart level of heart force. From this, one could see that although karmic sin flames truly did represent a tremendous tribulation, disaster and fortune came in a pair. If one survived this tribulation, one would reap certain rewards. However, very few immortal cultivators would willingly allow karmic sin flames to surround them. After all, once they did, even if one did survive the 3 rounds of karmic tribulations, in the future, the karmic sin flames would perpetually blaze around their bodies. One would constantly suffer from the agony of being burnt by karmic sin flames. Although the pain wouldn't be as agonizing as during the 3 rounds of tribulations, to be constantly burnt alive, unless it was absolutely necessary, who would willingly endure such a thing? In addition, it was extremely difficult for one to lower one's level of sin by enough to drop back down to the level of being surrounded by a bloody aura of sin. Karmic virtue, karmic sin. It was hard to gain karmic virtue, but karmic sin came with ease. Killing mortals was a tremendous sin. Doing so would allow one to effortlessly accrue an enormous amount of sin. But it was far, far harder to acquire karmic virtue. For example, after Ning had killed that evil patriarch and many evil dire monsters that had been surrounded by the bloody light of sin, and after when he had taken on a disciple who had wholeheartedly devoted herself to him, he had only just barely been able to upgrade his level of karmic virtue to being surrounded by golden karmic light. The range of his aura of golden karmic light had been extremely small as well. To reach the legendary level of karmic virtue where one's body would be surrounded by a rainbow of light would be unfathomably more difficult. And in fact, sometimes, one might do evil, even with the best of intentions. Karmic virtue was something which even figures as possible as true gods or Tao fathers were unable to completely understand the rules of. Although saving figures of karmic virtue and killing sinners did seem to be virtuous acts, and although 99 out of 100 such actions would result in an increase in karmic virtue, there would always be one who would instead be condemned as a sinner. For one to go from the level of having karmic sin flames to having a bloody aura of sin was comparable in difficulty to increasing from having a golden aura of karmic virtue to a holy rainbow-colored aura. Thus, once one became bathed in karmic sin flames, it was virtually guaranteed that one would never, ever be able to escape from them. To be eternally burnt by karmic sin flames, who would be willing to suffer such a thing? Is there anything else? For a time, Ning had transcended everything. It was as though he had been seated upon an imperial throne, as though he had unified the world, as though no one would disobey his orders. But suddenly, everything in front of him disappeared. The scene before him transformed. He now saw a very ordinary courtyard, within which was a woman who was carrying an infant. Another woman was next to her, teasing the infant. In the center of the courtyard, there was a muscular man who was slicing animal meat. Ning suddenly realized that he had become that infant. What's going on? When Ning realized that he had taken on the role of the infant, he was puzzled. During all of the previous tribulations, he had always remained in his own body. But as time went on, Ning slowly began to understand. He had become the infant. The infant slowly grew up, becoming a toddler. All the toddlers received the same type of tutelage within the clan, but given how young he was, how could he possibly not be restless? Only after even more time passed did he slowly begin to study hard. And at 8 years of age, his father went out hunting in the mountains, never to return. He began to grow up, because he was the only man in the family. Under the tutelage of his mother and his second matron, he began to work hard. 2. His mother and his second matron, in order to ensure that he would receive good tutelage within the clan, suffered countless hardships. He swore an oath to himself. He would definitely let his mother and his second mother live a good life. Luo Jun, at the age of 16, you were able to train to the peak of the Hotian level. You have quite a bit of potential. What you need to do now is experience life and death dangers. If you can break through to the Xiantian level, then the lives of your mother and your second matron will be much better. A middle-aged man smiled at him. At that time, you'll truly become acknowledged as a member of the Young Flame clan. Right. The youth's eyes were filled with desire. However, Ning, whose soul was riding with the youth, felt increasingly worried and uneasy. Just as the youth had finished a dangerous adventure and had returned to his city, a green-haired immortal had suddenly appeared in the skies above the city. Everyone in the city is to be evacuated, the green-haired immortal ordered, his voice echoing everywhere. Within the courtyard, the youth and his two mothers both raised their heads to look. They felt puzzled and mystified. Evacuated? How? Whoosh! Moments later, they could feel space twisting around them, and they then appeared in a different dimension. So many people? The youth felt as though they were surrounded by an endless sea of people. Luo Jun, what's going on? His two mothers were both panicking. Don't worry. This is a technique of Immortals, the youth said confidently. There are countless clansmen here, We'll know what's going on soon. Not too long later. Whoosh! They were once more teleported away. This time, even more people were here. This time, it must be when old Demon Windraiser put everyone together? Ning could vaguely sense what was going to happen, and he felt dread in his heart. After having spent more than 10 years alongside the youth, Ning sympathized with him as he would for himself. He knew how honest and good this youth was, and he knew how deep the love was between this youth and his two mothers. He already knew what was in the youth's future. He didn't wish to believe that this future would come true. Rumble. The dimension exploded. 1. Yu the Great, De Yu, was a legendary emperor and founder of the Xia dynasty in Chinese history. According to legends, he tamed the Yellow River and its constant flooding problems by creating a system of irrigation canals as well as dredging the riverbeds, allowing Chinese civilization to flourish along the Yellow River. 2. Second matron here, as a term, means his father married two different women. Polygamy was legal in ancient China, and the children would refer to their father's wives in order of seniority as first matron, second matron, etc., with the birth mother being simply mother. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 16, Chapter 4, The Third Sinflame Tribulation. Chapter 4, The Third Sinflame Tribulation. The dimension blew apart, reality shattering into tiny little pieces. The more powerful immortal cultivators within the dimension roared with fury, seeking to charge out from within it. What's going on? Heavens above! Abu! Countless mortals were completely dazed and confused. They watched as the world itself shattered, and they were completely unable to resist. They cried out in terror, in pain, in panic. Mother, second matron, no, the youth was completely dazed. He watched as the two most important people in his life, his mother and his second matron, be ground apart as the walls of reality itself imploded. The most important people in his life. Mother. Second matron. The youth felt unbearable pain. He was filled with hatred and despair, and then, his consciousness went dark. Ning's soul was riding with the youth, and the emotions which the youth felt slammed into Ning as well. After riding with the youth for more than 10 years, Ning had feelings for the two women as well. He viewed them almost as he would his own mother, and when they died, Ning was filled with boundless anger, regret, and self-blame. He couldn't help but blame himself for what had happened. If I hadn't shattered that Qiankuan pearl, how wonderful it would have been. That poor child. Those poor mothers. Ning's heart had already reached the ice heart level, and so he was able to quickly suppress the thread of self-blame. He quickly and completely escaped from being in the mindset of that youth. Listen up. A foolish idiot like you isn't worthy of my little sister. A muscular, powerful man was standing on the prone body of a youth. The man was roaring angrily, "If you know what's good for you, stay away in the future. Don't you dare get close to my little sister again. Otherwise, next time I see you, things won't end as easily as they have today. There are plenty of monsters in the deep mountains outside the city. If I were to throw you into the mountains, before a single night is over, you'll have been completely devoured, leaving behind not even a bone." The muscular man gave 2 more kicks before turning and leaving. Ning felt pain throughout his entire body. He rose to his feet, his face swollen and his forehead busted open. Am I now riding with this youth? Ning mused to himself. The youth turned, then hobbled with difficulty towards his own residence. That night. A maiden stealthily crept in. Upon seeing the appearance of the bedridden youth, she felt such pain that her tears came cascading down. It's all my fault. All my fault. Yue? Ning couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw the maiden. They looked too similar. Far too similar. In fact, she looked utterly identical to his senior apprentice sister, Yue. But Ning quickly came to his senses, Given that there were 10 billion mortals within the old Jade Mountain range, it made sense that there was at least one maiden who looked almost identical to Yue. In addition, after he gave her a closer look, he saw that this maiden appeared simpler and more guileless than Yue. She didn't have the transcendent aura possessed by an immortal cultivator. The maiden helped the youth bind his wounds, applying medicine to him. She had even brought over a meat soup for him to drink. We need to be even more careful in the future. We can't let my big brother see us again, or any other members of my family, the maiden said hurriedly. Believe me, Lotus, I'm definitely going to train to the Xiantian level, at which point I will openly woo you and wed you, the youth said seriously. I know. The maiden nodded gently. You little punk, why don't you take a good look at yourself? You really don't know your own limits. You little bastard, you aren't even a Xiantian life form. My little sister is so beautiful, she's like an immortal fairy who has descended to the mortal world. She's one of the most beautiful women of the entire city of East Ring. Plenty of people wish to wed my little sister. The muscular man was roaring at him. And you think you can dream of the same? I warned you last time, so don't blame me for showing no mercy this time. Servants, tie him up and send him to the mountains. Feed him to the monsters. Yes. 2 servants hurriedly assented. The youth was pressed down against the ground, and his mouth was gagged with a cloth rag. His hands, arms, and entire body were quickly bound. He let out an unhappy groan, but the muscular man just stared at him coldly. The youth was sent outside the city, deep into the mountains. Leave him here. Soon, he'll be eaten up. The 2 servants tossed him down to the ground. The bound youth landed on the ground, covered with rocks and stones. One protruding stone stabbed deep into his chest. The youth immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, rolling around in agony on the ground. Am I going to die? Die here? The youth's heart was filled with terror. Time passed on. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Sound rang out. The youth's heart clenched. Had a monster just arrived? Forget about monsters, even ordinary animals would be able to effortlessly eat him right now. I'm absolutely sure that he's over here. You led us astray earlier. If you are wrong again, you can go die with that brat. Earlier, I led you the wrong way because it was dark. This time, there's no mistake at all. Alongside the voices, a muscular man appeared, leading 2 servants. Arr! Arr! The youth's mouth remained gagged, he was unable to speak, but he stared towards the 3 with surprise and anger. The muscular man was so angry, he laughed. You didn't die. Your luck really isn't bad. I really wonder what you did, you little brat, to make my little sister so besotted that she threatened suicide. Bring him back. Only later did the youth discover. Lotus, upon learning that Ji had been sent to the deep mountains to be fed to monsters, had been stunned. And then, this girl who had always been innocent, pure, and obedient, went berserk. She threatened suicide. If I don't see Ji before dawn, I'll go join him. The girl had pressed a sharp knife towards her heart. In the past, she had always been very obedient towards her peak Xiantian father, but this time, she wasn't willing to compromise at all. Father, you might be able to take away my knife and tie me up, but if I want to die, you won't be able to stop me. In the end, her strong, domineering father had bowed his head. After this, Lotus' father and elder brother no longer tried to prevent the 2 from being together. To the contrary, they began to train Ji, providing him with good cultivation techniques. Thanks to the help of Ji's father-in-law and brother-in-law, he truly did break through to become a Xiantian lifeform. What? The youth used his Xiantian energy to probe Lotus' stomach. He revealed a look of delight. This is. Lotus laughed as well. I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a father. Wonderful. Ah ha 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 ha. The youth was wildly overjoyed. Lotus, however, just quietly smiled. Lotus, I, Yimflame, swear that I will definitely take good care of you and our son. The youth said excitedly, my son, in the future, shall become a truly formidable figure. In fact, he'll be one of the most formidable figures of our entire Young Flame clan. Right. Lotus nodded gently as well. Ning's soul was riding with the youth. He had a very strange feeling in his heart. Lotus looked almost identical to Yue. The excitement which Young Flame Ji had felt when he had discovered that Lotus was pregnant. Ning had a strange feeling. It was as though he had completely become one with Young Flame Ji, as though he and Yue were about to have a child together. I, Young Flame Ji, swear that I will definitely take good care of you and our son. When Young Flame Ji said these words, Ning felt a powerful sense of responsibility. A husband's, a father's responsibility. Can it be that they are also going to? Ning could vaguely see their future, a future that caused Ning's heart to feel pain. This girl looked identical to Yue. She was simple and honest, but her heart was wholeheartedly with her man. Ning truly didn't wish to see Lotus die. Time passed, one day after another. Lotus' belly grew bigger and bigger. The young Flame Ji was working hard to acquire all sorts of treasured herbs, which he gave to Lotus to eat. My child must be born with the best of talent. In the future, he will definitely become an important person. Each time Young Flame Ji had that eager, excited look on his face, Lotus would laugh as she looked at her man. This was bliss. Everyone in the city is to be evacuated. An ancient voice echoed throughout the city. Young Flame Ji, who had been holding his pregnant wife's hand and accompanying her on a stroll, was startled. Moments later, the world around them changed. Young Flame Ji and Lotus had arrived within a pocket dimension which was filled with countless people. Lotus, are you all right? Young Flame Ji was extremely worried. I'm fine. But where are we? Lotus, rather worried as well, clutched at Young Flame Ji's hand. Don't worry. I'm here. Young Flame Ji vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Not too long afterwards. Whoosh! A second round of teleportations. This time, they were moved to old Demon Windrazor's Pearl, and the population became even denser. No, Ning's heart was filled with regret. He truly didn't want to see this scene of utter despair. Rumble. The world broke apart. Screams of terror, rage, despair. Countless people began to die within the shattering dimension. No, the youth was completely dazed. He stared in terror at the surrounding world. He had sworn an oath, he was going to protect his wife. What should I do? What should I do? He was blaming himself over and over, he would rather die than let his beloved wife die. He couldn't forget how they had met, the countless hardships they had experienced together before they had finally been able to be together. Lotus, the youth looked towards the girl, his tears falling down. He truly was helpless. It's good that we're together, our entire family is together. Lotus tightly clutched her man with one hand while gently touching her stomach with the other. Whoosh! The shattering dimension showed no mercy at all. As the cracks in reality swept towards them, the man, the woman, and the child in the woman's belly all perished. The dimension was completely destroyed. Ning even saw the giant golden palm appear in the outside world. It was this golden palm that had shattered the Qinkuan pearl, causing the three of them to all perish. And that giant golden palm was Ning's palm. Why? Why wasn't I just a bit more careful? Why did I have to destroy it? Upon seeing Lotus die, he couldn't help but feel as though Yue had just died in front of him. The agony which Young Flame Ji felt was sent straight to Ning's own heart, causing him to feel pain as well. It was my fault. I shouldn't have. Ning had reached the Iceheart stage. Although he felt regret, in the deepest recesses of his heart, he was still able to maintain his state of cold transcendence. He was still able to completely control the emotions he felt regarding what had happened in the outside world, causing it to be unable to shake his inner heart. One story after another. Ning's soul rode with one individual after another. For some, he only spent a few months with them, for others, he spent more than 10 years. Each person was the type which Ning absolutely wouldn't have been willing to kill, and in fact, many of their stories resonated with him. This sort of soul riding felt almost like a form of rebirth. However, because Ning had reached the ice heart level, he was able to separate all those emotions from his inner heart, causing it to remain unshaken. However, the more Ning saw, the more he felt a certain desire in his heart. If only I hadn't shattered that Qianquan pearl, how wonderful things would be. Although Ning felt this desire, he also understood that there was no way to change things. He couldn't take it back. This sorts of feelings continuously accumulated within his heart. Suddenly. Mother. Second matron. Lotus. Master. Junior apprentice brother. Why? I don't want to die. My baby. Iowa. In that instant, Ning had experienced all sorts of powerful emotions over the course of riding with 1,000 lives. All sorts of resentment, anger, pain, embarrassment, agony, they all suddenly gathered together. Before this, although Ning was deeply impacted by the emotions he felt when riding with one of the victims, the emotions came in a single, sudden rush. This time, however, all of the emotions came crashing upon him at the same time. The self-recrimination he felt came crashing down upon him like a wave, instantly drowning him within its waters. It was all because of you. You. Why did you break it? Why? You should be damned. Damned. Die. If you die, you'll be free. Free. A flood of emotions, countless voices, they completely buried and smothered Ning. In fact, they were even able to breach Ning's ice heart and completely fill every inch of his inner heart.